The ring on your hand. General Zod's eyes narrowed. That's Green Lantern technology, isn't it? Yi-Bai, still guiding Jessica's body, gave a small nod. Then Kayla continued, voice steady, like she'd rehearsed this story 1,000 times. Yes. Right before Krypton exploded, my parents forced me into a small craft and launched me out of the atmosphere. The shockwave from the planet's destruction tossed the ship into the Phantom Zone. I was trapped there for decades. She paused, letting the weight of it settle. 3 years ago, I finally escaped. I drifted for a long time after that. Then a lantern ring found me. It brought me to OA, to the Green Lantern Corps. I became a lantern, and now I'm assigned to protect this sector. Zod exhaled slowly, a long breath full of things he didn't say. Now it made sense why Kayla still looked so young, despite how much time had passed. And compared to her story, Zod's past decades had been grim. He and his people had searched relentlessly for Kryptonian observation stations hidden across alien worlds, hoping to find survivors. They did find outposts. But every single time, they arrived too late. Bones. Ruins. Empty hulls. Time had finished the job Krypton's explosion started. So meeting Kayla like this wasn't just luck. To Zod, it was proof that their people weren't completely erased. With a destination chosen, the Black Mist Fortress shifted course. Using Kayla's lantern ring and a carefully framed helping hand, Yi-Bai opened a wormhole. The fortress passed through and emerged near a quiet, untouched planet. Zod's researchers immediately moved to their terminals, running scans and flooding the displays with atmospheric readings, gravity ratios, magnetic field stability, microbial profiles. It matched what Kayla promised. No intelligent life. A stable ecosystem. A planet that could be reshaped into something Kryptonians could survive on. Zod didn't hesitate. He gave the order. The Black Mist Fortress split into 3 sections. 2 detached, flew to opposite ends of the planet, descended, and began the transformation process. From Yi-Bai's perspective, it was obvious this was a one-shot move. The fortress had enough stored energy for a single full planetary overhaul. After that, it would be drained. Recharging meant building infrastructure from scratch and harvesting antimatter energy at scale. That wasn't happening in a few months. That was a 10-year project minimum. And if Zod still insisted on searching for Kal-El afterward, that would be a future problem, far down the road. By then, Earth would have long since become a nightmare to invade. The Justice League would be established, and the planet would be crowded with heavy hitters. Even Kryptonians empowered under a yellow sun wouldn't have an easy time. And if someone like Lex Luthor decided to play, it would get ugly fast. That man didn't need magic. He didn't need superpowers. He just needed time, resources, and a target. The planet's transformation was unreal. Its original gravity was slightly lower than Earth's, roughly around 0.9 g. Under the fortress engines, that began to change. Gravity climbed. The planet's mass distribution shifted. Its surface convulsed with chain disasters, quakes, storms, volcanic ruptures, pressure fronts ripping the atmosphere apart and rebuilding it. From the command room window, it looked like the world was being kneaded like clay by invisible hands. Yi-Bai controlled Jessica's body while the real Kayla remained conscious inside, watching with them. 1 body, 3 minds, all staring at the same thing in silence. The process lasted a full 24 hours. When it ended, the planet looked like the aftermath of an extinction event. Nearly everything that lived on it was gone. Only the toughest microbes, a few stubborn plants, and whatever could survive in cracks and shadows remained. But the new environment? It was Kryptonian-friendly. And the fortress held Kryptonian seeds, stored biology, the building blocks to restart an ecosystem meant for their species. Especially under the system's yellow sun. For the first time in a long time, Zod's people looked hopeful. They gathered at the windows, Zod, Fiora, the soldiers and scientists. Faces lit by the pale reflection of their new world. Yi-Bai chose that moment to drop the most important truth. You might not know this, he said, voice calm, but under a yellow sun, Kryptonians change. Strength, speed, senses, durability, flight. It all comes online. Zod turned slightly. Fiora's eyes sharpened. Show us, Zod said. Yi Bai glanced at Fiora. You want proof? Wear your power armor. Fiora didn't hesitate. Fine. They squared up. Fiora used the armor's amplification, pushing her strength to a level that should have been crushing. Yi Bai met it barehanded. And crushed it anyway. Clean. Effortless. Like breaking a toy. Zod's gaze hardened with something like satisfaction. He didn't smile. He didn't need to. He turned to his team. Disable the radiation shielding on this window. A technician hurried to the console. The window's tint shifted, and sunlight poured in freely. Zod and Fiora stood in it. For a second, both of them flinched as their senses widened too fast. Sound, heat, distant vibrations, everything suddenly loud and sharp. But they were soldiers. Built for pressure. They adapted fast. Zod adjusted first. Fiora followed moments later. And then they felt it. Their bodies getting stronger, like something had been asleep inside them and just woke up. Not a burst. A steady rise. Like the ceiling had been removed. After confirming there was no immediate danger, Zod ordered the others to come and absorb the sunlight as well. 3 days passed on New Krypton. Then Yi Bai announced he had to return to his lantern duties, playing the role to the end. He said his goodbyes. Zod didn't stop him. He only offered a rare softness in his tone. Take care of yourself. And come back when you can. Yi Bai left in a craft and departed the system. The moment the ability sharing ended, Yi Bai released Jessica's body. Jessica regained full control, memories of those 3 days sitting in her mind like a vivid dream she couldn't shake off. She let out a long breath. Krypton tech is terrifying, she said quietly. They reshaped a whole planet. And under the sun, they become monsters. If they ever decide to invade Earth, what are we supposed to do? Yi Bai's voice, calm as always, answered from within. I delayed their obsession with Kal-El. That buys time. Then, with a hint of dark confidence. And don't worry about Earth. Earth is the most dangerous place in the universe. Evil comes here, and it dies. A day later, Yi Bai and Jessica returned to Earth's coastal city. Most of the universe was calm right now, including Sector 2814, Jessica's jurisdiction. In peaceful periods, OA didn't constantly interrupt lanterns with trivial problems. The Corps had monitoring systems spread across the sectors, quietly tracking anomalies. Only when the central system judged something serious enough to require lantern intervention would it push a mission to the lantern responsible for that sector. And with a lantern ring, distance was basically a joke. Open a wormhole, and you could be on the other side of the universe in minutes. Green lanterns weren't even the fastest among the spectrum. The blue lanterns had a real edge in mobility. So when there was no mission, a lantern's time was their own. Which meant Jessica could stay on Earth. She could do what she wanted. And what she wanted, for now, was simple. After returning, she and Yi Bai lived together in Coastal City for a few quiet days, just breathing like normal people. Then one evening, at exactly 7, Jessica received a new mission. She had to leave Earth. Yi Bai didn't panic. He glanced down the 4-dimensional timeline. He could read and confirm the truth. This mission would be rough. There would be setbacks. There would be danger. He even reached out across sectors, asking for backup from Thomas Ray in Sector 2813 and Reza in Sector 2815. But Jessica wouldn't die. Not this time. Half a month. That's all it would take before she returned to Earth. With Jessica gone, Yi Bai looked at Earth's near future again. The Man of Steel crisis had already been cut off early by him, but the Doomsday event was still on track. Clark Kent would soon discover the Kryptonian scout craft buried on Earth for thousands of years. He'd connect with the AI that carried his father's legacy, learn who he really was, and step into the world as Superman. And once he did, Lex Luthor would notice him. Luthor would take the remnants of Kryptonian assets he'd secretly collected, mix them with other ugly pieces on the board, and push the Doomsday button. 10 months from now. Before that, though, other threads would awaken. Cyborg. Flash. Yi Bai had zero interest in Cyborg's tragic tech origin story. But the Flash? That one mattered. So he decided to head to Central City first. get close to the team before the lightning struck. In 3 months, Barry Allen would wake up from his coma. Yi Bai entered a bar in Central City alone. Inside, the atmosphere was dim and slow, the kind of place where you could disappear into the crowd even if you didn't belong. At the counter, a woman was drinking by herself. Caitlin Snow. Bioengineering PhD. White t-shirt, blue pencil pants, high-heeled sandals. Casual, but with a tired elegance that didn't come from fashion, it came from surviving a bad year. A few months earlier, the particle accelerator at SDR Labs had exploded. It turned the lab into a public disaster story. Most people ran, quit, changed cities, changed names. Caitlin stayed. Because Ronnie died. Because walking away felt like admitting it was real. Her mother called it throwing her future away. Caitlin called it not letting go. Either way, it left her carrying grief and career collapse at the same time. So she drank now and then, when it got too heavy. Yi Bai walked up, ordered a drink, and put on a face that said, "I've hit rock bottom too." He raised his glass and lightly tapped it against her empty space on the counter. "To disappointing lives," he said. Caitlin blinked, then actually smiled a little and took a sip. "Is it that obvious?" "If you weren't wearing it on your face," Yi Bai said, "I might not have noticed." She huffed softly, accepting the hit. "Fair." He held out his hand. "Yi Bai." She shook it. "Caitlin Snow." "Good name," Yi Bai said. "All right, Caitlin. Since we're both here, let's do the classic thing. We share our worst stories and pretend it makes the world lighter." Caitlin hesitated, then nodded. So Yi Bai went first. He spun a tragedy profile on the spot. Parents dead, girlfriend gone with his best friend, job destroyed, life falling apart. He delivered it with the exact tone that made it sound like someone who genuinely didn't know what to do next. Caitlin stared at him for a moment, genuinely shaken. Compared to his story, her pain suddenly felt smaller. "You're really miserable," she finally managed. The bartender leaned in at the perfect worst moment and said, "Dead serious, yeah. If I were you, I'd jump." Yi Bai stared at him like he'd just committed a crime. Caitlin almost laughed, then stopped herself. Yi Bai took a big sip, then nodded toward her glass. "Your turn." Caitlin spoke quietly. "My fiancé is dead. My career is complicated. Some of it is my fault. But after hearing you, it feels like my tragedy is nothing." They talked. Not about science. Not about heroes. Just frustration. Grief. Anger. The kind of conversation people only have with strangers because strangers don't have expectations. By the time it hit 9:30, Caitlin stood to leave. Yi Bai asked, "Want me to walk you home?" She hesitated, then nodded. Her apartment wasn't far. 10 minutes on foot. At the entrance, Caitlin paused. "I won't invite you in," she said, honest but gentle. "But I'm glad I met you." Talking actually helped. Yi Bai gave a small shrug, like it didn't matter, like he hadn't planned every step of this. "Get some rest." Caitlin went inside. Yi Bai waited until the door shut. Then he vanished. Teleport. Straight back into his pocket dimension. Tonight, the pocket dimension was lively. Inside the castle's small bar area, the girls were drinking and chatting like it was a weekend. An alchemy doll maid played bartender, sliding drinks with perfect timing. Kayla was in the middle of a story, describing how Yi Bai had met surviving Kryptonians out in space and bluffed his way through their entire situation like it was nothing. Yi Bai walked in, and Natasha Romanoff immediately smirked. "I heard someone followed a girl around for a month." Yi Bai dropped into a seat between Natasha and Wanda and spread his hands. "The someone you mean is called stealing a lantern ring and going to OA." Then he grinned. "Relax. I'll make you each one later." Wanda leaned in, curious. "What does it do?" Yi Bai's eyes lit up. "You wear it, and it projects a clean system interface directly into your vision. Music, movies, games. It runs on a philosopher's stone as the power source. It can create what you imagine, straight from nothing. Anyone can use it." That sentence landed like a spark in dry grass. All eyes turned to him, and the room instantly filled with the same demand from every direction. "Make it now."
Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
Yi Bai made the Ring of the Sage in front of them. With the previous production experience, this time he can make one in 10 minutes, and it took 2 hours to make one for everyone present, including himself. This thing is really fun. Everyone tried to use its various functions. Even Kayla used it to conjure some technological creations of Krypton, such as theirs is very advanced enough to visually fake real holographic projection lights. Compared with the creation function, everyone likes the function of the portable system. A small ring is still a portable system that can be controlled by brainwaves. How can this novel experience be described as a miracle? Shadowcat, a favorite to play, also downloaded a game from the internet and played it directly. By the way, Yi Bai's pocket dimension space is equipped with a cable, using wireless technology plus Yi Bai ability, which can connect to the outside world. This refers to the network on the DC world side. Marvel movie universe is still in 1995. The network technology is not very developed, and there are few games that are fun. The Marvel sisters are all from the more technologically advanced zombie hero universe, and they are naturally very familiar with the internet and computers. Compared to them, Diana, who has always struggled with technology, is still trying to figure out how to use Windows. We can set up a server and put it here to create a unique multi-dimensional internet connection to different worlds. Using the server as a relay, the networking efficiency will be higher. Shadowcat, as the most capable top hacker here, has the Ring of the Sage. She has many inspirations and ideas. You can make it yourself if you like it. We don't understand these very well, Yi Bai said. Shadowcat showed a dead fish-eyed expression and said with dissatisfaction, "If they say they don't understand these things, I'll believe them, but you don't know how to make this kind of ring. Are you challenging my IQ? I'm just looking for something to do for you." Yi Bai issued a declaration of throwing away his hand at the shopkeeper. Speaking of which, how is the Marvel Universe now? Yi Bai hasn't paid attention to that side recently and is very curious. The world is peaceful, there are no major issues. DC is more dangerous here than there. Natasha Romanoff shrugged. Apparently she has learned about the DC world in the past few months. In fact, she and the girls usually have nothing to do and have wandered around the Earth on the DC Universe side more than once. Kayla thought of something at this time. She asked Yi Bai, "You can observe the past and the future from the timeline. If you don't meet General Zod in the universe, will they invade the Earth?" Yi Bai nodded. "Yes, then the whole army is wiped out. Do you want to see the story of that timeline? I edited it into a movie for you to see." Kayla didn't say anything yet. Everyone gathered around, obviously interested in it. So, next Yi Bai used the Ring of the Sage on his finger to project a picture on the air in front of the crowd. The real version of the movie has begun. At the very beginning of the movie, Krypton's events were played. Because the entropy of Krypton's planet increases abnormally as if it has eaten gold, and the rate of increase is exaggerated, the planet is about to explode. The Krypton Supreme Council decided to conceal this matter from the people, thus killing itself. Zod, for the continuation of the race, the general united with a number of powerful generals to launch a coup d'etat. At the same time, Jor-El's child, Kal-El, was born, and he was also the first natural childbirth of Krypton in nearly 1,000 years. Joe incorporated the central tome into Kal-El's body and sent it out of Krypton before it exploded. Zod is not a criminal of Krypton, he is a hero of the clan, Emma commented. From the perspective of the Kryptonian civilians, it is true. Yi Bai recognized this. In the next screen, Yi Bai was mixed up with some private goods and only saw the camera turn to switch to Kayla's storyline. At that time, Kayla was only 13 years old. Before the planet was about to explode, her parents asked her to go to Earth to take care of her newly born cousin, Kal-El. Kayla's eyes widened when she saw herself in the picture. The coup by General Zod and others was quickly suppressed, and these political prisoners were locked up in Rhodes Fortress and Black Mist Fortress in the Phantom Zone. Before long, the planet exploded, and the impact of the explosion lifted Kayla's small spacecraft into the Phantom Zone where time was almost still. Kayla saw the scene and explained to everyone, "The flow of time here is super slow. The subjective time is 1 second, and the outside world can pass many days. So my cousin was born when I was 13 years old. Now my cousin is 30 years old, and I am only 6 years old. Time flies, and the picture begins to show the life of Carl Al, who came to Earth. She was adopted by a farm couple in Kansas and named him Clark Joseph Kent, or Clark Kent for short. Since childhood, this child has been extraordinary, but because of his adoptive father's teachings, he has been low-key. Even when Clark was a teenager, his family suffered a tornado. In order to save a dog, his adoptive father didn't let Clark expose his ability to save him when he was about to die. Seeing this, everyone sighed. Wanda said, "This is a great father." "Yeah, it's really great." But Yibai has no sense of identity at all. If he is Clark, no matter how violent, does not expose ability, save his father first. The picture turned again. Clark was an adult. He worked everywhere, in bars, restaurants, and even offshore oil fields. When the oil field caught fire accidentally, he went to rescue people. He was very confused, not knowing his life experience, until he once worked for the Antarctic Scientific Expedition Team. Not only did he find his life experience in a Krypton spacecraft tens of thousands of years ago, but he also had a relationship with his destined other half, Louise Lois. First encounter. Before long, the Kryptonians invaded. The scene of the battle after that was very hot. The Kryptonians were all on the table, and the battle was earth-shaking, and the demolition office was not as fast as the aftermath of their fight. The Kryptonians died one by one, and the Black Mist Fortress was destroyed. General Zod finally forced Clark to choose between humans and Kryptonians. Clark chose humans and twisted Zod's neck. He knew that it was one of his few people, and he was in agony for killing Zod. From this day on, Clark Kent made his official debut as Superman and became a superhero. The story ends here. Asterisk. After watching the movie edited with a real future, everyone was sighed. "My cousin, he is a real superhero, and I am proud of him," Kayla said proudly, and then she couldn't help asking Yibai a question. "Why is there no me in the later part of the story?" Yibai shrugged and said, "Alex Danvers, she won't let you go." Kayla. Diana said, "I kind of want to meet Clark. He is a real hero. He doesn't need to experience that timeline. I am afraid he will lack the courage to become a superhero. I think I need to encourage him." Speaking of, Batman will take the lead in establishing the Justice League in the future. "You and Superman are both members," Yibai said. "Really, it seems very interesting." Diana expressed expectation. "By the way, Kayla, do you want to know your future?" Yibai hugged her and asked with a smile. Kayla's cheeks flushed when she was hugged, although she knew that she might not be able to run. She hadn't clarified her relationship with the other party, and she was suddenly hugged, which made her feel a little at a loss. In order to divert the embarrassment, she nodded and gave a hum. "Your sister Alex, she will soon become an agent of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau." During an outing, the plane she was flying in crashed. You noticed this and ran over and raised the plane to save her. Inside the plane, the rest of your life applauded for you. Roar, "Thank you." You found the meaning of life from their gratitude and determined to become a superhero. After that, you cooperated with the Supernatural Investigation Bureau and were trained by them to become a qualified superhero, codenamed Supergirl, or Female Superman for short. Parental Investigation Bureau? What kind of organization is that? Kayla was curious about where Alex was going to work. As the name suggests, it is an organization that investigates supernatural events and is also responsible for the Earth's extraterrestrial affairs, referred to as DO, Yibai said. "When did that happen?" "I mean the crash of my sister's plane." Kayla asked again. "When you graduated from university, when you were working outside," Yibai said. When Kayla heard this, she drooped her face and vomited. "I'm just a high school student. What are you saying? Not long ago, it will be 4 years later." Diana was also curious about her future, so she asked, "What about my future? Can you tell me?" Yi Bai thought for a while and summed up Wonder Woman's future in one sentence. Your future is to fight your wits and courageous relatives of gods who have nothing to do with them. Diana. That night, Yi Bai said that he could play 10 each. He won the final victory and felt very fulfilled. At dawn the next day, Yi Bai left the pocket dimension space and appeared in the central city. He plans to visit the interstellar laboratory today. Wandering all the way, came to the door of the laboratory. Because it was still early, the only staff in the laboratory had not yet come to work. He waited for a while and saw a car approaching here, and a middle-aged, thin, tall man in a wheelchair got out of the car. This is Dr. Harrison Wells, who is pretending to be Reverse Lightning. Yi Bai stepped forward and stretched out his hand to him. Hello, Dr. Wells, I'm Yi Bai. Dr. Wells shook hands with Yi Bai and asked in confusion, I wonder what's the matter with Mr. Yu here? Yi Bai said, Oh, nothing. I'm here to find Dr. Caitlin Snow. I'm pursuing her. Wells suddenly realized, since you are so advanced, she will be there in a while. Thanks a lot. Yi Bai followed Dr. Wells into the interstellar laboratory. This laboratory is very large. It used to have a large number of staff, thousands of people, all of whom were highly intellectuals. Those who can work here either have a master's degree or a doctor's degree. Until a few months ago, the particle accelerator exploded and caused a disaster, killing 17 people and causing a blackout in the entire city, making the reputation of the city completely stinky. The former staff members resigned to Dr. Wells in order to find their own future. And Dr. Wells paid out all his savings, and now only this laboratory is his property. Definitely, the real Dr. Wells and his wife died early at the hands of Reverse Lightning. Now this one is pretending to be Reverse Lightning. Reverse Lightning is a future man in the 25th century. He obtained the super speed ability because of the superb speed of the Flash. In one incident, he knew the identity of the enemy, the Flash, and ran back to the past to kill the Flash in his childhood. The Flash disappears in the future. The Flash chased him all the way back, preventing him from changing the past. Reverse Lightning did not kill the Flash in the past, but killed the Flash's mother at the time. This incident changed history, and Barry Allen would not become the Flash. Therefore, the time paradox is formed. Inverse Lightning is the superb power obtained by studying the Flash ability. If the Flash is not born, he will naturally not be able to study it in the future. So Reverse Lightning lost its super fast power and was trapped in the past. In order to go back to the 25th century in the future, Reverse Lightning had to restore history and worked hard to promote the birth of the Flash. Do your best to cultivate enemies for yourself, and the villain can do his job, which is unprecedented. Waiting is boring. Yi Bai simply talked about science with Dr. Wells. Although I haven't said anything about it in the previous article, Yi Bai has gained extremely high attainments in mechanical engineering and electronic engineering over such a long period of time. Talking about this with Dr. Wells can also make a good conversation. Originally, Dr. Wells only regarded Yi Bai as Caitlin's suitor and didn't take it seriously, but as the chat progressed, he gradually discovered that this was a talent. It's a pity that his interstellar laboratory has a bad reputation now, otherwise he really wants to recruit the other party to work here. Before long, Caitlin Snow and Cisco Ramon, a long-haired Latino man, came here to work. The two entered the laboratory and saw Yi Bai. Caitlin was surprised. Yi? Why are you here? Yi Bai turned into a bunch of flowers like magic in his hands. He didn't send anything like roses directly, but green doodan. The flower language of this kind of flower was looking forward to rebirth. He handed the flowers to Kate. Lynn smiled and said, I made a special trip to see you here. Asterisk. Caitlin is obviously a person who understands the language of flowers and knows what the language of green doodan flowers is. White peony symbolizes the demeanor of the king, as well as people's pursuit and yearning for beautiful things. The purple autumn peony represents life, expectation, and a touch of love. The green peony represents looking forward to a new life. She took the flowers, smiled at Yi Bai and said, Thank you, I like it very much. Cisco Ramon, a Latino man on the side, blew his whistle and said with a smile, "Actually, you can be more direct and give her roses." As soon as he finished speaking, Caitlin Snow glared at him. Cisco said, "Shut up." Cisco Ramon. He is a 07 mechanical engineering genius and a major role in the Flash team. He also likes to code others. Although he hasn't discovered it himself, in fact, the explosion of the particle accelerator a few months ago also brought him a kind of super ability, similar to quantum resonance to perceive the present, past, and future of things. And it can also open wormholes through string vibration, connect different regions, and even parallel worlds. In the future, the Central City will be a place where visitors from parallel worlds and time travelers are the most. Inside and out, the city will soon be sifted through by these guys. Time travelers and parallel world travelers can be classified as the range of travelers, so the Central City is the place with the most travelers in the world. "Can you talk?" Yi-Bai asked Caitlin. "Yeah." Caitlin nodded. The latter took the former to the latter's laboratory. Yi-Bai looked around and saw Barry Allen, who was lying in a coma not far away. He only glanced at it and then stopped paying attention. He asked Caitlin, "Do you believe in miracles?" "It depends on what miracle is. It doesn't conform to the laws of science." As a science madman, Caitlin has several doctoral degrees, and she also runs a chemical medicine company. A degree can scare away a lot of suitors. In fact, the people in the Flash team are all scientific madmen, whether it is a PhD, Caitlin, or Cisco. Even the future generations of Barry Allen will have at least a PhD. In the theory of superstring dimensionality, zero-dimensionality is a point, one-dimensionality is a line, two-dimensionality is a plane, three-dimensional lines support space, and four-dimensional timelines make the universe come alive. We humans are three-dimensional beings living in four-dimensional space. The timeline is something that moves forward at a constant speed for us. Do you think it is possible for people to enter the four-dimensional space? Yi-Bai asked mysteriously Jean. "I've seen this theory. If there are four-dimensional life, we humans may look like bugs on the timeline." As a scientific madman, Caitlin can naturally understand what is being said. Forward, she usually reads scientific journals of theoretical physics. Yes, in the four-dimensional space, we can see the past and the future. Then, Caitlin, come and grab my hand. Below is the moment to witness the miracle. Yi-Bai stretched out his hand to Caitlin and said, "You will see the people you want to see." "Are you kidding me?" Caitlin looked at him suspiciously. "Try it and you'll know." Caitlin put her hand on Yi-Bai's hand suspiciously, and in the next instant, her consciousness was brought to the four-dimensional space by Yi-Bai. Looking at 3 dimensions from 4 dimensions is like seeing different time frames. Each frame is a point in time, past, present, and future. At the moment, Caitlin was already stunned by the scene before her eyes. Just listen to Yi-Bai's voice resounding from her side. This is a 4-dimensional space. In this place, the past and the future are not front and back, but a circle. Caitlin looked to the past, saw the interstellar laboratory example before the accelerator exploded, and saw the fiancé Ronnie Raymond, who was still alive at the time. It was a good-looking man with short brown hair, a scientific man, and a doctorate in mechanical engineering. When the particle accelerator was about to explode, in order to reduce the damage of the explosion, he voluntarily ran into the particle accelerator channel and manually turned off a certain device. As a result, no bones existed, at least in Caitlin's eyes. In fact, Ronnie was not dead. At the moment his body was shattered by the example, he integrated with Professor Martin Stein, an authority in the field of nuclear physics who was holding a firestorm box nearby and the firestorm device in his hand. Caitlin looked at the past and wanted to communicate with Ronnie Raymond to prevent him from entering the accelerator tunnel. But she is like a ghost in time. She can't touch the past or change the past, she can only look at the past. For a long time, she sighed sadly and looked at Yi-Bai beside her and asked him, "I thought super ability was just a legend. It turns out that it really exists. Put your consciousness into the 4th dimension. 3.8 Observe the past and the future. This is your super ability." "Ability?" "Yeah." Yi-Bai nodded, started talking nonsense, and continued to perfect his tragic personality. In fact, I just got this kind of ability a few days ago. If I had it long ago, my life would not be frustrated. You can also make a fortune by buying lottery tickets. I now want to know how much my money-worshipping girlfriend who ran away with my best friend would regret if I knew that I was about to make a fortune and become a rich man. Caitlin patted Yibai's shoulder sympathetically, comforted a few words, and then said, "May I check your body?" Yibai is full of black lines. Caitlin tested Yibai and found that she found no trace of mutation except that the other party's body was very healthy. Strange, it stands to reason that you have that kind of ability. Your body will mutate more or less, but the test results show that your body is normal. Caitlin was a little confused. Yibai got out of the testing instrument and said, "Maybe it comes from the soul." "Soul, is it? If you told me this half an hour ago, I would not believe it," Caitlin said while looking at Yibai's body test data, as if she wanted to find something that she hadn't found before. Yibai walked to the hospital bed not far away, where Barry Allen was lying. Not long after he was in a coma, Dr. Wells was received here for treatment. The reason was that the hospital's equipment was too backward, and the hospital did not even detect that it was not Barry Allen's heart that stopped beating, but that the beating too fast exceeded the heart. The range that can be measured by the electric meter. As a user of Super Speed Force, Yibai can feel Super Speed Force from Barry Allen. Unlike Yibai's ability to obtain ability through the haste formula, Barry Allen is directly the son of super speed. He will continuously give birth to 28 super speed while running. Instead of consuming super speed, he will only run faster and faster. Caitlin saw Yibai staring at Barry Allen, who was unconscious, and walked over and asked, "Are you interested in him?" "A few months ago, the particle accelerator in your place was activated. The collision of particles not only released a lot of energy, but also penetrated the space. At that moment, it connected an unknown place. A large amount of dark matter emerged from it, attached to the sky and clouds, and a large amount dark matter turned into lightning. And Barry Allen, was struck by lightning like that. At that time, he was in the forensics department of the police station. There were many chemical reagents sprinkled on him. Under various effects, his DNA was mutated," Yibai said. Caitlin knows that Yibai can observe the timeline from 4 dimensions and is not curious how he knows this. What she is even more curious is, Barry was born with super ability just like you. "Yes, and it's a kind of super ability that I am familiar with." Tubo nodded. Caitlin was interested. "Talk about it." Yibai felt it, and after confirming that there was no backflash monitoring, he walked to a white blackboard and changed a colored pen in his hand. On it, he scribbled the rapid equation and told Caitlin as he wrote, he will do an experiment to verify some things. This is a rapid equation, which allows people's thinking to be connected to 4-dimensional space, so as to obtain a time-speed different from reality. I call it the superpower. This blackboard is not big, but the formula written by Yibai is very small, densely written all over and just finished. As a fighter for women, Caitlin was a super female student with several doctoral degrees, and Yibai explained the formula from the side and quickly understood the formula. Yibai pointed to a variable value on the blackboard and said, "Try to fit your own consciousness into this value to calculate." By doing this, he wanted to try to see if other people could obtain superb power through this formula, or to say that people with only dark matter in the body can do it. The Frost Killer with superb power is fun to think about. Caitlin has a dual personality that she doesn't know about herself. The other personality is the Frost Killer, with the ability to absorb heat and create low temperature. In the comics, Frost Killer is not mixed in the city, but mixed in Gotham. The upper limit of her ability is very high. As long as she touches her body, even if she exists like Superman, she can absorb all the heat in her body instantly and freeze it into ice lump. What impressed Yibai was that the Frost Killer had almost a brilliant record of attacking all the members of the League, and he was a very dangerous supervillain. But obviously, Caitlin's identity in this universe has been set twice, not to mention becoming a dual personality, but also moved from Gotham to Midtown. It seems that anyone with multiple personalities is not good. Yibai feels that he may have discovered the truth of the world. Caitlin tried to substitute her spirit into the variable value and calculated the formula in her head. Gradually, she realized that her consciousness seemed to be connected to strange places. A bit like Yibai brought her consciousness into the four-dimensional space before, but again it's not very similar, and she can't describe it either. This is, she asked curiously. Come on, read out aloud the simplified rapid equation 3x2, 9yz, 4a. Yibai said. In the spirit of scientific exploration, Caitlin obeyed Yibai's instructions and said loudly, 3x2, 9yz, 4a. In an instant, the time speed of the whole world slowed down. Caitlin's eyes widened, watching all this in disbelief. Yibai saw that she had really entered a state of superb power and suddenly felt that the value of the super-fast formula was higher than he had imagined. In order to prevent the extreme speed from ruining the streets, Yibai decisively picked up the blackboard eraser and erased the formula on the blackboard, lest the world mess up. It is necessary to know that after reaching a certain level, the extreme speed can cross time. If the extreme speed is rotten on the street, then the timeline of this universe will be completely ruined. Caitlin began to walk around in this state of fast and normal time. In Yibai's eyes, the speed was squatting and there were red lightning around her body. It took a while before she retreated from that state. At this moment, she also realized the value of the formula Yibai just wrote. Fast equation, how did you calculate it? It's simply amazing. Yibai smiled and said, I didn't study 373. He was discovered by a scientist in the parallel world. His name is Johnny Chambers. You'd better not tell anyone this formula. You know, the extreme speed can travel through time. Once there are more people like this, the world will be over. Hearing this, Caitlin shook her body and asked in a trembling voice, You mean, travel through time? Can you go back in time? Obviously, she thought of her dead fiancé. If you can travel through time, can you save him? As long as you run fast enough, but don't mind doing it, those who play with time will also be played with time. When you save him, the timeline will tell you what revenge from time is, and you will only lose more. It may not be him that will die next time, but you or your relatives, your most cherished friends, or even more casualties. At least one of these things will inevitably happen. Is that so? Caitlin didn't believe it. Yibai knew that Ronnie Raymond was not dead at all. In order to dispel the unrealistic illusion of the other party, Yibai stretched out his hand and said to her, Come, grab my hand. Caitlin put her hand on Yibai's hand. This time, she was not brought into the four-dimensional space, but was brought to the infinite possibilities of the five-dimensional space. Here, Yibai showed her the future in different possibilities. Among them, Caitlin worked hard to practice superb power, getting faster and faster, and finally ran back to the past and rescued Ronnie Raymond. As a result, the accelerator exploded and caused even greater disaster, and the entire central city was destroyed. The second possibility is that he rescued Ronnie Raymond, replaced what he was going to do, and died in the explosion of the example accelerator. The third possibility is that she prevented the particle accelerator from starting. As a result, a lot of speeders in yellow uniforms came out from somewhere and killed her, restarting the past history, and the example accelerator still started. The speedies in this group of yellow uniforms are the reverse lightning Albad Swan from different timelines in the future. After that, there is a fourth possibility, the fifth possibility. The possibilities are endless, but there is no real good ending. This is the price of playing with the timeline. Yibai's ability can clearly let him know this. So he rarely travels through time. Even the people who were resurrected last time used dolls to stay in place as corpses, and those who were rescued by the resurrection were sent to other universes to minimize the cost as much as possible. Catherine's consciousness gradually returned to the body from the five-dimensional space. She was in a trance for a moment, showing a bitter expression. Changing the past, the price is really so high. Yes, time is error-correcting. If you describe it as a straight line, once you change it, the entire line will oscillate. When it was noon, Yibai invited her, let's go out for lunch together. Because of the magical experience before, Caitlin had a high degree of affection for Bai. When invited, she nodded and agreed without hesitation. The two left the interstellar laboratory together and went to a nearby restaurant for lunch. During lunch, you can see the timeline of different possibilities. This is a phenomenon that only exists in five-dimensional space, right? Right. You mentioned the parallel world before. What's it like over there? After getting out of the loss, Caitlin's curiosity and desire to explore as a scientist came up, and she asked what she was interested in. It's about the same as ours. If you pass by and still see your own dual body, her experience may be different from yours. Good you, bad you, very bad and very bad you, super bad you. Hey, is there only one good one? What you said is bad. Caitlin dissatisfied. Because in most parallel worlds, you are a big villain. Yibai laughed. Really false? So I am subconsciously prone to crime. Caitlin still didn't believe it. The two talked about the parallel world until the end of the meal. After that, I drove to the outskirts of the city and ran here for a while. Caitlin first contacted Shensili, and the speed was about the same as Yibai's first. Yibai is now faster and can run 72 times the speed of sound on the ground. The circumference of the Earth's equator is 40,000 kilometers, and it can run 88,000 kilometers per hour at 72 times the speed of sound, which means that it can orbit the Earth once in half an hour. The red of his super-fast lightning has gradually changed to yellow. According to Yibai's estimation, when he waits for 100 times the speed of sound, he can completely turn the lightning into yellow. When it comes to yellow, if you want to increase the lightning color level, you have to reach the speed of light, and it will turn blue at that time. The first time she ran at high speed, it might be a problem with her motor cells. Caitlin would accidentally fall on the ground. This reminds Yibai of the strange starting and stopping actions designed by the Flash Barry Allen, which seems to be to cover up the embarrassment of accidentally falling on the ground. As long as you fall, you can take that action and pretend to be yourself. It's the same as the movement slowed down and stopped. In the afternoon, Caitlin took a leave of absence and did not go to the interstellar lab. She and Yibai practiced swift force in the suburbs all afternoon. Because this feeling is really good. Caitlin felt that in the future, she might have one more hobby of running around with nothing to do. For the next half-month, Yibai basically stayed in the interstellar lab in the central city. In order to be justified, he simply worked part-time as an electronic engineering expert in this lab and had nothing to do to repair the supercomputer that was damaged by the explosion of the particle accelerator. Although Yibai doesn't think that with the current situation of Interstellar Lab, there will be electricity bills to support this big power user, but it is not bad to repair this thing and practice hands to get a salary. On this day, half a month later, Jessica returned after completing the mission. Yibai left Midtown and returned to California Coastal City. Jessica's next mission will be 3 days later, and Yibai is going to accompany her for 3 days. In the past 3 days, the two left the seaside city to travel around. Until Jessica had a mission to leave the Earth again, Yibai returned to Midtown. Such days continued until the 9th month when Barry Allen was in a coma. On this day, Yibai chatted with Caitlin and Cisco Ramon in Caitlin's laboratory. Caitlin, you have been smiling more and more recently. Are you two in love? Cisco looked at Caitlin and Yibai with gossip. As Caitlin's friends, he walked out for each other. Shadow and Happy. Are you so idle? The supercomputer has been repaired. For the sake of our financial problems, I think you should persuade Dr. Wells to sell it to improve the economics of the laboratory. Caitlin was not angry. Say, don't we have a mysterious investor? The laboratory is not short of money. Cisco is not willing to sell the supercomputer. That is the most valuable thing in this laboratory. If you want to sell it, there is really nothing here. As for the mysterious investors, it is naturally Yibai and Caitlin. Recently, he took Caitlin to buy stocks and lottery tickets in different identities, and they made several billions casually. The identity of the mysterious investor invested in this laboratory on the verge of bankruptcy. It can be said that they now account for the majority of laboratory shares, and Dr. Harrison Wells has become a wage earner. That's right, the current interstellar lab is already two people's territory. Caitlin even had a lot of inspiration, developed some new drugs, and made some health products on Yibai's suggestion, relying on these patented laboratories to return to a profitable state, rather than a lost state. Cisco Ramon has also produced many good things one after another, such as a mobile phone CPU, and cooperated with a mobile phone production company. So, don't look at the 2 or 3 big cats and kittens in Interstellar Lab, but because of these patents, people here are not short of money, but make more. When several people were chatting, Barry Allen woke up not far from the hospital bed, and he sat up in confusion. The motion of his getting up attracted the attention of several people who were chatting. I learned from Yibai and others that he had been in a coma for 9 months and Barry Allen was in a mess in the wind. Harrison Wells learned that Barry woke up and rushed over in a wheelchair to introduce himself to the enemy he had cultivated for him. Finally, Barry Allen left the laboratory and was in a coma for 9 months. Now he can't wait to see his childhood sweetheart Eris West. Speaking of it, Barry Allen died at the age of 11, and his father was suspected of being the murderer and went to jail. From then on, it was Iris West's father who adopted him, so his relationship with Iris is very good. But he likes Iris, but Iris is not, and his feelings are more like brothers and sisters. Iris' father, Joe West, hoped that his daughter and adopted son Barry Allen would pair up, probably because he wanted to keep the fat water from flowing out of the field. After watching Barry go, Caitlin and Yi-Bai went out for lunch together. How long do you think he will realize his ability? Caitlin was very interested in Barry Allen and learned something about the future from Yi-Bai, letting her know that Barry Allen would become the superhero The Flash. It won't be 390 for too long. Sure enough, Barry Allen returned to the Interstellar Lab that afternoon and told several people what had happened to him. After the doctor listened, the corners of his mouth slightly cocked, and the Flash was finally born, and he could regain his superb power. Cisco heard that Barry had super ability and seemed more excited than Barry. Immediately, everyone got a lot of equipment and drove a RV from the laboratory to an abandoned airport runway in the suburbs to test ability for Barry. Cisco, are you serious? It's too tight. Barry walked out of the touring car, pointed to his red uniform that looked like an athlete, and said silently, "Man, believe me, if you can run so fast, you absolutely need a clothing that is easy to move around." Cisco said, "I think he needs a fire-resistant suit even more. The friction between his body and the air will cause a fire on his body." Caitlin expressed her opinion. "This is all a lesson of blood. I think that when Caitlin was running in the wild with Yi-Bai, her body caught fire and burned her clothes all over. She was ashamed for a long time when Yi-Bai saw it all. I don't think he can go fast enough to make his clothes catch fire," Cisco said. Dr. Harrison Wells is a little bit puzzled. Caitlin knows speedy people very well. Can you actually think of the problem of clothes catching fire? Shouldn't you doubt whether Barry Allen really has super ability? That is what a normal person should do. Suspect things, instead of directly thinking about the possible problems of ability. It's been months since Caitlin had gained superb power, but Harrison didn't know this, mainly because Caitlin didn't like to show the limelight. So far, only Yi-Bai, the initiator of her ability, knew about her ability. Soon, Barry Allen was ready, and the test began. Barry ran, squatted into the distance, and at such a fast speed, Cisco Ramon was dumbfounded. Harrison Wells was paying attention to Caitlin's expression and found that the other party's face was not shocked by seeing the speeder, but rather what it was. Did she already know that Barry Allen would have this kind of ability? He turned his eyes to Caitlin's boyfriend Yiku. Yi-Bai was very good at acting and showed a shocked expression when he saw super ability. Yi-Bai's reaction seemed more normal to Dr. Wells. He felt it necessary to pay more attention to Caitlin to avoid accidents in his plans to go home. When Barry was running, lightning suddenly appeared around his body, and he was distracted when he noticed this. He thought of the late night at the age of 11 when 2 rapid lightning flashes suddenly appeared at home, one red and one yellow. Will the person who killed his mother had a similar ability like himself? Just like this, he didn't notice the obstacle in front of him and hit it directly, causing fractures of the hand bones and foot bones. Everyone took him back to the interstellar lab for treatment. Barry's injury healed very quickly. They all said that he was injured for 100 days. After Caitlin was boned, Barry was completely healed in just 1 hour. Your cells are very active. Not only do you run fast, but your body's recovery speed is obviously at that level. Caitlin pointed to the X-ray of Barry's hand bone to introduce him. Barry, you seem to be distracted before. What's the matter? Harrison asked him. Barry told everyone what happened to him when he was 11 years old. After talking about it, he asked, "Do you think those 2 lightning bolts are the same person as me?" Caitlin is very experienced in this area, and before Harrison Wells speaks, at the extreme speed, people can travel through time. Maybe one of the 2 lightnings is you who are back in the past, and the other one may be your murderer. When Caitlin said so, the audience was stunned. Cisco murmured, "Caitlin, don't remember that you were a science and engineering. How did you come up with such a cutting-edge theory?" Barry Allen 365 degrees spiral groove. You mean I might go back in time? Harrison Wells looked gloomy. Caitlin really knew something. Yi Bai patted Barry on the shoulder and said, "As long as the speed is fast enough, time can't catch up with you, let alone go back to the past and run into the future, even if it is possible to travel through parallel worlds, so try to make yourself run faster." Juvenile. No, I mean one of the 2 lightnings I encountered when I was 11 years old. Could it really be me? Barry still thinks this kind of thing is ridiculous, and at the same time hopes it is true. It's very simple to verify this. Generally speaking, fights will cause injuries, and injuries will bleed. Maybe your former home will leave the blood of the 2 lightning men. If you can find it, you can get a conclusion by a laboratory test. Yi Bai began to spoiler again. Hearing that the guy Cisco could verify this way, he immediately said, "What are you waiting for, Barry? Where is your home?" "After my father went to jail, he rented out there." Next, a group of people teamed up and went to Barry Allen's childhood home. Dr. Harrison Wells was thinking along the way, was he injured at the time? Doesn't seem to be. He felt relieved that now is not the time to expose the identity of inverse lightning. The former home of Barry Allen, the current occupant here is a charming middle-aged woman. Seeing that it was the former homeowner who came here looking for something, she invited Roar in. This middle-aged woman is a widow who has not been moisturized for a long time, and some are like wolves. She stared at the handsome middle-aged man in a wheelchair, Dr. Harrison Wells, and kept suggesting what could happen. This left Harrison Wells with black lines. Yi Bai, Barry, Cisco, and Caitlin began to look for traces here. Finally, behind a piece of wallpaper, bloodstains were found. Yi, you guessed it, there are really bloodstains left. Cisco was very excited and was about to verify whether the ultimate speed could really cross time and space. As a scientific madman, he was really excited. In contrast, Yi Bai, Caitlin, Harrison, who have known for a long time, are more calm. Barry Allen was both nervous and excited. If it is verified that this blood is really the future, it means that he can really travel through time and space, and it also means that he can go back to the past and save his mother. Even if this blood is not his own, it may be the murderer's. At least it can pinpoint who the murderer is and wash away his father's grievances. After collecting samples, everyone rushed back to the interstellar laboratory. Caitlin began to test the blood. After half an hour of laboratory testing, Caitlin looked at the nervous crowd and announced the result. It is indeed Barry's blood, and it is adult, not young, Barry, one of the 2 lightnings you saw when you were 11 years old. Maybe it really is the future you. Caitlin pointed to the test result and said to everyone, "It's so cool, buddy. Wait for me and Yi to make you a speeder special treadmill to test your speed, so that you can see your progress more clearly." According to Hawking's theory of reversing time pointers, you think to go back in time, you have to be fast enough. Cisco patted Barry on the shoulder. "Good," Barry exclaimed. Yi Bai and Cisco, 2 mechanical engineering experts, started the research and development of the speedy treadmill. Barry left here excitedly, circling the city to announce his excitement. In view of the abnormal performance of Caitlin and Yi Bai, Harrison Wells was very disturbed. He went to his secret room in the laboratory and used artificial intelligence Gideon to check whether the future changed. Caitlin stood beside Yubai. Hesitation said, "You told me that changing the past will not have good results. Why not stop Barry?" Yubai said, "He won't listen." "I said what you two are talking about. How come I don't understand?" Cisco, his head was full of question marks. Caitlin ignored him and said, "I am worried that he will change history. From a macro perspective, from the moment Barry Allen was born, at some point in the future, this thing is destined to change the past." Yibai has his own views on this matter. Barry Allen, he is a key figure on the DC timeline. Without him, the future will not restart into the New 52 period. The New 52 period has many interesting stories and interesting people. Yibai doesn't want to kill this possibility. I said, "Are you two hiding something from me?" Through the exchanges between the two, Cisco gradually realized that the two of them might have secrets they didn't know. Listening to the content of their chat, can he assume that, in fact, these two people also have super ability, and they have already traveled through time and space? Otherwise, how could it be possible to talk about this topic in such a certain tone? Yibai looked at Cisco, sighed, shook his head, and continued to focus on the things in his hands. He is like this. Like seeing a terminally ill patient and not knowing how to tell him that he is terminally ill. Well, yes, he is just spoofing. Cisco was so frizzled by Yibai's expression, he looked at Caitlin asking for help. I don't know if Caitlin wanted to make a joke. She followed Yibai, looked at Cisco regretfully, shook her head and left. Cisco. Who am I? Where am I? Am I dying? Can anyone tell me? One thing happened today. Clark Kent, who was working in the Antarctic Scientific Expedition team not long ago, accidentally discovered a spacecraft called Lonely Fortress. Using the data chip on his body, he discovered his identity. His father hoped that he would become the superhero of the Earth and be recognized by the people on the Earth. Yesterday, Clark Kent met Wonder Woman, and the other party told him what he had done as a superhero, which inspired Brother Superman. So today, Clark Kent put on a blue tights and a red cloak, officially debuted as a Superman and became a superhero. In view of peace today, when he was a superhero, he only prevented some ordinary criminals from committing crimes and, by the way, rescued people from car accidents and fires. This guy with super ability who can fly into the sky and escape from the sky was on the news page of the Planet Daily on the same day, and other news media more or less reported the superhero who can fly into the sky and escape. 0. Yibai, who was assembling the Superman treadmill with Siskerman, saw Superman-related news reported by the LCD TV hanging on the wall and knew that Diana had come into contact with Dachau. Seeing this news, Cisco sighed. In the past, super ability was just a legend. Now not only has one around us, but even the metropolis has one. You will only see more in the future. Yibai shrugged. Do you know something? It was before, so mysterious as Caitlin. That's the secret of the two of us. Yibai dangled his appetite, just didn't tell him. This made Cisco a little crazy. He felt isolated. He looked at Yibai with an expression of resentment, and looked at Yi Xiang with goosebumps all over his body. I warn you, I don't want to get involved. Cisco. After spending a whole day, Shensili Treadmill version 1.0 was born at 4 o'clock in the afternoon of the same day. Cisco called Barry Allen. Knowing that the treadmill was built, Barry ran to the Interstellar Lab to test his speed. He got on the speedy treadmill and started running. Dr. Caitlin Snow and Dr. Harrison Wells also came to watch. Small. After testing, Barry Allen's current fastest speed can exceed the speed of sound. It can be said that even Caitlin, who obtained the super fast power through the speed formula, can't match. Although the speed is very slow, Yibai believes that Barry Allen's potential is absolutely super high. Stepping off the treadmill, Barry said disappointedly, I have to run at the speed of light to go back in time. It's too far away. Yibai has a different opinion. I have studied your speed before. When you enter the super speed state, the lightning on your body is like a space-time effect formed by different time differences. In other words, you are originally at a different time when you are running. Time is in the flow. After my calculations, you do not need to run the speed of light to achieve the purpose of traveling through time and space. How fast do I need to? Barry asked quickly. 390. According to the calculation results, when you are in that state, you can walk at twice the speed of sound at the speed of an ordinary person. Then once you run up, the time and space squeezed forward will form a quantum fragmentation effect, forming a similar insect. The thing about the whole, there may be a four-dimensional space, or it may be somewhere else. Let's just call it the Speed Force space, where you should be able to see the past, present, and future and go through it. Yi Bai said to himself. Quickly understand, say dishes in this way. Let me say, buddy, how did you calculate it? Cisco Ramon looked dumbfounded. Yi Bai pulled up a blackboard and wrote the formula on it. It was not a fast formula, but it was a reference. He explained while writing, and quickly put the calculation results into reality, and finally reached the conclusion that he said before. It was justified and well-founded, and it seemed very reliable. They were all scientific madmen. Even Barry Allen is also a scientist in the forensics department, so he can naturally understand Yi Bai's explanation. This excites Barry, twice the speed of sound, which does not seem to be difficult to achieve. On the side, Harrison Wells's expression is inexplicable. He has recovered some superb powers and plans to test Yi Bai and Caitlin tonight. These two guys are too evil in his opinion to understand their details. He can't sleep at night. After get off work in the afternoon, Yi Bai left with Caitlin and drove towards home. When Jessica is not on the earth, Yi Bai usually lives with Caitlin. On the way back, a red lightning flashed from behind, smashing Caitlin's tires in an instant. Because it was in the suburbs, the car was traveling very fast. Once the tire broke, the car lost its balance and overturned at high speed. Yi Bai reacted for the first time and instantly released the position, wrapped himself and Caitlin, dragged his body with the position, broke the window and flew out of the car and landed firmly on the ground. He looked at someone who was not far away, who was wearing a yellow uniform, had scarlet gazes, and his body vibrated at high frequencies. Caitlin also saw each other. She thought of Yi Bai once showing him a series of results of trying to change the past. There was a possibility that she prevented the particle accelerator from starting, and as a result, a large group of guys exactly like this person jumped out. "You are Reverse Lightning," Caitlin subconsciously said. "You really know my existence." Inverse Lightning's tone was gloomy. In that case, in order not to change his plan, he decided to kill the two of them here. It turned into a red lightning and rushed towards Yi Bai and Caitlin. Seeing this, the two called out the rapid formula at the same time, 3x2, 9yz, 4a. They are connected with superpower. In this state, the speed of reverse lightning is like a snail. That's right, the superb speed of the reverse lightning comes from the Flash, and the Flash can run as fast as he can. Today's the Flash is only a rookie, the fastest speed is only Mach, but Yi Bai and Caitlin are much faster than him. Seeing the reverse lightning that ran as slowly as a snail, the two still had time to chat. "Yi, what is the true identity of Ni Lightning?" Caitlin asked. "He is Barry's murderer. I originally planned to wait for Barry to become stronger and let him discover the truth for himself, but I didn't expect Reverse Lightning to attack us." Yi Bai said. The whole person turned into a faster lightning, instantly bullying his side against the lightning, hitting his neck with a heavy hand knife, knocking him stunned, and taking off his yellow hood. When Caitlin saw the face under the hood of the opponent, she was stunned. Dr. Wells. Actually, he is Dr. Wells. How can it be? He is not Dr. Wells. The real Wells is dead. He died on the same day as his wife. After the death of the doctor's wife, the doctor's personality changed greatly, but he used his wife's. He died to pretend that his temperament changed. In fact, Wells was no longer Wells at that time. Yi Bai said what he knew. Why did he do this? Why would he kill Barry's mother? Because he is a man of the future. In the future, he will gain superb power from studying the Flash's ability. He and the Flash are enemies. One day, he discovered the true identity of the Flash, so he wanted to go back to the past and kill Barry when he was a child. The Flash disappeared. He went back to the past between the chase of the Flash in the future. The history has been changed, and the Flash will not be born. Without the Flash, he would not be able to study the speed power, which means that while the past changed, he also lost the speed power. Trapped in this era, he can only restore history and let the Flash be born in order to return. The particle accelerator explosion is not an accident. It is a carefully arranged conspiracy. Yi-Bai broke the news. Caitlin covered her mouth in disbelief. It turned out to be like this. So, the other party was also the culprit in the death of her former fiancé. This made Caitlin's mentality a bit collapsed. As for how to deal with reverse lightning, I leave it to you in 3.8. Yi-Bai said. Caitlin stared at the culprit who was in a coma on the ground with an angry and tangled look, but she was as kind as she couldn't really kill her even if she faced her enemies, and it was almost the same as her personality as a frost killer. She shook her head and said, "Call Barry over. His father needs this murderer to clear his grievances." Yi-Bai nodded, took out his cell phone and called Barry. A few minutes later, a bolt of lightning came from afar and Barry Allen came. "What do you want me to do?" "This is Professor Wells on the ground." He wondered. "He is your murderer, Elbow Swan." Yi-Bai began to tell him the situation, telling Barry Allen the cause and effect of the matter. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the Interstellar Laboratory. Reverse lightning was tied up by Yi-Bai with a mantra lasso. Barry Allen, Cisco Ramon, Caitlin Snow, and Yi-Bai were all here, watching the reverse lightning that had just awakened. Looking at the situation in front of me, I started to vibrate with high frequency and tried to pass through the rope that bound me, but failed. This rope is not an ordinary rope, but a mantra lasso. Well, a copy of the mantra lasso, but it is not weaker than the original. You don't have to work in vain. This rope is a mantra lasso in Greek mythology. It can't escape from being tied by it, and you can't lie. Yi-Bai opened his mouth with a sentence that shocked everyone. He said to Barry, You can ask him anything you want." Barry stared at the lightning angrily and began to interrogate. Reverse Lightning, who was bound by the mantra lasso, wanted to deny it, but he couldn't lie. He could only tell the truth, telling the truth about everything and his motivation for doing that. 28. As the conscience of the Justice League, even in the face of the murderer, Barry just punched the opponent in the face. Then I called Joe West. The other party was a policeman who was like his adoptive father, and he was also the father of his childhood sweetheart Iris. It would be more appropriate for him to handle this matter. Cisco Ramon looked at this Harrison Wells in disbelief. The other party has always been someone he respects and taught him a lot like his father, but the other party is not the real Harrison, but a murderer. This makes it difficult for him to accept. Not long after, Joe West came, and Barry Allen asked Reverse Lightning to explain what had happened before. In order to convince Joe, Barry also showed him his superb power. When Joe heard that, his face staring at NI Lightning became gloomy. Barry's father Henry Allen is a doctor and Joe West's good friend. He has never believed that his friend Henry will kill his wife in a frantic manner. Now that the truth comes to light, he is relieved. But then, Joe began to commit troubles, time travelers, and such a tortuous and bizarre motive for committing crimes. Will the judge and jury believe this kind of thing? Even if you really believe it, it will expose Barry's ability, which will put Barry and his father in a more dangerous situation. Several people can see how difficult it is to reverse the case for Barry's father, and this matter is not easy to solve. Yi-Bai gave them an idea at this time, only to hear him say, "I have a friend. She has spiritual ability and can control a person's memory, consciousness, behavior, and emotions. If you can accept it, I can let me friend controlled Inverse Lightning and asked him to confess his guilt in another way." Joe West subconsciously said, "No, you can't do this. It's trampling on human rights and the law." But soon he fell silent. To reverse the case for Henry Allen, going through formal channels will inevitably cause more troubles. If you don't want that, you can only do so. Okay, just do it. Joe felt a bit of a willingness for his friend Henry and his adopted son Barry, but he obviously considered more. If he really has super ability, ordinary prisons may not. Since we have to do it, we should do it more thoroughly. This matter should not be known to too many people. My friend who has spiritual ability can do this thing more thoroughly. People who control the relevant departments will be imprisoned for us. To fight for the right to reverse lightning, we personally designed a prison for him. Yi Bai gave his own opinions. Zhou hesitated for a long time and finally nodded. I hope this matter will not be known to more people. Zhou looked at Caitlin, Cisco, and Barry. The three nodded. Zhou looked at Yi Bai. Call your friends. Yi Bai took out his mobile phone, walked aside, pretended to call, but in fact he notified Emma Frost in the pocket dimension space and said to her, Emma, come out and do me a favor with your ability. I lend you ability, you can do it yourself. I don't want people to know that I can read minds, so you should come. Okay. 10 minutes later, the blonde in white clothes stepped on white high heels and walked into the interstellar laboratory. Her walking was elegant and calm. Her aura was full. Ordinary people just saw her. I think she is a big shot in a high position. The queen is full of fan. She walked in front of everyone. But everyone is a little unnatural to see her. After all, Yi Bai said that this person can read the mind, and other people's thoughts and memories are undefended to her, and she can even delete and modify other people's memories at will and manipulate others. The behavior of, no matter how you look at it, this is a super dangerous guy. If such a person is evil, one can imagine how much turmoil it can cause in society. Even if the opponent looks very beautiful, it cannot cover up the fact that the opponent's ability is dangerous. Compared with this kind of person, Barry's super ability, which can only run fast, is almost harmless to humans and animals. Emma looked arrogantly at the group of people in front of him. Her eyes seemed to be looking at her own people. I am Emma Frost. Let me see what troubles you are having. So, is that so? Speed and time? It's unbelievable. For the sake of saving my life, I can do you a favor. The life-saving argument is just that Emma showed herself in front of everyone why she would be willing to help. She will not tear down Yi Bai's stage, let alone show excessive relationships in front of Caitlin. Cisco touched Yi Bai's arm and whispered to him, Hey, your friend won't control us. Yi Bai gave him a glance and spit out, You don't need to speak in a low voice, she knows what you think. Although the people present were very uncomfortable with having a mind-reading person present, they still discussed with Emma how to deal with the matter of reverse lightning confession and relations. It is already night, and the prosecution will be carried out tomorrow. Yi Bai and Cisco, the two of them designed a prison that can be used to hold super ability people overnight. When they were designing the prison, Joe West, Emma, and Caitlin stared at the reverse lightning tied by the mantra lasso. At the moment, the atmosphere on the scene is very strange. Because of Emma's existence, no one in the room feels at ease. Emma felt the atmosphere was depressed and provoked the topic. Everyone has more or less shame secrets in their hearts that they will never tell others, even if I am no exception. This is normal. Caitlin said helplessly, Even if you say that, I feel very awkward. You said you saved your life? How did he keep calm when he faced you? Emma definitely said, He is such a miraculous person. Is it weird to have the ability to prevent heart control? Emotion leaves can defend the mind ability. This is so calm. She asked Emma, What is your relationship with Yi? Emma has a bad taste. Why? I'm afraid I will steal your boyfriend. I really like him very much. If you don't mind sharing with me, maybe we can be good sisters. Caitlin said uncomfortably, Don't even think about it. At dawn the next day, everyone went to the court to sue Albad Swan. Under Emma's mental ability, everything was very efficient. In the afternoon of the same day, the court opened, and Henry Allen also came to the court as a party. Emma used her spiritual ability to control the audience. The flashback's confession and the judge's trial were just a cutscene. In the end, Barry's father Henry Allen was acquitted on the spot. On the contrary, the rebels were charged with 80 years of imprisonment without parole, and the Interstellar Laboratory was responsible for detention. Henry Allen was wrong to snow, and Reverse Lightning was imprisoned in the Superman prison underground of the Interstellar Laboratory. Unless the prison originally had a problem or an outsider released, otherwise Reverse Lightning himself would never run out, and his vibration itself would wear it. Ability of penetrating objects is not easy to use in this prison. Backlight is imprisoned, and his shares in Interstellar Lab are acquired by Yi-Bai and Caitlin. Today, the ownership of Interstellar Lab, Yi-Bai occupies 60%, and Caitlin Snow occupies 40%. It can be said that this place has become the property of the two. In the evening of the same day, Joe West held a celebration banquet at his home in order to celebrate his friend Henry Allen. Yi-Bai, Caitlin, Cisco, and Emma were all invited. On Joe's side, there are Joe himself, Barry, Iris, Wally, and Henry. Among them, Wally is the younger brother of Iris and Joe's son. In the future, he will become the Lightning Boy. The nuclear explosion instantly transferred hundreds of thousands of people in the city to more than 10 kilometers away in less than 0.0000001 seconds, is Wally's glorious deeds in the future. When Barry was in a coma, Joe, Iris, and Wally often came back to the Interstellar Lab to visit him, so Yi-Bai knew them well. In this banquet, perhaps because of the excessive drinking, everyone let it go and was not so jealous of Emma. Even Barry asked her to express the thoughts of the people present. Emma naturally did not refuse to come and accurately stated the thoughts of everyone except Yi-Bai. For example, what she said Caitlin thought was, "You are very wary of me, afraid that I will take your boyfriend, but at the same time you are very envious of my ability." Caitlin drank a lot, and she was a little dizzy at the moment. She might be shy to hide when she was told her thoughts in public, but now she is drunk, and she lacks the restraint of a lady. After a banquet was over, Emma took the initiative to leave. She still had her own business to be busy. At the beginning of a new day, Yi-Bai and Caitlin came to the Interstellar Lab. Cisco came early too. The three people got together and talked about the future development of this laboratory. This is a large laboratory. It covers an area of 100 acres of land, and there is space on the ground and underground. However, there are only 3 of them here. Besides that, there is no security guard. It is simply not too shabby. In view of this problem, the trio launched a discussion on future development strategies here. Yi-Bai and Caitlin were not hiding Cisco at this time, telling him that the mysterious investor who invested here was actually them. Cisco dumbfounded. "So this laboratory is now the property of the 2 of you?" "That's right, but you also know that because the particle accelerator exploded 9 months ago, the reputation here is already stinking. In order to clean up this place, I came up with 3 plans. You can see which one you choose." Yi-Bai started speaking of my 3 plans. The first is to completely transform from a laboratory to a high-tech company. Although our reputation here is not good, we still hold many patents on high-tech and medical chemistry, so we won't lose money even if we are on our laurels. Second, maintain the status quo of the laboratory and launch an epic-making technology to reverse our reputation and re-recruit talents in various disciplines. I have a technology here that can definitely do this. Third, combining the above 2 points, Interstellar Lab is still Interstellar Lab, and we can acquire several companies outside. Yi-Bai said his thoughts. Cisco asked the 2 of them, "Let me ask you first, how much money do we have?" Yi-Bai said, "So far, Caitlin and I have a total of $4.6 billion in private property." Cisco was shocked, and he couldn't help but complain, "You are so rich." "Yi, I remember you said that your ex-girlfriend disliked you too poor, so he abandoned you and your best friend and ran away? I am now very curious about your so-called best friend. Is he a billionaire?" He, good, still remembers the lie made up by Yi-Bai. In fact, no one has exposed this lie until now, even Caitlin thought it was true. "No. When I broke up with her, I was really a pauper, but after the breakup, because of emotional ups and downs, accidentally awakening super ability so that I can see the future, my money is actually earned by buying lottery tickets and stocks." Yi-Bai nonsense. W. He said silently, "Well, your ability is destined to not be short of money. Let's choose the 3rd method." So, a few days later, Interstellar Lab held a press conference. At the press conference, Cisco Ramon, as the spokesperson of Interstellar Lab, announced that Interstellar Lab had developed virtual reality technology. The helmet-style thing was made by Yi-Bai in a few days, using neural connection technology. So a few days later, Interstellar Laboratory held a news conference. At the press conference, Francisco Ramon, as Interstellar Laboratory outside spokesman, announced the development of virtual reality technology. It was a helmet-style stuff. This thing can make sense of the data programmed into the wearer's 3D world, immersive experience, the virtual world. In order to demonstrate the technology more intuitive, Cisco these days also programmed a small virtual world software. At the press conference, he took 10 virtual helmet so that the presence reporter friends one by one to try and make things happen in the virtual world displayed on a large screen, so that the presence of reporters involved in briefing reporters to see concrete results at the same time. This technology is absolutely landmark. The presence of reporters personally experience the magic of this technology. The next day, major news media headlines are reporting this matter, said the arrival of the era of virtual reality. Star Laboratory, that bad reputation, after publishing this epic-making technology, completely reversed. Caitlin Snow began to recruit all kinds of foreign talent. Francisco Ramon received the money to buy a software company 390 with a game company, to virtual reality helmet product development software and games. Yibai are pitching in. He bought out several factories, where the transformation of the production line for mass production of virtual reality helmet. Even Barry Allen trio excellent relationship with the guy, but also along for the ride to help his spare time too. Caitlin simply to recruit new laboratory will work all over to bring their own dry food to help Barry. Today, the lab's reputation improved. There are many highly educated molecules come here to seek jobs. Barry Allen is responsible for interviewing them. What needs to laboratory personnel already decided on. Barry simply screen out people who do not need the laboratory, after Caitlin will personally interview those who need it. Time we knew in the past month, the first virtual reality helmet plus virtual reality game while models come out. You buy Wonder Woman walking in a network of eye in the sky will easily get a whole sales channels, the spread of virtual reality, CD. Helmet goods to the United States. There are more foreign sales. Industry leader wants to cooperate with the Interstellar Laboratory, but due to the current production problems, it only sold in North America. The new production line has been set up, or how long, there will be enough supply of goods around the world. Do not say the software side, its affiliated company's Interstellar Laboratory, just sell virtual reality helmet. He went to collect the after-tax net profit exaggerated. After all, this is a landmark technology. Virtual reality helmet, and each price is not expensive, only about $600 the way. Make sure that everyone buy from. The purpose is to quickly capture the market. The real money aspect is still software. This is the big head. This is like Microsoft has done the Windows system, the major software manufacturer's software. Microsoft's monopoly of the market system, all software companies can only do downstream. Star Labs' strategy adopted and that it is almost, they not only do hardware virtual reality device, the device is equipped to do the system, as the development of software, then outsourced to various software companies. Virtual reality helmet, as long as people around the world are using the Star Lab, will form a new industry chain. The company based on any profit from this chain will be the natural allies of Interstellar Laboratory. To say cooperation with banks, open e-commerce, the sale of various businesses can be items in the virtual world. This has the advantage, more intuitive to show the variety of goods in the virtual world of function. Took clothes. It can be virtual world try, I feel right on the orders networks, e-commerce channels take delivery. Among these, banks, traders, logistics tripartite will profit. It can be said, firmly in control of this technology, the occupation of the entire market, interplanetary laboratory congenital invincible. In view of this epic-making technology enough, other people want to crack the case, even if Lex Luthor and Bruce Wayne's presence did not even think about a year or so of success. Most of the shares owned laboratory Yibai and Caitlin become a millionaire just a matter of time. Francisco Ramon, this guy is Yibai, sent 3% of the shares. Taking into account the huge market, which is 3%, the future can bring a lot of revenue every year for Cisco. At the same time as the Flash, Yibai also a small Flash can be used as grounds outside the company's spokesperson. gave a Barry Allen % stake in the Flash, as long as the Flash in the future become a superhero. And this is his endorsement for the company endorsement fees. Barry was embarrassed. He is now famous, not feel hot to get this 1% stake. To tell the truth, for now the situation, Yi Bai is somewhat dumbfounding. He had come to the center of the city only a super ability. After again, only in order to advance and the Flash team, mixed with a familiar, Easy the Flash after the birth of reason to participate in the Flash script. However, since the inverse Flash Yi Bai find trouble with Caitlin, Yi Bai's brain began to wanton proliferation hole, forming now about to become the world's richest man this situation. Virtual reality helmet listed third month. Cisco shares with Barry should become a millionaire. Yi Bai and Caitlin is a personal account with tens of billions of USD. Caitlin's mother, that the head of Caitlin Pharmaceutical Companies, she discovers that her daughter becomes a short period of time as well as money than her own daughter to stay in the lab, no longer interstellar opinion. And now the interplanetary experiment room. Not everyone has talent for fear of grave shunned, but very popular, everyone wants to go in, working conditions and super nice place. That night Yi Bai, Caitlin, Cisco, and Barry were spending time in the bar. Amusing the Cisco with emotion. To be honest, I, whose personal assets are expected to exceed 100 million yuan next month, have been dreaming during this period. Who of you slaps me? Caitlin slapped him. Cisco rubbed his face and exclaimed, sure enough, I didn't dream. Barry complained, you just want to slap you. Cisco asked back, Barry, don't you think this is a dream? You must know that you are also a multimillionaire. Hearing what he said, Barry nodded in approval. It's really a bit dreamy. Caitlin didn't wait for him to finish, and she slapped Barry. Just listen to Caitlin helplessly complain about these two unreliable guys. This kind of problem has been discussed. Can you not sigh about this every day? Whoever wants to say it, I will continue to smoke him. Deterred by Caitlin's lewdness, Barry and Cisco immediately changed the subject. The latter said, there are more and more super ability criminals in Midtown. Barry, can you do it? Would you like to find an ability teammate for you? Barry shook his head. We have a lot of secrets. It's not good to let outsiders know. The so-called our secrets in Barry's mouth are not only his own secrets, but also the secrets of Caitlin and Yi Bai. After Reverse Lightning was locked up, Caitlin didn't conceal from the two of the things that she would also be super fast, but Caitlin concealed the Speedmaster formula. And Yi Bai, he also showed his superpower and also said that he was related to certain people in Greek mythology. He said that the mantra lasso was borrowed at the beginning. As for who certain people refer to, he didn't say anything on the grounds that he promised to keep the party secret. Such a secret is currently limited to a small group of 4 of them, because the relationship between the 4 of the common secret is excellent. Yi and Caitlin don't have the idea of being heroes, but everyone in Midtown has dark matter in their bodies more or less, and there is the possibility of becoming ability. There will always be people who are just as righteous as Barry. Cisco is I firmly believe this. Barry shook his head and said, don't talk about this, my speed is enough, I want to try to travel through time and space, you will help me, right? Yi Bai, Caitlin, and Cisco looked at each other. Cisco thought of the content of Yi Bai's exchange with Caitlin. It seemed that changing the past would inevitably lead to more tragic tragedies. He tried to persuade, Barry, are you really going to do that? I always think there will be no good things. Barry said, that's my mother, I won't give up saving her now when I have a chance. Okay, I support you in principle, but to be on the safe side, let Yi and Caitlin go with you. They are much faster than you. Barry nodded. Yi Bai said, as for the matter about your going to the past, you can put it aside for a while. I'm going to the metropolis tomorrow. The time will not exceed 3 days. Let's leave after 3 days. Barry nodded. Although he couldn't wait, he was still willing to wait 3 more days. He curiously asked, what are you going to do in Metropolis? Yi Bai said, I have a friend who has super ability like you. He may be in trouble recently. Hearing what he said, Barry, Cisco, and Caitlin were interested. Cisco asked, the superhero of the Metropolis is Superman. Shouldn't your friends point to him? Yi Bai shook his head. The friend I'm talking about is another. In short, you can watch the news these 2 days, and there will be reports in it. On the second day, Yi Bai connected to the speed of power and ran in the direction of the metropolis. Speaking of it, many famous cities in DC are coastal cities, such as the seaside city of Green Lantern in California, the city of Nicino for the Supergirl, and the star city of Green Arrow. For another example, the 2 neighboring cities of Metropolis and Gotham are also coastal cities. Not to mention Aquaman Arthur's Amnesty Bay, City Harbor, and it seems that the same is true of Dick Grayson's Bridhaven, the youngest of the Bat family. Further on, Blue Valley, Calvin, Keystone City, Caldersville, Imperial City, Evergreen City, Eve Field, Forset City, and Chongchong, all of which have coastlines. I have to say that this is a very miraculous phenomenon. Seeking flowers. The reason why Yi Bai came to the metropolis was because the story of the dawn of justice was about to happen from the timeline. Diana's double puppet is also in the metropolis now. She came to investigate Luthor because she found that Luthor has photos of herself taken during World War I in the past. Yi Bai is racing all the way, and now he is faster, surrounded by yellow lightning, at a speed of 200 Mach, ran from Missouri Central City to New Jersey Metropolis, and only took a few tens of seconds to finish this period. Distance. No wonder the speeders like to run around, because it feels really cool. At the moment, in a restaurant, Diana's double doll is eating breakfast here. 0. Yi Bai pushed away from the entry-level restaurant and naturally sat across from her. Diana looked up and found that it was Yi Bai, and said, "I thought you were in Central City. A few dozen seconds ago, I had a hunch about what would happen here, so I came." Yi Bai said, "Looking at the future again? Hey, let's go to the Luthor group for a banquet in the evening." Good. After breakfast, Yi Bai and Diana wandered around the metropolis together, chatting about what happened during the recent period. Compared to the center city where Yi Bai is located, an ability person pops up from time to time to make trouble. On Diana's side, on the Paradise Island some time ago, a girl who looks like Diana came. Her name is Donna Troy. After landing on the island, he began to challenge the authority of the Amazon Queen Hippolyte, and there was a stance of pulling the queen off the horse. Diana knew about this and returned to the island decisively, teaching Donna Troy to be a man. After defeating her, through interrogation, it turned out that Donna Troy was just born shortly after she was pinched out by the second-generation god Titans with the purpose of seizing the power of Paradise Island and disgusting the goddesses on the mountain. Seeing innocence, Diana and Donna simply adopted and trained this girl as an adopted daughter. After 2 months of training, Donna's 3 views were corrected and became a member of Amazon. Now Donna is accepting her grandmother Hippolyte on Paradise Island.s training. Small. Speaking of, there are many origin stories of Donna Troy. Every time a big restart, a small restart, a soft restart, and a hard restart of DC Comics, Donna's origin story will be changed once. At first, Donna was regarded by readers as the trumpet of Wonder Woman when she was a girl. At that time, she didn't have a name. After the Young Titan story appeared, Donna and Wonder Woman were separated into 2 people and set up a sister relationship. After the Infinite Earth crisis, she became the survivor of the Titans. It was later changed to the Diana twins created by magic. In the New 52 period, Donna became a squeeze out of mud and finally became a goddess. At the moment, Yi Bai and Diana came to the clothing store. Because they were going to the Luthor group to attend a banquet in the evening, Diana personally helped Yi Bai choose a handsome suit. Standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling mirror of the clothing store, Yi Bai found that he had become handsome again. Diana is also very satisfied with the new image of Yi Bai. She said, 407, usually you rarely see you in formal clothes, but now you look pretty handsome. Then the two went to the women's clothing store, where Diana tried on several dresses and asked Yi Bai which one looks good. You look good in everything you wear. Loquacious. In fact, what I want to say is, do we really need to come to the clothing store? Why don't we buy some fashion magazines and see which outfits on the graphic models look better? Just use the ring of the sage to change it. Yi Bai said helplessly. You men don't understand the fun of women shopping. Leaving the clothing store, Diana took Yi-bai to the shoe store to buy shoes, went to the jewelry store to buy jewelry, and went to. Yi-bai felt that he couldn't adapt to this rhythm, but he was forced to stay one family at a time. It was simply. In the evening, the two of them rode in an extended Lincoln, driven by an alchemy doll as the driver, and drove them to the Luther Group. This is an L-shaped skyscraper. It is an absolute landmark in the metropolis. It is also the base camp of the Luther Group, a Fortune 50 company in the world. As the deputy curator of the Greco-Roman Pavilion at the Louvre, Diana has a banquet invitation letter. Presenting the invitation letter, the two walked into the banquet scene. There are many celebrities, such as high-ranking officials, parliamentarians, business tycoons, and famous journalists. For example, Bruce Wayne, the playboy of the Gotham Wayne Enterprise next door, Clark Kent of the Metropolis Global Journal, Senator Finch, and the party organizer Lex Luthor and his beauty secret technique Mercy Graves. Mercy Graves. Mercy Graves is a good name. Mercy literally translates to mercy, and Graves literally translates to grave. The combination is a mercy grave. She is obviously a tall Asian beauty, but she is called such a name. It can only be said to be very good and powerful. Her appearance is the same as Mariko in the story of Wolverine 2 in the X-Men movie universe next door, which is played by the actor Okamoto Tao. Being able to leave the country on both Marvel and DC, this girl might not be lucky enough. But soon, Yi-bai noticed a strange woman again. The other person felt very against him, as if she was not a human being. Diana owned thing to be busy, to investigate the picture, separated from Yi-bai. Yi-bai's spirit of curiosity came to the strange woman around. She has a beautiful blonde, dressed in a black dress, skin color of wheat. The corner looks very exotic, but it alone stay in the banquet, looked around. Lady, I'm Leaves. How do you alone? Do not look for people to talk about it? Yi-bai to her hand. I'm Cindy Simpson. She did not seem to understand the human handshake. See Yi-bai to her hand. She grabbed it and shook hands directly on. Her bright eyes staring at Yi-bai seemed to know him, and sure enough the next sentence she let Yi-bai shocked. I know you, you're Jessica's boyfriend. She said. You are. Hee, the name Cindy Simpson after I give themselves to the earth, and I really is Green Lantern 2815 sector. Jessica has been a guest invited me to the earth. I come she was to perform the task. Really, she did not mean to conceal the identity of Yi-bai, but shook the green light ring on the finger. Yi-bai's strange facial expressions looked her up and down, feeling this is a 4-star elves from the map. I remember her age by Earth years to count. There are at least 250 plus, but according to the map in terms of age, the human side of the 4-star age, roughly the human equivalent of only 14-year-old girl. Arusha at least 5 generations of the family are Green Lantern. Predecessor died the next Ranjichung. Given the long life of their race to that for thousands of years, Arusha while this green light ring on her family heritage is probably at least several thousand or even 1,000,000 years of it, it seems very strange at Yi-bai. You're not the original look like it? I use the earrings and body modification of friends. I understand, I've got 2 kids. She also has a heart like to grow up quickly. Yi-bai said female Agnes. Well, I've grown up, calculated in accordance with your human age. I have a 250-year-old. Is likened to children, Arusha some dissatisfaction. Her eyeball were rolling, then she smiles hanging Yi-bai's arm. I see here many women have male partner. When you come to my male partner, my own good awkward standing here. My honor. Next, the two go hand in hand banquet stroll around, walk and talk, through exchanges with her, let Yi-bai know some of the things happening on OUE Star. Sinestro received a yellow ring, because things decisive Henla, all kinds of ideas and the Green Lantern Corps, and not in violation of the provisions of the Green Lantern Corps, was exiled as guardian little blue people. And now is in his hometown Kailu Jiaxing start all over again, the formation of the plug NIC2A Corps, yellow. One more thing, the universe's guardian Gunther, he is also one of the few people in a small blue feelings of the people. Once people have feelings, it is easily confused. Gunther now entered a period of confusion. The Green Lantern Corps has been suspected of whether it makes sense to think of the book piece Oue ancient language onto the Black of Night. He left confused Oue stars, the universe, in order to bring hope to the Black Knight to deal with do not know when the event will happen, estimated, or how long he will be with the lover Oceanside, a form with the desired emotion of hope Blue Light's Legion. There are some small blue female Universe's guardian people. By the impact of the debate before Gunther left, the small blue and other people had some other ideas and began to find out what bunch of women is guardian. Estimated will not be long before the star arrived in Dajama 3.8, found sealed in that purple gem, unmatched experience across time and space from the emotion of love, and then set up the Blue Star Stone Legion. Love purple lights. Abin-Su death count in the establishment of the lamp in the tribe, compassion, with the red light and the Asgardian implacable anger from extinction clean 666 species longevity of the sector, Cobalt Laffer leads greed. Inspection lamp 7 lights core soon cobble together, the universe is about to liven up. In fact, by the gang all day wondering how the little blue man guarding the universe is the root cause of unrest. The sector had 666 Mechanical Legion massacre. The tragedy is that these guys play off accidentally caused 7 emotional power consumed by the lamp core, also accelerating the demise of the universe. The origin of the pool wall light once the emotion and the depletion of the universe will perish into the countdown. When all the colors of the lights will ring lights, that is the famous big event. That ring on your finger, Jessica also has one. She told me that it is a portable system. I want to borrow it from her. She stingy refused to lend me. You borrow yours, give me some fun? Arasasa said expectantly. The ring has a special meaning on our planet. Generally speaking, when a man gives a woman a ring, it means to propose. Yi-Bai gave her popular science. Who would a woman give a woman a ring? Aretha asked curiously. Means also. I don't care, lend me a ring to play with. Aretha started acting like a baby and said that she is not a child. She is obviously a child in this behavior. Yi-Bai showed an expression that was really afraid of you, took off his sage ring and handed it to her. The latter took it happily. Not far away, Clark Kent watched 6 directions and listened to all directions. He could clearly hear the sound of a needle falling on the banquet scene. He not only heard Batman's strange communication with the butler Alfred in the Batcave using headphones, but also heard the communication between Yi-Bai and Aretha, and let him know that Bruce Wayne is Batman and Aretha is an outsider. This thing about star people. Compared to Batman, who is a native of the Earth, Clark Kent is even more curious about Aretha, who is also an alien, so 28 walked over. Sorry to bother you, I'm Clark Kent, a reporter for Planet Daily. Can I interview the two of you? Clark walked to the two of them and said. The two looked at him, and Aretha habitually swept with the lamp ring, and the feedback she got surprised her. Agitated star people? Aren't you extinct? Being called to break his identity, Clark was shocked. How do you know that I am a gas star? I'm Green Lantern, and my friend Thomas Lay is in charge of security in the area where the gas star is located. After the gas star exploded, he went to investigate the cause and mentioned it to me. Sister Aretha was very sincere. Could this be the lack of heart and eye characteristics of the 4-star race? Can you tell me the reason why the gas star will disappear? Clark is very concerned about the cause of the destruction of his hometown. Although that incident has already happened and cannot be stopped, he still wants to understand the cause and effect. Aretha said, with regard to the destruction of your home planet, there are several possibilities. The entropy of the planet is abnormally increased. The super artificial intelligence Blagnac has traces of activities nearby, and the fixed star system Red Sun is about to end its lifespan. These may be the reasons. Clark fell silent after listening. Yi-Bai patted DeChao on the shoulder and comforted him. That incident is over, you should look forward. By the way, your cousin Kayla Zoel asked me to wait for her to say hello to you. Clark looked at Yi-Bai and curiously asked, do you know my cousin? Well, we are friends. Not long ago, we helped the surviving tribesmen in your hometown find a new home and transform it into a new gas star. Where are they? Clark was excited. It's very far at your speed. Even if you fly faster than the speed of light in the universe, it will probably take 2 months to fly. There is no star map for such a long distance, and it is easy to get lost in the universe. I don't recommend you to find those people, your father. Before you die, integrate the central treasure of the Qixing people's gene bank into your genes and blood. Those people have been looking for you and want to obtain this central treasure from your body. Knowing these things, Clark fell into a trance. Yi Bai smiled slightly and took Aretha to Bruce Wayne's side. Mr. Wayne, I'm Yi Ku, the director of the Interstellar Lab. Next to me is my good friend Aretha. This is my business card. Can I talk about it? Yi Bai showed a business card and walked to Bruce. Wayne here. Bruce definitely knows about the Interstellar Lab. The latest news from this lab is not a lot of news at all. Not long ago, he bought a few virtual reality helmets to try to crack their technology. After research, it was found that this technology was very epic-making, unlike the one that could be born on the Earth at this stage, which made him wonder whether this is not an alien technology. Originally, the central city where the Interstellar Laboratory was located was a bit far from Gotham, and Bruce Wayne was only paying attention to a limited extent. Now the Lord rushed to him on his own initiative, and he was going to try it out. Definitely, I don't know what mystery wants to talk to me? Bruce asked. I heard that there is a Batman in Gotham. I have paid attention to this matter. His equipment is very advanced, unlike what ordinary people can develop. I think Batman's true identity must be a very rich guy. He is 188 centimeters tall. He is strong, rich, and gold, proficient in many genres of kung fu, and met Sheriff Gordon. After such a screening, it seems that it is not difficult to lock Batman's identity. Yi Bai almost said that I knew Batman was you. Bruce Wayne's expression remained the same, regardless of whether the other party guessed that Batman was him or not. He would not admit it anyway. You want to talk to me about Batman? Sorry, I'm not familiar with him. I just said casually. By the way, let me tell you one thing. Lex Luthor, the president of the Luthor Group, is a very arrogant person. Do something, like kidnap Superman's girlfriend or adoptive mother, to force him to fight Batman in Gotham next door. Why did he do this? Bruce loves eyebrows. Probably want to prove that even a god will be played by him. If I were Batman, I would send someone to protect Superman's relatives. Otherwise, a Superman who is out of control, his threat will be extremely terrible. Maybe at that time, we will face a god on Earth. Yi Bai shrugged. Martha? Bruce 407's Wayne suddenly said a name without thinking. Your mother's name is Martha, and Superman's adoptive mother is also called Martha. You should have seen the person who appeared with lightning. He was talking about the Flash. He knew that there would be a new branch in the future in that timeline. Zhang Masha died, Superman Blacken, became the god of the world and broke everywhere. Xiaoshan couldn't withstand the pressure, so she ran back and reminded Batman not long ago to rescue Martha, so Bruce would say it without thinking. The name. Who is that lightning man? Bruce didn't hide his identity anymore. Your future comrade in arms. He came across time and space. I see. Bruce walked away with a sullen face. In the previous conversation between the two, Yi Bai had a soundproof barrier, so Superman not far away did not hear what the two said. Your planet is so dangerous, there will be people crossing time and space. After listening to the conversation between the two, Aretha suddenly felt that the Earth is so dangerous. It is obviously a very backward place, but there are so many dangerous elements. Don't underestimate the Earth. This is definitely the most powerful place in the universe. Yi Bai has always believed in this. Really? Aretha expressed suspicion. Although she also thinks it is dangerous here, it is only a bit dangerous, but it has not risen to the point of Long and Tiger Den. You will know later. Bruce Wayne went to the underground database of the Luthor Group and copied a document. As a result, he bumped into Diana Prince, who was also sneaking and doing nothing good there. Both of them looked vacant and brief. After a few words, they separated. Before long, Bruce left the banquet scene with the data, and Diana returned to the scene. She walked to Yi Bai's side. Is this one next to you? Her name is Aretha. The person from the 4 planets is also the Green Lantern in Sector 2815. Their race is similar to the elves in our legend. Yi Bai introduced her. Diana once heard Yi Bai talk about the Green Lantern Corps, and she nodded after hearing Yi Bai's introduction. She stretched out her hand to Aretha. "Hello, I'm Diana, Prince Ye's friend." Aretha still held the opponent's stretched hand with both hands and shook it. "My name on Earth is Cindy Simpson," Aretha said. Next, the three of them sat on the side of the venue and chatted together. Until the end of the banquet, the three of them left here together. The next day, they played around in the metropolis for another day, and until the evening, Luthor really kidnapped Louise Lois and planned to kidnap Martha Kentucky. Batman does not know the real identity of Superman, and there are too many people named Martha. Burrowing out of the grass, knocked down Luthor's mercenaries and rescued Martha Kentucky. Through Martha Kent, he then determined that Superman's true identity was Clark Kent. Clark Kent just learned that his girlfriend Louise Lois was kidnapped by terrorists, put on a Superman uniform and brought his girlfriend out, and learned that the culprit was Luthor, so he flew to the roof of the Luthor Group. And his fateful opponent, Lex Luthor. Luthor took out a lot of pictures of Martha, threatened Superman to kneel, and told him to fight Batman next door in Gotham City. "You and Batman can only live one. If you can't do it, your mother will die." As a dutiful son, Clark Kent could only fly to Gotham to find Batman. At this time, Batman drove Martha Kent back to Gotham Wayne Manor in the Batman. In the manor, Batman saw three people who he had met last night. It was Yi Bai, Diana, and Arisa. "Why are you here?" Batman said in a low tone. "Luthor created a monster on the Metropolis side. You and Superman are not rivals for that thing. We are here to help." As soon as Yi Bai's voice fell, Brother Superman landed from the sky, not far from a few people, and saw Martha Kent next to Batman for the first time. "Mother, are you okay?" He stepped forward to support Martha, carrying. "I'm fine, your friend saved me," Martha pointed to Batman and said. When Superman heard it, he thanked Batman and said, "Thank you." Batman ignored him. He asked Yi Bai, "What kind of monster is it?" The Luthor Group has many secret laboratories around the world. Once, he caught some meteoroids who came to the Earth to explore, and used the body of the meteoroid to create a monster called Doomsday. Superman's ability has it, and it will, as the battle keeps renewing his own cells and adapting to different environments. The same type of attack can only work for him once. The Airstone is the weakness of all Airstar people, including the Day of Destruction. "Batman, you should have that kind of thing here," Yi Bai said. Batman nodded and asked Roar to enter his Batcave together. There were indeed a few gas stones here, which he had snatched from Luthor not long ago. Superman didn't know that there was something like a gas stone, and he was curiously weak when approaching, so the thing he was hiding from was far away, and he didn't dare to touch it. When Batman saw the scene, his heart was immediately clear. He used the equipment here to quickly process the gas stone, and made some gas stone grenades, gas stone smoke bombs, and spears with gas stone spearheads. While processing, he asked Yi Bai several people, "What ability do you have?" When asked about this question, Diana changed her outfit with one click and turned into Wonder Woman. Yi Bai was surrounded by lightning and turned into an afterimage, and the electric light fluttered around the Batcave a few times. Dressed in a green light uniform, Arisa scanned the Batfighter and the Airstone not far away with the light ring, and realized a Batfighter and a large Airstone out of thin air. Yesterday, Batman copied back information from the Luthor Group database, showing some intelligence of people with abilities, including Wonder Woman. The other party appeared in a photo from the First World War. Among them, there is Steve Trevor, the founder of the Sky Eye Club. Yi Bai's lightning and speed reminded Batman of the man in red who appeared with lightning not long ago to remind him to save Martha. As for Aretha, he doesn't know, but in Luthor's information, there is a person named Jessica Cruz who has a similar ability. Batman's observational power is amazing. Whether it is Jessica or Aretha in front of him, the common feature is the green ring on the finger. He guessed that their ability might be related to this. In the metropolis next door, Luther did not see the scene of Superman versus Batman via satellite, and listened to the report from his men that Martha Kent was rescued by Batman and knew that the plan had failed. In order to prevent the angry Superman from looking for him to settle accounts after the autumn, he hurried to his own laboratory, Zhao of Ma, connected to the whole city, and prepared to ripen the final stage for the doomsday, and let him kill the Superman soldiers. In the Batcave, Yi Bai sat aside and said graciously, "In the future, there will be many big troubles that are difficult for a single person to solve. How about forming a team? Do you know the future? Or are you originally the future?" Batman continued to test. "I am not a future person, but I do know a future person." Yi Bai's words are not a lie in the strict sense. He knows the future person, but it doesn't matter how Batman understands these words. "It doesn't matter to Yi Bai. I will think about it," Batman said. "Then when you think about it, our organization will be formally established. What do you think of the name Justice League?" Yi Bai shamelessly seized the right to name the Justice League. At this time, Superman's supervision saw through the obstacles and saw riots in the metropolis. A tall humanoid monster was wantonly destroying the city. He immediately got up and said, "The monster you said has appeared. I will stop it first." He sighed and flew out of the Batcave. Batman ran up to a computer, operated it all at once, and invaded the Metropolitan Traffic Monitoring Network. The big screen of the Batcave shows the appearance of the Day of Destruction. It has great power between its hands and feet, smashing the building with its fists, smashing the ground with 1 foot, and smashing the glass of the surrounding buildings with its roar. Fleeing in horror, Yi Bai got up, surrounded by yellow lightning. He said to everyone, "I'll save people." After that, he left the place with the same sniff and reached the metropolis from Gotham in less than a second. In the Batcave Metropolis monitoring screen, Yi Bai turned into yellow lightning, and all the people who were still alive were moved instantly as the lightning flashed. Green Lantern Arisa waved a hand to present a small shuttle. She recruited Roar Batman and Wonder Woman to come up. Batman took the airstone equipment that was just obtained and got on the shuttle shown by Arisa. The shuttle took off quickly. "Fly in the direction of the metropolis." Metropolis, Superman has been fighting the Doomsday and quickly pulled 420 to Doomsday's hatred and flew towards the outside of the city. Otherwise, there will be a war in the urban area and the whole city will be in ruins. Doomsday chased Superman along with sparks and lightning, affecting countless buildings, and the buildings fell one after another. Fortunately, there was a yellow lightning that had been running around the Destruction Day, quacking everyone on the way to a safe area a few kilometers away. After Yi Bai arrived, there were no human casualties. Batman, Aretha, and Diana, they fly to the battlefield while monitoring the live situation through the shuttle. Batman silently remembered Yi Bai's ability and Superman's ability in his notebook. In his opinion, whether it is Superman or Yi Bai, ability is too dangerous. If these two people are evil, it would be a nightmare. He started to think about how to counter them. Superman has obvious weaknesses. As long as he collects more air stones, it is not difficult to deal with Superman, but Yi Bai's speed is too fast. If you want to counter him, you have to think about it for a while. I just don't know. If Batman knew that Yi Bai's greatest strength is not super speed, but the apposition that makes the almighty universe and the Big Brothers unsolvable, and the 11-dimensional transmission ability, what will it feel? This spacecraft is not Earth technology? Batman didn't forget to test Aretha, who manifested this spacecraft. The girl Arisa lacked heart and thought, thinking Batman was a good person, and said without any concealment, "Yes, he is a spacecraft developed by our 4-star map." Batman blinked, and it took several seconds to react. "Are you an alien?" "I am Green Lantern in Sector 2815, a member of the Green Lantern Corps, who is responsible for public security in the sector. I am a good friend with your Green Lantern Jessica Cruz in Sector 2814. Aretha said sincerely. Her words are quite informative. Batman memorized it in her small notebook while asking, "Can you tell me about the Green Lantern Corps and the Universe Sector?" "Definitely, the first batch of intelligent beings in the universe. They are immortals. They set up the Asgardian organization of the universe. Taking the Or star at the center of the universe as a point, the entire universe is divided into 3,600 sectors. The name Green Lantern maintains the law and order of the universe. Our weapon is the ring in our hand, controlled by will and emotion, and we can realize what we can imagine in our mind, such as this spaceship. That's it. Batman said he understood, and he looked at Wonder Woman again. How about you? Diana is not as indifferent as Reza. She just said, our clan was created by gods. Although they are also mortals, they live longer than ordinary people. While they were talking, they caught up with the Destruction Day and Superman, but did not rush into it. It is still in the urban area. It is better to let Superman pull the Destruction Day out of the urban area first. Well, this is what Batman said. Below, yellow lightning was still running around. People along the way didn't understand what was happening and suddenly found themselves 7 or 8 kilometers away. The Destruction Day passed, and the earth was shaking. In the shuttle, Aretha said with a solemn expression, Yi Bai told me that the earth is the most dangerous place in the universe. I didn't believe it very much at first, but when I saw this monster, I believed it. Batman's mouth twitched. Is the earth dangerous? If there were no aliens like you, this place would definitely be the most harmless place in the universe. This alien girl might not have been fooled by Yi Bai. By the time Diana was a little convinced of these words, because he knew that Yi Bai could see the future and the different possibilities of the future, different timelines. And even he said that the future Earth will affect the world and the entire universe almost every year. Disasters, and most of these disasters originated on the Earth. If that is true, saying that the Earth is the most dangerous place in the universe is definitely worthy of the name. In the sky not far away, there is a TV station helicopter hung far behind, and a reporter urges the photographer to take pictures. The reporters now are really not afraid of death. There is such a earth-shattering monster. If he doesn't run far away, he still wants to get closer. If it wasn't for Da Chao to pull the hatred of Doomsday very firmly, let Doomsday only chase him, otherwise this helicopter might not be killed by the heat ray. 10 minutes later, the Day of Destruction was finally led out of the city by Da Chao. The shuttle landed on the table and Batman, Wonder Woman, and Green Lantern joined the battlefield. Batman first handed a chlorite smoke bomb, which filled the surrounding air with dust. Superman worried that he would be affected and flew to the sky early. The Day of Destruction, bathed in the radiation dust of the airstone, slowed down. Batman threw an airstone spear forward and shouted, Yi, go on. The yellow lightning seemed to cut through time and space, taking away the airstone spear thrown by Batman, and began to circle around the Day of Destruction. There were a lot of wounds on the body of the Day of Destruction, on the legs, arms, and torso. Doomsday used his hands to protect his head, trying to protect his vitals on the head, but Yi Bai still stabbed him several times on his head. In the end, Yi Bai used all his strength to pierce the head of the Destruction Sun with a spear and flash back to Batman's side. Roar, roar, I'm exhausted. It's penetrated through my head. It shouldn't be possible to self-healing anymore. Yi Bai pretended to be very tired, but in fact he has good physical strength. This is all pretending. But soon he was slapped in the face. When the radiation dust of the airstone dissipated, the destroyed body moved. It pulled out the spear from its head, and the wound on his body was quickly healed with naked eyes. The painful roar of the sky on the Destruction Day. The roar spread tens of kilometers in a radius. Even the dark clouds in the sky were shaken open, and the moonlight fell on the earth. The sound triggered an earthquake on the earth, the ground rumbling and cracking inch by inch. The high-decibel roar made Yi Bai and others who were closer to it feel that their eardrums were about to be ruptured. Seeing this, Aretha realized that an energy shield wrapped Yi Bai, Batman, and Wonder Woman to block out the noise. Batman solemnly said, Aretha, you present an air stone knife to Yi. Since the puncture damage is useless, just take it. There is no doubt that Aretha has him, and she presents a green air stone machete. Yi Bai took it. Batman was holding a grenade gun, and once again fired many gas stone smoke grenades on Doomsday. The smoke bomb hit the body of the Destruction Sun, instantly ejecting a large amount of airstone radiation dust. This time there is more radiation dust, and the Superman in the sky can hide farther. But because of the previous relationship, Doomsday has already had a little resistance to the airstone radiation, and this time his speed has only been reduced by half. Yi-Bai turned into yellow lightning, rushed into the radiant dust again, and began to use the airstone machetes against the enemy, but the action of the Destruction Day was faster in the radiant dust, and he could barely keep up with Yi-Bai's speed, which made Yi-Bai attack efficiency is reduced. Batman saw the problem. He recruited Roar Green Lantern, Aretha, and Wonder Woman Diana. The three of them joined the battle, which greatly eased Yi-Bai's pressure here. In the sky, Superman looked really anxious, but the gas stone was his weakness. At this time, he went up not to help, but to add to the chaos. He had no choice but to use heat ray remote support at high altitude. In the distance, on the helicopter of the TV station, photographers and reporters broadcast live footage of the fighting here to every household. Many people have seen the disaster that happened here in the metropolis. Central City. At the moment, Barry Allen, Cisco Ramon, and Caitlin Snow were watching in front of the TV and saw Yellow Lightning, Batman, Wonder Woman, and an unknown green the scene of a woman in uniform fighting the monster. My God, what is that monster? Cisco Ramon was dumbfounded. Would you like to support them in the past? Barry Allen eagerly tried. It takes an hour for your speed to run over, and within an hour the battle over there should be over. You still don't want to go over and add to the chaos. And I don't think you can help. You see how fast the monster is. Alright, it's supersonic to move casually. Cisco actually wanted to say that after Barry's passing, he would easily be tricked by monsters, but considering that it was too damaging to his own confidence, he said it more euphemistically. In fact, Barry is self-aware, but when he sees disasters, his righteous heart is a little unbearable. In terms of the official government, a large group of generals also met urgently because of this matter. The Super Investigation Bureau boss Hank Henshaw, the leaders of the Sky Eye Club Steve Trevor and Amanda Waller, Louise's father General Lois, and even the president passed. Remote video participation meeting. A group of guys watched the horrible monster in the battlefield that raged all the way from the city center out of the city through the live broadcast of the daring TV station helicopter, plus the monitoring of the sky satellite, and also saw Superman, Batman, and three unknowns. The people besieged him there. The president tremblingly asked, "Who can tell me where the monster came from, and who are those who fought with the monster?" Steve Trevor, director of the Sky Eye Club, looked at the woman in the picture, his eyes full of gratitude. He said, "The woman holding a sword and shield is Wonder Woman. Our Sky Eye will work with her from time to time." I think you all have heard of the Bat costume. Yes, he is Batman of Gotham, and the cosmopolitan Superman is flying in the sky. As for the green uniform and yellow lightning, there is no information yet. Hank Henshaw, head of the Super Investigation Bureau, his true identity is Martian Manhunter. He understood the causes and consequences of things through the spiritual power that can spread all over the world, and said, "We just got the information. That powerful monster is the Luthor Group. Lex Luthor made it out, and it's completely out of control. Can those people really defeat that monster? They guys are too dangerous. I think they should fire a nuclear bomb." A general said his opinion. For these people, whether it is that monster or those who can be super ability, people are all major threats. If you can get rid of it all with a single nuclear bomb, you can have a good dream when you sleep at night. **T. Sky Eye Steve and Hank Henshaw of the Super Investigation Bureau opposed at the same time. Amanda Waller, as the deputy director of the Sky Eyes, said that she was a little transparent and would not speak on this kind of fucking matter. The gang of politicians, presidents, and generals began to vote. In the end, the minority obeyed the majority. The nuclear bomb was launched from a military base near the metropolis. Steve Trevor was a little nervous. He wanted to inform Diana and Batman that they would evacuate as soon as possible, but the other side couldn't communicate at all. The huge monster was emitting electromagnetic pulses similar to EMP, and all electronic devices were not easy to use nearby. 0. On the battlefield, Chow in the high altitude noticed that a missile carrying a nuclear warhead was flying towards this side dozens of kilometers away. He anxiously shouted to everyone below, "A nuclear bomb is coming here." When everyone heard it, they were disgusted. The government is holding back. They don't think that nuclear bombs can kill the Doomsday. Maybe it will make the Doomsday stronger. Batman quickly figured out how to deal with it. He shouted to Superman, "The missile should be aimed at the Destruction Day. It is too close to the city. Superman, you will bring the Destruction Day out of the atmosphere." Okay. Superman didn't hesitation either. Seeing that the air and stone dust below was almost dissipated, and the wound on his body was still recovering from the Day of Destruction, there was not much combat power for the time being. And he immediately rushed down to fight the Day of Destruction and went straight into the sky. Batman looked at Green Lantern Aretha. "Instantly present the spacecraft. Let's go to space to support it." Aretha nodded and realized a small spaceship. Everyone quickly got on it. The spaceship started anti-gravity, the propulsion engine started, and it quickly flew out of the atmosphere. In this scene, the eyes of those who made the military watch the live broadcast were straight. What is the sacred woman in that green uniform? Can a spacecraft with such advanced performance be transformed? This gave the guys an idea and wanted to understand how the green-dressed woman did it. Superman took the lead to fly out of the atmosphere on the Doomsday, and Aretha's manifest spacecraft followed. Behind them, a nuclear bomb is chasing. Seeing this, Superman let go of the Doomsday and stayed away. Aretha controlled the spacecraft and fired an actual gas stone bomb, which severely injured the Doomsday that was about to be restored again. Immediately afterwards, nuclear weapons arrived on the scene and hit the Destruction Day. A small sun was formed under a nuclear fusion reaction that was even more dazzling than the sun. Nuclear weapons are not very powerful in a vacuum because there is no shockwave, only high temperatures. Everyone hid several kilometers away and watched the scene until the light dimmed. Everyone found that there was nothing wrong with destroying the body, but became even more violent. Just kidding, how come it's not dead yet? Green Lantern's sister Aretha began to doubt life. Batman asked Yi-Bai, "Can't solar energy kill him?" Yi-Bai shook his head decisively. "For the gas stars, the yellow sun will only make them stronger, and it is best not to lead it to the sun." Batman started thinking about strategy again, and outside, Superman rushed forward to fight the Doomsday space battle. The ground command, the head of the special department of that group of politicians and generals, was observing the outside scene through satellites. His eyes were straight. The monster received a nuclear bomb and was unharmed, but became stronger. When nuclear weapons, known as the strongest weapon of mankind, couldn't help the enemy, these guys finally panicked and no one proposed to kill superhero and monsters together. They prayed that the superhero would be more powerful. This monster is killed. If the superhero can't solve it, no one on Earth can solve it. Martian Manhunter is now considering whether to expose his identity and support Superman and the others. His combat effectiveness is not weaker than Superman. Batman knew that his group of people could not play a big role in space. He said to Arisa, "Superman, lead the Doomsday to Mars. We go there to solve him." Okay. Arisa's spacecraft shot a green light at Superman, transmitting to him, "Go to Mars." Superman nodded. He once again pulled the hatred of Doomsday to himself, and then flew towards Mars. Doomsday chased after him. Aretha's spacecraft made a leap in space, reached the Mars synchronous orbit in an instant, and quickly landed towards the surface of Mars. Superman and Doom chase and escape, quickly approaching Mars. Batman asked Arisa to set up a lot of airstone traps here, such as airstone mines, airstone nuclear bombs, airstone Big Ivan, and all they could think of were made by Arisa. Generally speaking, Green Lantern cannot use the Green Lantern to get such a weapon of mass destruction, because the intelligence of the Lantern is to lock up these powerful powers, which is to worry about accidentally injuring ordinary people. But in very few special periods, such as the current situation, the ring restriction will be lifted. The little girl Arisa, under Batman's command, made up a lot of things that are very scary for the gas star, and looked at Yi-Bai and Diana on the side with cold sweat. These things shouldn't be blow up Superman too, right? At this moment, Superman just flew into the atmosphere of Mars, and Superhearing could hear the communication of the people below. Knowing that they had set up a trap, he did not hesitation, leading the Doomsday to fly straight there. There is no IQ on Doomsday. He is like a dog who is mad and catches who bites. He doesn't pay attention to whether the enemy has set traps or not. He chased Superman hard. Below, Batman and others are already far away from the trap. At the moment Superman flew by in the sky, Batman ordered Orisa, detonate. At this time, Doomsday just flew above the trap and was less than 5 meters from the ground. A series of stone-based bombs and nuclear bombs exploded, and a green fusion group with lethal gas stone radiation rose up on the spot. What followed was the terrifying heat and shockwaves sweeping everywhere. Superman was also affected because of the distance too close. The terrible radiation from the gas stone made him instantly more vulnerable than humans, and was immediately blown off by the impact. Yibai turned into a flash of lightning and chased him up, steadily catching him, preventing him from being injured by the fall. When the aftermath of the explosion passed, everyone looked at the trap. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. This monster is simply terrifying. He absolutely has the ability to destroy the planet's ecological circle, and even keeps evolving to become stronger. It is not impossible to dismantle the planet. Everyone came to Clark Kent. Yibai put him on the ground. At the moment, the word Dachau is more than miserable. A man who is so tall and strong now has become skinny. His uniform is loose, and he looks like he needs to hang up at any time. He needs to bask in the sun to recover, Yibai said to Aretha. Aretha revealed a spacecraft, and everyone moved Superman to the spacecraft. The spacecraft quickly flew away from the Martian atmosphere, jumped toward the sun, and reached the sun in a flash. Yibai threw Dachau out of the spaceship and let him feel the embrace of Mother Sun up close. Everyone looked at the Superman brother outside the spaceship monitoring. At this distance, you can already see the sun's day and the sun's sunspot. Through the filter light of the display, everyone can clearly see the sun's surface. The skin and bones floating in the sun-synchronous orbit began to plump up at a speed visible to the naked eye, and soon awoke from the coma and resurrected with blood. This unscientific resilience made Batman watch a heartbeat. Fortunately, he hadn't led the destruction day to the sun before, otherwise the solar system might not be cold. An hour later, Earth, Gotham, Batcave. Everyone came back here. They came back very secretly, and no one found out. Now, the government is still waiting nervously for the outcome of the battle between the superhero and the monster made by Luthor. Batman said to Yibai, I thought about your previous proposal. If a disaster of this level occurs again on the Earth, we need to join hands to face it. Your Justice League proposal, I agree. As he spoke, he looked at the crowd in a circle. Diana spoke first, I'll join. Superman said, I'm joining. Yibai said, I am the initiator, so I won't say that I added 3 words in 3.8. Aretha said weakly, your Green Lantern in Sector 2814 is Jessica Cruz, and I need to be in charge of Sector 2815. I don't come here often, so don't count me. Batman was a little sorry to hear that the various alien black technology support of the alien girl before was the key to their ability to solve the day of destruction. But fortunately, there is a Green Lantern on the Earth, and it is a native of the Earth. No doubt the other party is more trustworthy than Orisa, but he is very doubtful whether Jessica Cruz will be as powerful as Orisa and whether he has an alien technology. According to Orisa's introduction to the green light ring, this thing can realize what is imagined in the mind. What insights can Earth people have? The technological creations that can be realized are probably far inferior to Orisa. The Justice League was established, but the site selection of the base camp will be put on hold for the time being. With the current social situation, it is impossible for the Justice League to appear openly. If you don't want to be visited by official personnel to check the water meter twice, this kind of thing will be discussed later. Unless, you can build your base camp outside the Earth, but it doesn't make sense. Batman has been building a watchtower space base recently, but it is still far from completion, and even his brother's artificial intelligence program has not yet been developed. After another day in Gotham, Diana took the lead to leave. Then Dechow left with his mother and returned to his hometown in Kansas. Yi-Bai and Aretha were the last to leave. Before leaving, Batman asked Yi-Bai a question. Can you cross time and space? Yes. Want to meet your parents? Bruce Wayne nodded. Yi-Bai said, you can see you, but it's best to only observe them in the dark. I don't mind if you save them. People who play with time will be played by time. This is a very serious problem. 28 Bruce Wayne is an important person on the timeline. It can be said that the importance is still above Superman and Wonder Woman. In the original time and space, the Flash went back to the past to save his mother and formed the Flashpoint, the Bruce father in the Flashpoint world. Let the Flash bring a letter to his son on the normal timeline, which directly led to a major restart of the entire DC, which came to the New 52 era, and the changes were not profound. Yi-Bai took Bruce and Aretha, who wanted to join in the fun to experience the time and space travel, carrying one in each hand, speeding up and running, and plunged into the superb power channel. Bruce and Aretha only felt in a trance. The surrounding environment had changed huge amounts of, and here, it became the Gotham of more than 20 years ago. Time: 10 minutes before the death of Thomas Wayne and Martha Wayne. Location: the roof near the alley where they died. Bruce was in a daze for a moment and began to observe the surroundings. Seeing this place that he could not forget in his dreams was also the dream of his life. When he was 8 years old, he witnessed the death of his parents. Perhaps from that day, Bruce Wayne's heart also died. The only one who survived was the neurosis who liked to wear a bat costume. It seems that everything is normal. Who can know his heart? Do you think he is saving the suffering when he is Batman? No, it is just that he is playing a game of bats, bringing the fear from the bat to the enemy. Perhaps only Joker can understand Batman. Aretha was also looking around curiously. She used the green light ring to connect to the Oasis database and confirmed that the time was indeed in the past. And at this moment, there were 2 green lights in her hand in this universe, one in the past and one in the future. The ring originally reminded it that there was a problem with the lantern number and warned it to return to OA Star to accept it. Check. This shocked Aretha. She hurriedly turned off the lights and let the ring go offline, worrying about changing the past and affecting the future. Bruce has been staring at this alley. He saw Catwoman as a child on a balcony in the alley. She was sitting on the balcony and eating. She did not find the roof. The 3 people at the office. Before long, at the back door of the theater not far from the alley, Martha Wayne and Thomas Wayne walked out with the 8-year-old Bruce Wayne. Is that you from the past? You look so cute, Aretha said. Bruce was silent and did not speak. He looked straight down and saw the criminal who had robbed his parents. He watched the other man kill his parents by mistake and finally escaped. I have to say that Bruce Wayne is worthy of the Batmaster. This should be replaced by ordinary people. Now I can't help but jump down to the mountain to save his mother. Aretha covered her mouth and didn't dare to speak anymore. Bruce Wayne at the moment was somber and scary, and she felt like Blacken was going to be at any time. Yi-Bai didn't think Batman would blacken. As long as he didn't cross the bottom line of murder, he would never blacken. But at the same time, if Batman is really Blacken, then you have to pay attention, because Blacken's Batman can destroy the universe with wisdom. Perhaps there are too many existences in this universe that are stronger than him. But as long as you can't kill him, next time, we can defeat you against your weaknesses, even if that person is a god. Bruce Wayne of the dark multi-universe Earth loses 3. How many sensational things Blacken has done when he becomes a bat of laughter. After a long time, Bruce Wayne calmed down. In the distance, there was already a police car rushing here. Batman took a deep breath and said to Yi-Bai, "Let's go." Yi-Bai didn't say anything. Once again, he held the 2 with one hand and ran like a speedy tunnel, back to the future. We left Bruce Wayne with Aretha, and they left Gotham together. Regarding the culprit of this incident, Lex Luthor, he was put on trial for more than 20 charges, such as anti-human sabotage, social security research, weapons of mass destruction, etc., and went to prison. Don't even think of it during the year. Aretha, when are you leaving? Are you chasing me? I'm just asking. Until next time there is a task. Aretha said her plan. Then I can be sure that you will receive a mission at 11 o'clock this evening Earth time. So fast, I thought I could hide here and play for a few days. No, I have to do something before I leave. Aretha said and did something that surprised Yubai. Actually, he took the initiative to hug him, and a warm kiss came. After a few minutes, separate. She said, although I am a bit sorry for Jessica for doing this, I want to say that you are very attractive to me. I like you very much, even if only once. Don't refuse me, okay? What can Yubai say? Walk up to the nearby hotel. A two-player game lasted from 4:4:20 in the afternoon to 10 in the evening. Under normal circumstances, Aretha cannot have so much physical strength to play the game for such a long time, but she wears Yibai's Ring of the Sage can continuously restore her physical strength, allowing her to hang up in the game. The same combat power is unlimited. Now that the game is over, she still has more thoughts. This ring is awesome. Will you give it to me? Its energy is not unlimited. This is not very good. In the future, it has no energy. I have a reason to come to the Earth to find you. Aretha said with a smile. At the moment, she has completely restored her original appearance, and her pointed ears are very similar to the legend. The image of the elves, the proper exotic beauty. Yibai thought for a while, and simply registered Aretha as a resident of Pocket Dimension Space. However, he does not intend to invite her into his Pocket Dimension Space for the time being, so let's talk about it later. Actually, you can live on the Earth during the non-mission period. Yibai said. What about Jessica? She is your girlfriend. Aretha said, in fact, without Jessica, she would directly agree to live on the Earth. Yuan Shikong, didn't she also open the Green Lantern Corps Earth office stationed here on Earth? I will convince her. As long as you can convince her, I will stay. Aretha smiled. Aretha left the Earth. Yibai went back to the Pocket Dimension Space to corrupt for one night and returned to the Center City Interstellar Laboratory the next day. Seeing him back, Cisco, Caitlin, and Barry, who came over from the police station for leave, asked about him in the metropolis. In his first person, Yibai told them the story of Lex Luthor's trouble, the establishment of the Justice League. After telling the story, it's time for business, at least for the Flash Barry Allen. He wants to go back in time and save his mother. Yibai didn't persuade him, but in order not to be restarted by the flashpoint, Yibai said to Barry, wait a minute. He took Caitlin to another room. Caitlin didn't understand why Yibai was pulling herself here, so she asked, what's the matter? Barry's return to save his mother will restart history. There will be subtle changes in both the past and the future. We will even enter a completely unfamiliar universe. In order that your memory will not be affected by time, I need to do some insurance on you. Yibai said. Is it that serious? It will only be more serious than you think. It is so serious that Barry had to send his rescued mother back to the fate of mortal, trying to restore the world to normal, but the world still has subtle changes. Yibai said very seriously. The Flashpoint event, Barry went back to the past to save his mother, and now has undergone earth-shaking changes. The world of the heart is the Flashpoint. The Amazons on the Paradise Island and the Atlantis under the sea fought a war that could destroy the world. Barry lost his speed in the world of Flashpoint, and Wally West became the Flash. Since it is so serious, he should be stopped, and he should not be allowed to go wayward. No, this world restart is good for us anyway, trust me. Okay. Caitlin still believes in Yibai very much. The goodwill degree is full and the trust degree is full. Since the other party says it's okay, then it's okay. As a result, Yibai also registered Caitlin as a Pocket Space resident. As long as it is related to it, he will naturally be protected by Yibai ability. The resumption of history will not affect those related there. Yibai also registered Jessica Cruz, who is performing missions in outer space. As long as they have a high degree of trust in Yibai, they can register directly without their consent. It's just that they didn't know this after registration, and they couldn't enter the Pocket Dimension Space without being shared by Yibai. They didn't even realize that it was different from before. After doing this, the two walked out of the room and returned to the laboratory hall. Here, Barry Allen has changed his gear and is ready to go. Barry, let's run, Caitlin, and I will follow you. Tubo said to Barry. Barry nodded firmly, then turned into a flash of lightning and ran. Yi Bai and Caitlin silently recite the rapid formula 3x2, 9yz, 4a in their hearts at the same time, connecting with the rapid force, chasing behind Barry. Barry now has a poor speed of Mach 2, Yi Bai can run Mach 200, and Caitlin Mach 57. Barry's speed is like a slow-motion snail in the eyes of Yi Bai and Caitlin. The two of them walk faster than Barry. Watching Barry running in slow motion, Caitlin had a strange expression and finally couldn't help but complain. He is so slow. You can't be too demanding of him, he is still growing. But I think he has grown too slowly. It has been several months since he woke up, and his speed has only doubled. Caitlin felt that Yi Bai's analysis of Barry's potential was problematic. Should we make a bet? I bet that once Barry enters the path of superb power, his speed will usher in a qualitative change, and then you will be a snail in his eyes. Yi Bai still has faith in Barry. He has never been small. Look at super speed power kissing sun. Once the opponent enters the super speed space, he will immediately master the super speed lightning mode, and then it will directly be able to move the high speed movement. Compared with him, Yi Bai and Caitlin, even if they run in the eerie and creepy place of the super fast force space, they can't speed up. They only need to exercise honestly to speed up. Shensuli often appears in the image of Barry's mother. It seems that it can only stay in the Shensuli space. It is hard to say whether she is Barry's mother or not, at least she claims to be otherwise. Yi Bai didn't really believe in the drama, and even he was wondering whether Barry's mother really had such a person, or it was simply the time phantom caused by the rapid change of the timeline, making Barry Allen think that he has a mother. Let Barry's father think that he has a wife, and I Lightning think that he killed Barry's mother. The actual situation is that everyone's memories are false. This is a trick of swift power. Well, the above is a possibility that Yi Bai speculated. It is not clear to him whether it is true. Even if he can observe the timeline from a higher dimension, he cannot confirm this problem because it is related to the speed force, and the speed power represents countless possibilities out of countless possibilities on the timeline. If you want to read through these possibilities, DC Almighty Universe and the Supremacy will not be able to do it. At a certain moment, Barry finally babbled into the passage of superb power and began to run towards the past. Yi Bai and Caitlin were walking and chatting all the way at the speed that they were slow in their eyes, and Barry was almost home. This is the first time Caitlin has entered the speed channel. The bizarre sight here makes her curious and keeps observing left and right. With her thoughts, she can gradually see some things on the timeline and even see the same people different. The fate of the latter should be the environment of the parallel world. Caitlin felt that if she wanted to, she could follow the picture she saw all the way forward, and finally reach the end of the picture. Barry Allen also realized this, and hurriedly thought of the day his mother was killed. In the next instant, an exit of swift force appeared in front of him. Barry ran out, Yi Bai and Caitlin followed closely. The group of three came to Barry Allen's house when Barry Allen was 11 years old. As soon as he arrived here, Yi Bai perceived some strange things. The time and space of this place is very chaotic. It seems that at the time when Barry saved his mother, many Barry Allen with different timelines appeared. There is Barry Allen who witnessed his mother being killed when he was 11 years old. Barry Allen came back from chasing the reverse lightning. There was Barry Allen who came back to save his mother. There is Barry Allen who prevents Barry from saving his mother and triggers the Flashpoint paradox. Barry Allen who feels the past and wants to see his mother again. There is no doubt that in Barry Allen's house at this moment, time has been passed through a sieve. At this point in time, it is the first time Barry Allen has come back, and he will not come to stop him in the future. The three people hid in another room, looking outside through the crack of the door, waiting for the incident to happen. Before long, Barry's mother Nora Allen went downstairs. Seeing him, Barry Allen was so excited. This is the mother he has been thinking about. Yi Bai is also observing Nora, who is about 30 years old, very young and very beautiful. However, what Yi Bai focuses on is not the other person's appearance, but observing whether the other person is what he thinks. In order to better verify, Yi-Bai also asked Jean Grey of Pocket Dimension Space to share ability with herself and read Nora Allen's mind. The memory of the other party is not abnormal, but Yi-Bai still doesn't believe in evil and borrowed Dark Phoenix's ability to observe it through Phoenix Force's super perception. Phoenix Force is the 10-dimensional almighty universe-level power. Yi-Bai believes that no matter how evil the Speed Force is, it is definitely not the power of almighty universe level. If Nora really has a problem, Yi-Bai can definitely feel it with Phoenix Force. With just such a perception, Yi-Bai's eyes widened. In Phoenix perception, Nora is not a human at all, but is made up of colorful lightning. It is not even a human shape, but more like a colorful ball of lightning floating in the air. Its existence is always distorting time and space. Yi-Bai has reason to believe that if this Nora stays in reality for more than a day, the timeline of the entire universe may not be available. The 420 Speed Force can only stay in the Speed Force space. Once it leaves, it will be a disaster for the entire universe. This has also been shown in the American drama The Flash. At that time, the entire central city was ravaged by lightning. In other words, the one in front of me reads Nora, but in fact the existence of superpower appeared in this place, just for Barry Allen in different timelines to see, and then died in the hands of inverse lightning, and finally exited, only living in all in people's memories. Kuma grinds out this terrifying truth. Yi-Bai finally decides to pretend to know nothing. From a philosophical point of view, Nora is real for Barry Allen, even if she only lives in memories. The stone was hammered, and Barry Allen was really a quick kiss. Perhaps Barry will become the god of speed in the future through superpower. In Yi-Bai's view, Shensuli is very much like a source born in the source block. Each source represents a rule of the universe. Once the source is integrated, it can become a member of the new Protoss. Now the new Protoss is divided into two factions, with the Creation Star Order Party headed by Heavenly Father and the Apocalypse Star Chaos Party headed by Darkseid. It's a pity that the place of the Wall of Origin is too evil. When it gets close, it is sucked up and glued to the wall and turned into a sculpture. It is strong enough to be like Dak's father, Yuga Khan, and may be able to retain CD consciousness. But he wants to. It is definitely not easy to enter the Wall of Origin and obtain a source that is like the fruit that bears on the branch power. Moreover, even if you enter, if you accidentally run outside the wall, you will encounter some more terrible things. The real function of the wall is to block things that are originally harmful to the universe from the wall, such as the creation of the world. The goddess Perpetua, such as the concept of magic, the Hanged Man, as opposed to the Speed Force, symbolizing all forbidden powers and more things. Once you go outside the wall, these guys will surround you to talk to you. With luck, you help them enter the universe, and then the universe is destroyed. Bad luck, directly die under their power. Therefore, Yi-Bai knew that the Wall of Origins also knew that there were things that made people divine in it, but he never took the initiative to go there. Although it has confidence in its own position and believes that it will not be glued to the wall 100%, it is a little worried that if one accidentally hits a hole in the origin wall, it will be a disaster for the entire universe. The most important thing is definitely that the source in the Wall of Origin is only the rule of the DC universe. God knows if it is still useful after leaving DC. After all, it is not the power of almighty universe level, not even the multi-universe level, it is just level single universe. As a person who can talk and laugh with almighty universe level Phoenix elder sister, Yi doesn't need to stare at the power of level single universe, he only needs to take care of his own system. And it will be a matter of time for him to become stronger. For example, now, the system has issued a task to him again. Mission: I am a time thief. Type: Dr. Manhattan can steal time in the Flashpoint Paradox, so can you. Requirement: at the moment when the Flashpoint Paradox is born, use Phoenix Force to steal the timeline of the Flashpoint world. Reward: significantly expand the area of the Magic Hut. This is the rhythm of turning pocket space into a small world. However, Yi-Bai said, I like it. She didn't let Jean Grey share the ability offline. Instead, she said to Jean Grey in her heart, I found a way to greatly expand the dimension of our pockets, but you don't have enough power now. Jean Grey wondered, need Dark Phoenix to play? I can wake her up. No, what I need is the power of the White Phoenix, the piano, and the integration of Phoenix Force, and let Dark Phoenix bear all your negative emotions. I want you to enter the King of White Phoenix mode. King of White Phoenix? What is that stuff? A state that allows you to drive Phoenix Force perfectly by 1,000%, although it cannot be maintained for a long time, but in that state, you will be omnipotent. I need such power. All right. Jean Grey agreed. She let go of all her fears about Phoenix Force and accepted Phoenix Force wholeheartedly. At the same time, all her emotions were infinitely amplified, including negative emotions. Jean throws his negative emotions to Dark Phoenix. Dark Phoenix at the moment is already sober, knowing that this is Yi Bai's meaning, and accepts the dark side of Qin without the slightest repulsion, keeping Qin in the purest state of spiritual goodness. Drive Phoenix Force perfectly in this state. I saw the clothes on Qin's body turned into a white tight-fitting uniform, golden long-tube gloves and boots, and a golden phoenix pattern on the clothes on his chest. At the same moment, Yi Bai shared the King of White Phoenix mode by Jean Grey. At this moment, the entire universe was completely transparent to him, all the rules came into view, and he could easily control everything. At this time, Reverse Lightning and the future the Flash chased and appeared in the living room of Barry's house. Barry Allen, who followed Yi Bai's eyes, flashed red electric lights, and the color of the lightning around him began to change, first from red to yellow, and then from yellow to blue for a brief moment. At the moment of his blue electric light, he carried out the super high-speed movement, and he was caught by the reverse lightning and successfully rescued Nora. Barry Allen, who was chasing the lightning from the future, was stunned for a moment when he saw the scene, and then because of the changes in the past, his whole person slowly dissipated. And Yi Bai, the first time Barry Allen rescued Nora Allen and formed the Flashpoint Paradox world, using the King of White Phoenix mode, stole the entire timeline of the Flashpoint world. In order to maintain the normal timeline, Yi Bai used White Phoenix Force to refill the Flashpoint Paradox universe at the next moment it was stolen. This moment was very short, so short that there was no existence to detect his small movements, and no one knew that the time of the Flashpoint Paradox was all stolen at that moment, which was far more than what Dr. Manhattan did. You completed the mission. I am a thief of time. Stolen timeline into a magical cottage nutrients. Space evolution began. Border dimension fog entire pocket space. Rapid expansion towards all directions, making this space is growing. Space people feel the first time in the pocket dimension spatially extended crazy. Wanda surprised. What happened? Phoenix Piano White State said, Yi with my new ability, stole the timeline of the universe outside the Flashpoint Paradox, filled our world. Flashpoint Paradox? Steal the timeline? What does this mean? Shadowcat asked. She always felt Yi Bai seems to do something bad. Gress Piano. She is now in the universe monomer level is omniscient, knows the cause. She gave the crowd a detailed explanation of it. Center City of the Flash, in order to save her 11-years-old mother died, back in the past. He rescued the mother of the moment, world history tragedy, formed a new timeline. This timeline is called the Flashpoint of the Leaf Paradox leaves with my ability in that one moment. These should not timeline exist stolen. Used to steal time to nourish our dimension. It evolved into a small pocket dimension of the world. It will not be the final area smaller than Earth. Leaf and use my ability to create a time to be filled those he stole away. The Flashpoint of Paradox into a short timeline, etc. The Flash after the historic restoration. This world is filled with false timeline will disappear. The world no losses. While our world has changed even wider. After listening to White interpretation of the Phoenix, the people are very surprised, feeling quietly, actually outside come up with such a big thing. Wanda asked her, you have not seen before in this state, yet. Ye call me the king of this state for the White Phoenix, all my consciousness and emotions involved in the Phoenix Force. I will put negative emotions, Dark Phoenix. Allow me briefly to enter the all-powerful state. White Feng Wangqin said, but she was in this state. The feelings seemed more and more weak. Her face, from the initial vivid, gradually became no tone of voice are beginning to lose emotional. At this time you by acoustic sound in a shared room. Well, piano, stop it. Wang Qin homeopathic ending White Mode Phoenix, ending at the same time, piano, Gretchen unconscious awareness line on Dark Phoenix. Before accepting a large number of negative emotions, at Dark Phoenix the moment of a debut, it becomes somewhat unusual. Yeah, I going crazy, I need you. Dark Phoenix cried. Outside, Yi Bai looked to Caitlin, she said, you first, followed by Barry back. I still have things to do. See you later. Yi Bai finish, ranging from what Caitlin asked, his stature slowly fade and disappear in situ, back pocket dimensions of space. Next, in Wanda, Emma, Katie, Jenny, Natasha Romanoff, Diana, Kayla few people watching, somebody was Dark Phoenix in humane treatment. Agnes lowly want to see my father and Aunt Dark Phoenix what happened. The result was dragged out of her mother Wanda shared room. Terrible thing. This is the cost of using the power of the White Phoenix. Watched someone is inhuman, Black Widow gloat. Emma is interesting to see the scene. How do I think he fun of it? Yi by Dark Phoenix was abused for several hours. Dark Phoenix to eat dry wipe, enough. She is returned to normal. Quivering Yi by cup of wolfberry chrysanthemum tea, towel around drinking, while eating the youth fruit make up the body. His sight looked like nothing else was everyone's ridicule. Yi Bai at the moment not want to talk, he just quietly. Also do not quietly ask him who he is, he will not tell you. Time goes forward a bit, the outside world, Barry Allen and Caitlin Snow. The two press the future to flash back to the normal timeline, only to find that in the normal timeline, there is no super prison in the interstellar laboratory. The flashback in it doesn't exist anymore. What they have now is this flashback captured from the past. Both of them are extremely smart people, knowing that the past has been changed, and that it has changed now. The interstellar laboratory is also different. Today's particle accelerator is under construction. In the normal timeline, Harrison, who pretended to be Reverse Flash, started this project in advance, just to make the Flash born earlier. In this timeline where there is no backflash and trouble, the particle accelerator has just been established at this time, which is also normal. But no one in the laboratory knew the two of them. Cisco Ramon didn't work here, and Caitlin's former fiancé was directly hidden by the timeline and completely disappeared. When the staff here saw Barry and Caitlin, and the flashback being pressed by the two, they thought they would call the police if they saw the kidnapping incident. For flowers. Helpless, they had to leave this place first and came to an abandoned warehouse in the suburbs. Caitlin took out some sleeping pills from her carry-on bag and gave them a backflash injection. The measurement was very large. Even if the speedy person injected this thing, she would not wake up within 10.5 months. This is a sleeping pill that she developed specifically for the body's new super-fast metabolism. After Barry decided to go back, Caitlin was ready to use it, and it just came in handy now. Caitlin, did you say when he will be back? The current situation is very strange. Barry asked. Caitlin said, I don't know, it should be soon. I'll watch Reverse Lightning here. You can go home and have a look. Barry nodded and was about to use superb power. It turned out that my superpower has disappeared. Caitlin was taken aback and hurriedly asked, Can't you feel it at all? Well, and besides, I feel as if I have forgotten something. Barry Allen was a little panicked. He felt that his ability might be paradoxed by time, and his memory would be paradoxed over time. Caitlin tried her ability and found that the superpower was still there. He breathed a sigh of relief. He said to Barry, You should go back and see your mother first. We will discuss your memory problems when you comes back. Barry thinks so too. Although the loss of ability made him panic, he would never hesitation if he could use his ability in exchange for the resurrection of his mother. He left here, took a taxi and went back to his home. At home, he saw his father and mother. They were living together happily. Seeing him back, the two still wondered why he didn't go to work in the police station today. Barry used his holiday today as an excuse, and then stepped forward, hugged his parents. Tears kept streaming. This behavior confuses Henry and Nora. Barry, who was with his parents at home, saw some news that made him stunned. The Amazons on the Paradise Island and the Atlantis under the sea are at war in Europe. 7 European countries have been destroyed in the aftermath of the war between two groups of people. At least 300 million humans have been killed and injured. This news stunned Barry Allen. 300 million people died? The war is still going on. I am afraid that more people will die in the future. He remembered that Caitlin once said that changing the past will inevitably cause greater tragedies. Is it small? Time goes further. The Diana doll stand-in who is working in the Louvre suddenly realizes that the whole world has changed. Although he was still in the Louvre, no one knew him here, and he was even kicked out because he was in the office of the deputy curator. Diana's head is full of question marks. What's wrong with this world? Or is she dreaming? She thought of what Baifeng Wang had said before in the body. Could it be that this is the Flashpoint Paradox world filled with false time by Yubai? Now Yubai is being inhumane by Dark Phoenix, and Diana doesn't bother to ask the hapless guy. She asks Kayla in the body of the magic hut, "You also found out the world has been changed." Kayla said, "Well, my adoptive parents don't even recognize me anymore." AI 437, when Lex saw me at home, even when I was calling the police, I left the house and tried to call my cousin. The result was an empty number. Diana said, "We now control the double dolls to gather in the metropolis." Good. Kayla nodded. The two controlled their respective puppet doubles and rushed to the metropolis. Both of them have super speed ability, and they met in the metropolis before long. Next, the two teamed up to investigate the situation in the world of Flashpoint Paradox through the internet, and then discovered the terrifying war between the Amazons and the Atlanteans. The cause is different from the original Flashpoint. Because a certain flower heart god king on the sacred mountain could not control the lower body, not only hooked up with Hippolyte, but also hooked up with Atlanta, and even wanted to sleep with the two. The Queen of Amazon and the Queen of Atlantis were jealous because of this. Hippolyte hit Atlanta in the head in a rage, and the war between the two races broke out. Diana's 365 degrees spiral stunned. What an international joke. This world must be a joke. I want to know where my cousin is? Kayla said weakly. Kayla's cousin? He is miserable. On the first day he landed on the Earth, he was caught by the government of M as an alien in a small black room and locked in an underground laboratory. There was no sunshine all year round. The gas star was invincible that day. His super ability is no awakening. Now he is a little skinny and still staying in an underground laboratory in the metropolis to be studied. Definitely, Diana and Kayla still don't know about the tragedy of Kayla's cousin Carl-L in the timeline of Flashpoint Paradox. They are now in a spiral state. Green Lantern Jessica Cruz, who was on a mission in outer space, also found that this familiar universe suddenly became very strange, and his friends Thomas Lay, Tweet, and Serac no longer knew herself. Among them, Tweet is the Green Lantern of the 1417 sector, a Kluga star from Sinisto's hometown. She became the Green Lantern sector after Sinisto was expelled from the Green Lantern Corps by the Little Blue Men. Become friends with Jessica before. Serac is the 1418 Green Lantern. He is withdrawn and obeys the rules. Although he is rather boring, he is very honest. He is also one of the alien friends Jessica has made recently. Fortunately, Jessica contacted another friend Aretha, and she was relieved to learn that the other party still knew herself. In fact, Aretha also felt very confused, because many things she knew had also changed. Two confused people decided to meet and open the wormhole through the green light. 10 minutes later, they met and the two began to talk about the strange things they had encountered. After some exchanges, the two came to a conclusion: history has been restarted. As for the person who has ability to restart history, both of them know that one, so they decided to go to the Earth to find Yi, because Yi is the one who has ability to restart history. Even if he is not the culprit, he may know something. The two of them spent a few minutes walking through the wormhole. crossing a distance of tens of thousands of light years and reaching the Earth. The two checked the situation here through the Earth network and found that the history here has also been restarted, and it is an extremely bad status quo. They did not even find the trace of Yibai's existence on the internet, as if it had disappeared out of thin air. This made the two of them panicked. Aretha continued to check on the internet and quickly found the location of Wonder Woman Diana. The two landed in front of the Metropolis Diana, and Aretha stepped forward and said, "Please tell me, you still know who I am?" Diana comforted, "Yes, don't get excited, I know you." Aretha breathed a sigh of relief. She felt moved and cried, "The whole universe has changed." "What happened?" He seems to have never existed." Jessica also looked at Wonder Woman. Although she was unfamiliar with each other, she had also heard of each other. "Don't worry, Yi is okay." Diana began to tell the two of them, "There's the Flash in Central City, and he runs extremely fast." She quickly returned the lightning to the past to save her mother, and then changed the past, and said the things that have affected the entire universe. Jessica didn't understand it very much. The Earth has no trade with aliens. Why does the changed past on Earth affect the entire universe? Diana didn't understand it very well, but she heard Yibai talk about this phenomenon, and she repeated Yibai's original words. "Time is a thin and straight line throughout the universe, changing the past, as if it was there. When a point on the line is flicked, the timeline will oscillate, and no matter how it goes, and the future, or even the entire universe, will change more or less after 3.8. Then why do we keep the memory of the last time in space?" Aretha asked again. "Didn't you find out, we all have one thing in common, or we all know the same person. He used some power to protect us." Diana said, "Of course you buy." Jessica looked at the sage ring in her hand and thought it might be the reason. Aretha thinks so too. Jessica looked at Kayla and asked her, "Who are you again?" "I'm Kayla, I talked to you in your heart last time," Kayla said. Jessica suddenly realized. Aretha, Jessica, Diana, and Kayla, four of them at the moment, are sitting in a cafe in the metropolitan area. Facing such a weird world line, all of them seemed a little bit at a loss as to what to do. "Where's the leaf?" Jessica asked Diana. It's hard to say a word." Diana shrugged. She couldn't say that at the moment the other person was being abused in a brutal and inhumane place. He has suffered a little trouble, and it may take a while to come back. On the other side, Caitlin Snow used her mobile phone to surf the internet and learned what was happening in the world. She finally understood why Yi would say that although Barry succeeded in saving his mother, he had to restore history in the end. The new world of feelings couldn't be worse. He saved one person, but killed more people, and the war between Amazon and Atlantis continued. The human side also joined the battle, and the Third World War had begun. With Barry's character, 28 cannot sit back and watch this happen. However, Barry has lost his superpower. How can he restore history? Tell him the fast formula? Just when she was thinking about it, Yibai finally got through the Dark Phoenix crisis and found Caitlin, who was watching the reverse lightning on the outskirts of Central City. Seeing him come back, Caitlin's heart, frightened by the changes in the world, finally put it back in her stomach. "You can count back. Do you know that the whole world is messed up? What should I do now?" "Wait for Barry to restore history. But he doesn't have any superpowers anymore. Don't worry, there will be, and the world will become extremely dangerous next. First send you back to the normal timeline, and we will see you later." After he finished speaking, without waiting for Caitlin to ask anything, he directly sent her out of the world of Flashpoint Paradox and sent her back to the New 52, which has not yet formed an objective fact, but already exists. He looked at the flashbacks on the ground in a comatose state, thought about it, and simply used alchemy to refine a prison of superpowers here and put it in. It's up to Barry to decide how to deal with his problems. Leaving here, Yibai went to the Central City area. As soon as he entered the city, he saw the Lightning Boy Wally West running around in the city chasing another speeder. If you remember correctly, the other speed player is a competitor, right? Without paying too much attention to them, he only glanced a few far away, then left where he was and went to find Barry Allen. Barry's mother is alive. Iris is his girlfriend, Not with Eddie Swan. It stands to reason that Barry should be happy. But the changes in the whole world made him, who should have been happy, not happy. Is it right or wrong to save one person but let more people die? His conscience is condemning him. A young man who was originally a sunny man. Now his face is full of melancholy. He walked alone on the street, very confused. Does hesitation restore history? The restoration of history meant that his mother would die, his father would go to jail, and Iris would no longer be his girlfriend. When he thought of this, he was even more confused. Not far away, Yibai came and said to him, "The war between Amazon and Atlantis is unstoppable. The human government has launched a multinational alliance to deal with them. The Third World War has begun. Who do you think this belongs to?" "Wrong." Seeing Yibai, Barry said bitterly, "You are right. I can't let the world fall into the flames of war because of my selfishness." "Yi, is your speed still there? I want to ask you to help. Go back in time and prevent me from saving at the time." "Mother." Yibai shook his head. He didn't touch the thunder of the Flashpoint paradox, but he couldn't say that. It would make him look uncomfortable. "You have to tie the bell. Barry, let's go to Gotham to find Batman and let him help you regain the superpower." Yibai said. The reason why he waved him to restore history is that Yibai is going to go to the Paradise Island for wandering on a lap. By the way, break the process of Diana and Steve Trevor's acquaintance. As for the impact of changing the past on the future, Barry can completely take care of it. Although Barry didn't know why he was looking for Batman, or how Batman could help him gain superb power, he could only nod his head. The two went to Gotham and found Batman. This Batman is not Bruce Wayne, but Thomas Wayne. Barry and Thomas talked about the situation, saying that the world was caused by his willful change of history. Yibai talked to Thomas about the ending of the Wayne family. In the normal timeline, he and Martha died, but his son Bruce survived and became Batman. Thomas was silent for a long time. Compared with this world where his son and wife died, he would rather let Martha die by himself and let his son live by himself. Although he didn't believe the two very much, he planned to help them and help Barry regain his swift power. At Yibai's prompt, Barry recalled the chemical reagents he had placed in the laboratory of the police forensics division on the day he was struck by lightning, and prepared them in the Batcave, and put these chemical reagents in bottles and cans. The tank is tied to the body. Thomas Wayne kindly sponsored a mind trigger, and it happened that today Gotham was thundering and it was about to rain. For 37, that's right, Yibai just let him experience being struck by lightning again. Barry stood on the roof of Wayne Manor with a nervous expression on his face. After all, he was about to be struck by lightning. He was not sure whether he would restore ability or turn into coke after he was struck. Thomas Wayne thought that Barry was dying, but he didn't say much. After all, this is something that people are willing to do. What reason does he have to stop? He expects what the other party says to be true, making this hell to him. The damn world disappeared and let his son survive in the new world. Only Yibai is very confident in Barry. As the son of Shinsuli, Shinsuli will not let him die. "Are you ready?" Thomas asked him. Barry Shinroar took a breath and strengthened his confidence. In order to correct the mistakes he made, he has the courage to face the danger. He nodded heavily to Yibai and Thomas, and said to Yibai, "Yi, if I die, I hope you can correct my mistakes and restore history. Don't worry, you won't die, I promise." Yibai gave Barry a reassurance. Thomas opened the mind trigger. In the sky, the thunder grew more and more, and the roar was constant and deafening. At first glance, it seemed as if the end was coming. Under the action of the lightning trigger, the thunderbolts fell from the sky, blasted Barry's body, and blasted him into the air. The bottles and jars on Barry's body were broken and chemical reagents spilled all over him. Under the combined action of chemical reagents and lightning, Barry's DNA structure was changed. At the moment, Barry's body was scorched, and many parts of his body were carbonized. Thomas turned off the mind trigger for the first time and ran to Barry with Yibai. Seeing his tragedy, Thomas Wayne thought he was struck to death by lightning. But soon, Thomas stared. He saw the blue lightning gradually appearing on Barry's body, lightning lingering around him, and his injuries quickly recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Unlike Thomas, who didn't understand the speed of lightning, Yi Bai saw Barry's lightning turn blue, and he felt that the other party had upgraded again, and he was in a state of light speed that could enter the lightning mode of the speed of lightning. At first, Caitlin said that Barry was slow like a snail, but now I am afraid she is a snail in Barry's eyes. 10 seconds later, Barry recovered from his injury and stood up again. Having regained his swift power, he ran a few times around Wayne Manor with excitement. During the run, he found that his speed increased significantly. Compared with his speed, the whole world was no different from being slow and still. Without a reference, he doesn't know how fast he is, but he knows that he is definitely not slow. Before leaving Wayne Manor, Thomas Wayne wrote a letter and asked Xiaoshan to give it to his son Bruce Wayne in another time and space. Xiaoshan didn't know what it meant to do so. He agreed very happily. Leaving Wayne Manor, Yi Bai asked Xiaoshan, "Are you ready?" "Yeah." Xiao Flash nodded heavily. "Then go." Yi Bai patted him on the shoulder, encouraging. "Okay, we'll see you later." Barry was talking, and lightning flashed all over his body, sniffed and drilled into the channel of the speed, when it passed to stop him from saving his mother. Watching him leave, Yi Bai smiled slightly and disappeared into lightning. In 1916, 2 years before Wonder Woman left the island, Diana and Yi Bai said that before she left the island, she knew an outsider named Z. Just by hearing the name, it is Yi Bai's special alchemy puppet that has been played for a long time. In order for Diana to recognize the fruit of purple, Yi Bai went to this era to complete it. Causality, cause and effect, there is effect if there is a cause. In order to prevent paradoxes in time and space, Yi Bai will come sooner or later. As soon as he came here, Yi Bai got into the pocket space sharing room for the first time. Today, everyone in the castle is here, talking about what happened in the DC Flashpoint Paradox world. Yi Bai came in and called roar to everyone and picked a shared chair to sit on it, connected to the purple doll in the castle's collection room. In that collection room, most things are worth collecting, such as the redundant artifact kits made by Yi Bai when he was bored, a lot of sage stones, and redundant sage rings. His purple doll was also placed here, in a crystal coffin. The crystal coffin is made of white crystal material. It is crystal clear and dazzling. Through it, you can see a beautiful blonde woman sleeping in it. She has delicate features, protruding forward and backward, and wearing a purple dress. She lay there, like a sleeping beauty in a fairy tale, waiting for the destined prince to wake her up with a kiss. This is a very fairy tale style. At this time, she regained consciousness. She opened her eyes, revealing those purple eyes that seemed to contain magical power. The color of the pupils set off her different temperament. She pushed open the lid of the crystal coffin, got up and drilled out from it, took a ring of the sage and put it on the index finger of her right hand not far away. Then her figure slowly faded and disappeared, and she arrived in a certain European country in 1916. In the shared room. It is the first time that Diana and Kayla have seen Yi Bai use a shared chair. Usually, he can share ability with them even if he doesn't use this chair. Now it's surprising. Do you also need to use a shared chair? Kayla asked him. I thought you would be the first to ask me about the outside world. After all, the outside world has changed a lot. Yi Bai teased her. The world has changed twice. The second time I thought it was restored, but many details were different. Kayla was puzzled. This is a shock in the timeline, and it will change more or less. Well, it didn't change much for me. At least my adoptive mother and Alex knew me again. Yi, you haven't answered my previous question yet. He'll be sitting here. He's mostly controlling the purple puppet. Emma, holding a mobile phone in her hand, fiddling with her. When she heard a few people communicate, she turned her head and interjected. Purple doll. Diana was attracted by the word. Dolls. She knows that everyone here has a puppet as a stand-in, but Yi Bai has never used that stuff. Now it sounds like the other party also has one, but they don't use it often. Moreover, the name Tyre reminded her of former friends, and then of Yi Bai's ability, which can travel through time and space. She suddenly wanted to understand something. Her eyes widened and shocked. "You are purple." Her reaction made the women in this room immediately realize that there is gossip. Everyone raised their ears and looked at Yi Bai and Diana curiously. Yi Bai didn't hide it either, nodded and admitted, "Although to you knowing Z is something that has happened, it belongs to the past. But for me, that thing hasn't happened yet, it belongs to the future." At this moment, Diana wanted to understand a lot of things, and finally knew why she knew herself so much when she first saw Z for the first time. The feelings were yes, stand and all. When Diana was thinking about causality, the women began to discuss the matter of the pocket dimension of Yi. "You know, this space is now expanding in an unbelievably exaggerated way. Its area is comparable to the Earth, and it is the sum of land area plus ocean area. Compared to such a large area, the area used by everyone is a grain of sand on the beach. Therefore, they need to consider how to make a new plan for this place." Outside, Europe, off the Greek peninsula. A purple doll wrapped in its stand on the first floor, looking for traces of a paradise island over the nearby sea. Diana and Yi Bai talked about the coordinates of the paradise island. She also said that the island can only be found at a certain time, and the island will not be discovered at a non-specific time. Occult things are sometimes so against your intentions. Some things can only be touched when you see them. Otherwise, it is not good. Jiao exists, and you can't find it at the destination. You can't touch it. But that is for ordinary people. The purple puppet can perceive the island trails at an unspecified time through the perspective of high-latitude space. She tore the gap in midair, entered the dimension of dreams, and walked through the dreamland. When she came out again, she successfully logged onto the Paradise Island and appeared directly in the city of Shimiskara on the edge of the island's central mountain. It's just that she has changed her appearance when she emerges. She is no longer dressed up in a purple one-piece dress, but imitated the dressing style of the Amazons around her. Without underwear, white clothes like a bedsheet were put on her body, revealing half of her shoulder and two slender white thighs. This style is very ancient Greece. But even if she dresses herself up as Amazon, it can't change the fact that people here can find out that she is an outsider at a glance. Amazons don't have the face of an Asian girl. Therefore, after she walked down the street, she was spotted by the Amazonians around her immediately, and then surrounded her as an outsider. Faced with the surrounding Amazons, the purple puppet said that he was a fortune teller from an ancient country in the east and entered this place by mistake. The Amazons took her to the palace to see the queen. The queen sitting high on the magnificent throne is a beautiful Wanisan with blonde hair and golden armor and a red cloak. According to human judgments of appearance and age, she is about 30 years old. She is Diana's mother-in-law Hippolyte. "Who are you? What is the purpose of coming to my paradise island?" the queen asked her. Facing the queen's question, the purple doll opened her mouth and talked nonsense in ancient Greek. "I am purple, and my family learns the magic number of Chiminduanjia. Displacement and accidentally fall into this place, unintentionally disturbing Her Majesty the Queen, and this magnificent and beautiful place is really force majeure." At the moment, the pocket space-sharing room, Wanda, Diana, Emma, and others all looked at the first-person live broadcast on the 150-inch monitor not far away and heard Yi by controlling the purple puppet to talk nonsense, and some couldn't help but laugh. Diana was full of black lines, holding her forehead with one hand, full of helplessness. She and Yi Bai, who shared the chair next to her, said, "Can you not fool my mother?" looking at me embarrassingly. Yi Bai gave her a big husband, a cute big breast expression. 453. Seeing him like this, Diana rolled her eyes. Outside, inside the palace hall of Paradise Island, the purple puppet flickered, leaving in Hippolyte's heart an outsider girl who is a magician image proficient in divination, space, and formation. "Your Majesty, I look at the trend of the mountains, seas, and terrestrial veins here, and they are implicitly related to the gods. The veins are not raised by gods and humans, and they are created like gods. I am not good at learning, and the art of divination is in a bottleneck and cannot be broken through. Although it is an accident to enter this place, it is also an opportunity guided by fate. This beautiful and harmonious island is an opportunity for me to break through the shackles. I hope Her Majesty the Queen will allow me to live here for some time." The purple puppet racked his brains to search for articles, flicking Queen Hippolyta and the Amazons in the palace for a moment, a kind of unclear feeling. Then, not surprisingly, the beautiful purple puppet girl was tied to play by Hippolyte with a mantra lasso. Instead of listening to the foreign woman chattering there, it's more straightforward to ask with a mantra lasso. Pocket space sharing room. When the girls saw Yi-Bai playing off, they laughed at him unceremoniously. "Let you run the train with your mouth full, and you will be retributed now." Kayla, the girl with a low smile, laughed the loudest. Diana felt very happy when she saw Yi-Bai eating a nest with her mother. Outside world. As a puppet, the purple puppet, the mantra lasso, which has Hestia Honesty's supernatural power, can't affect the controller Yi-Bai at all, so she didn't resist and let Fu. She changed the words and sentences that were more in line with the Western language and sang the words in an aria-like way. She repeated the previous words, "I came from the East and walked in the world. Look at the rise and fall of the Eastern dynasty, and everything has changed." Not long ago. An astrological ritual is held in the night sky is quiet, and there is a meteor piercing the sky at Polaris. Balabla said a lot, and sure enough, when she said so, the Amazonian's unclear feeling of harshness has diminished a little. "Do you want to stay here and study your divination?" Hippolyte asked her. "Yes. Why should I promise you? On the mountain, there is a god among women. As expected, Her Majesty has a secret to conceal her. Once something is revealed, there is a danger that she will be there," said the purple doll. The god of women naturally refers to Hera, the Queen of Heaven, and Hera is the third-generation Queen of God on the mountain. Compared with the previous two divas, Gia and Rhea are both mother gods. She is different. She is the god of marriage and fertility, symbolizing women, so she is also the god of women. Hearing what she said, Hippolyte knew what she knew. This matter should not be known to more people. She rejected the Amazons, CD, A, B, C, Ding, and only the insider, Antiope, was left on the scene. The purple doll tied by a mantra lasso below. Hippolyte had a bad face and stared at the girl below the high platform. She is not completely superstitious in the mantra lasso, because most of the existence on this sacred mountain is immune to it. The girls under the stage are obviously not ordinary, and the mantra lasso may not be useful. The other party, the authenticity of the discourse, is open to question. "Give me a reason for you to stay on Paradise Island. This time I traveled in a hurry, and I didn't bring too many things on my body. If Her Majesty doesn't dislike it, these can be the price I left." While the purple doll was talking, she created a 3-ton Amazon metal ingot on the ground in front of her out of thin air. The metal ingot is not a whole piece, but is divided into several pieces. Each piece weighs no more or less, exactly 10 kilograms, a total of 3 tons. Amazon metal is abundant in Paradise Island. Although there may be a little in other parts of the earth, it will never be too much. Even on Paradise Island, there are not many reserves of this metal, and most of its uses are to trade with Hephaestus, the god of flames and forging, in exchange for some powerful weapons. Hephaestus, this is a male god who has a good relationship with Amazons. Because of a tradition here that is not easy to elaborate, every time a woman on Paradise Island goes out to hunt men, a large number of Amazons will become pregnant soon after returning. If a baby boy is born, then no matter how painful or desperate the mother of the baby boy is, not giving up, will follow the tradition to throw the baby boy into the sea to drown. Until one day, Hephaestus learned of this tragic incident and took the initiative to come to Paradise Island and negotiate with Hippolyte. Since then, any baby boy born in Amazon will be sent to Hephaestus. The other party is responsible for adoption and care. And Hephaestus, he is a rare good old god in the Greek gods. He raised these Amazon sons and trained them into talents who are good at carving, painting, and forging. They will leave Hephaestus as adults to do what they want to do, many of which are world-renowned artists. Baby boys in the Amazon will not be blessed by the goddess on the sacred mountain. Therefore, compared with the lifespan of a female Amazon for thousands of years, the lifespan of a child of the Amazon is the same as that of a normal human. Well, the topic is far off. Nowadays, an outsider girl waved her hand to conjure such a pile of metal, and Hippolyte and her sister Antiope recognized what it was. With such a large number, how many magic weapons can be exchanged with Hephaestus? In order to increase the ethnic heritage of the Amazons, Hippolyte did not refuse. I allow you to live on Paradise Island, but not more than 3 years. Thank you, Your Majesty. The Dalsy smiled and nodded. She can't live for as long as 3 years, and will leave after 2 years. So, from this day on, the doll lives on the Paradise Island. The residence of the doll Purple was arranged by Antiope himself, and the location was at the foot of the mountain next to the most heavily guarded palace, which meant that it would be monitored nearby. Time passed unknowingly, and among the Amazons, rumors that fortune-telling by outsiders were very accurate gradually spread. Many people, out of curiosity, specifically came to see the puppets for divination. Even the Princess Diana of Paradise Island has heard of this and often comes to play with the doll Z. Diana is no different from her appearance and age in the next 100 years, except that her temperament is slightly immature, and she is relatively naive. She also thinks that babies are angels with wings. There is also a person who often visits Yibai's fortune-telling house on the island. She is Helen of Troy, the most beautiful woman in the world. Helen, she is different from the actor in tomorrow's legend. She is really beautiful, but it is a bit exaggerated to say that she is the most beautiful in the world. Yibai can find a few looks that are equivalent to her at home, such as Wanda. When Agnes grows up, her appearance will not be worse than that of Helen. If you have to force comparison, you can only say that different temperaments have their own merits, and the level of appearance should be at the same level. Because Diana and Helen often came to the divination room of the doll Z, they gradually became acquainted with the two and were regarded as friends by them. They're all very curious about the outside world nowadays, and the doll Z happily tells them stories about the outside world. Time, 2 years passed without knowing it, and came to 1918. The First World War will end this year, and before it ends, Steve Trevor will accidentally stray into Paradise Island. Dalsy observes through the timeline and knows that it will happen today. Steve came and brought a group of Confederate soldiers who were pursuing him. The Dalsy used divination to inform Hippolyte in advance that an outsider invaded today, and the Amazons were fully armed and laid ambush on the shore. Before the Confederate soldiers approached the island, thousands of Amazons were ambushed here with bows and arrows, several rounds of volley quill. But the short-term counterattack by the Allied soldiers killed Antiope. There were many Amazon sisters who died with her. It can only be said that God's will. The Amazon has stayed away from the world for too long and has no knowledge of the firearms and weapons of the outside world. Only then can there be a tragedy of casualties and casualties. Definitely, a puppet, Z, said quickly beside Hippolyte that the Amazons did not directly shoot Steve Trevor, who crashed into the barrier of Paradise Island, but sent an Amazon female warrior to rescue him to the shore. Steve Trevor, he is a very important person in the future timeline, the founder of the Sky Club. If he dies here, the future will definitely change. There is a doll, Z, tirelessly telling external stories to Diana. Diana is no longer so novel about men outside. She is not as interested in the original time and space when she sees Steve Trevor. An ordinary friend. Inside the palace, Steve Trevor was tied up with a mantra lasso and asked who he was. Under the effect of this artifact, he couldn't lie. He could only tell the truth about his identity and what he was doing before strayed into this place. Everyone heard that a war broke out in the outside world. 65 million people participated in the war. More than 10 million people were killed, and 20 million people were injured. The number of people who participated in the war and the number of casualties made even the well-informed Hippolyte a little shocking. Steve Trevor is just a mortal, different from Dalsy. Hippolyte may suspect that what Dalsy says under the mantra lasso is true or false, but he does not doubt the ordinary person Steve Trevor. What he said is true. Nowadays, the world line has been restarted by Flashpoint. Diana and her brother Ares met earlier, so I didn't yell that it was Ares' pot. the brother and sister met for the first time. It was more than 1,000 years ago. At that time, Diana was still a little girl and a bear kid. When the bear kid was able to go everywhere on the island, he met a long beard. Bald man. The man calls himself Ares. From that day on, Diana learned of her life from Ares and received Ares combat training for many years. Until Ares' trial against Diana, Diana let the Tarantanos go, which disappointed Ares. After that, Ares no longer came to Paradise Island to teach his sister Diana. Maybe he was really disappointed. As one of the sons of Zeus and Hera, Ares knew things her mother did not know, such as the existence of Diana, the child of the father and the Amazon queen. For flowers. At the same time, he also knew that his father Zeus valued Diana very much, and even shared most of the divine power in Diana's body, but Diana herself did not know this because of the suppression of the guardian silver bracelet. What Ares didn't know was that Zeus's infusion of Diana's divine power never stopped, but continued to moisturize things silently. Definitely, the divine power is still the divine power of Zeus, and Zeus can retrieve this part of the divine power at any time. He did this just to deal with the first child who was about to be unearthed. The first child of Zeus was not Athena born to him and Metis, the goddess of wisdom, but she and Hera. Before the unlucky child was born, a prophecy appeared on the mountain. Zeus's first child would overthrow his father and become the four-generation king. So, after the birth of the first child of Zeus and Hera, Zeus was ready to die him tenderly. But under Hera's plea, the hapless child was thrown into the mortal cold pool to fend for himself. The child grew up in the cold of the sky. He fought against the weather, fought with beast, and even fought with dragon. The eldest son fought against nature, gradually grew up from a baby, and even killed a dragon. Zeus has been observing his first son. The more braver the eldest son, the more jealous Zeus. In the end, he ignored Hera's prevention and threw the hapless boy into the deepest part of the earth. Now, nearly 10,000 years have passed, and the hapless kid has been crawling toward the surface, and he is about to return full of hatred. The eldest son climbed in hatred, even disfigured by magma, but getting stronger. Zeus felt threatened and had to discuss with his eldest daughter Athena. The two discussed a plan related to Diana. As for why Diana? Because Diana is sealed with 1/5 of the power of the three-phase goddess Hecate, that thing is called the witch's moment. The general content of the plan is to train Diana. Zeus lends his supernatural power to this daughter and let Ares discover it. Ares would be curious about why his father valued this sister so much, so he would train Diana in order to find out what would make Diana and Ares the first sibling bond. The plan after Zeus and Athena has not been officially launched, but many Greek gods have been calculated by Zeus and Athena as chess pieces. Queen Hera, Dionysus, god of war Ares, Hephaestus, god of fire and blacksmithing, Demeter, goddess of agriculture and plants, Hermes, god of speed and thieves, goddess of love and beauty Aphrodite, Eros, goddess of discord Eris, Apollo, god of sun and prophecy, Artemis, goddess of moon and hunting, and even Aquaman Poseidon and Hades are all counted. According to the fate arranged by Zeus and Athena for Diana, Diana will eventually gather most of the gods who are willing to help her in a series of troubles with her own personal charm and complete the ceremony of becoming a god, and finally lead the gods to face Zeus, the eldest son of Hera. And Athena will 453 seal her supernatural power and come to possess a female mortal in the mortal world. Zeus will then be reincarnated into the mortal woman and take a walk. This mortal woman possessed by Athena is a rumor that Zeus messed around and made her pregnant. Athena is responsible for protecting Zeus in the woman's belly, in this way to escape the disaster of the eldest son. The daughter is pregnant, and the father can only say that it is very good and strong. The New 52 restarts. This is the story of Diana. Now that she has heard about the tragic war that is taking place outside, she does not 100% believe that Ares did it. She just doubts it. She told her mother that she wanted to go out to investigate the matter, but Hippolyte did not want her to leave. Dalsey looked around from the timeline and confirmed that Diana and Steve Trevor are no longer married, but only friends, and that the future Diana will not have any boyfriends. After that, she decisively expressed support for Diana's outlying islands. Hippolyte knew that the Dalsey was a fortune teller and looked at her daughter's determination. She knows Diana because she is her own daughter, so even if she objected, she would leave secretly. In this case, Hippolyte agreed to his daughter's departure. Dalsey will leave on the same day. It is true. She tells Diana that she will go to M country to experience life in the next stop in order to make a breakthrough. Diana was very reluctant, but she also knew Z's pursuit and didn't say much. In this way, the causal effect will be there in the future, and the causal cause will also be present. The cause and effect are achieved. Yibai takes back the purple doll, leaves this time and space, and returns to the normal timeline. I want to talk about it here, because Yibai went back to the past, the normal timeline of the future world, relative to his pocket dimension space. Time has been static for 2 years. As locals in the DC world, Kayla and Diana, who stayed in his pocket dimension space, were unable to control the duplication of the normal timeline in this case. Those who had nothing to do simply followed Natasha Romanoff and others to the Marvel movie universe where time was still passing by, and they didn't feel bored. Now Yibai returned to the normal DC timeline, and the outside time began to flow normally. Diana and Kayla, who learned of this, came back for the first time, controlling their respective dolls and looking for acquaintances to reminisce about the past. Yibai came out of the pocket space, came to the Midtown Interstellar Lab, found Caitlin Snow, and talked to her about what happened in the Flashpoint Paradox timeline after she was sent away. Caitlin sighed after hearing this. 3 days later, Yibai left DC and went to Marvel's side. The reason for coming here is that in the pocket dimension space yesterday, what Wanda mentioned when chatting with Natasha Romanoff caught his attention. They talked about one of them, Stark, who is now 25 or 6 years old, and adopted a 3-year-old girl outside. For the face-saving project of his own group, Stark visited an orphanage during a charitable donation. At that time, he found a loli who was only 3 years old and had a very enchanting IQ, so he came to be interested and asked him many questions. Little Loli's name is Veronica because she is an orphan without a surname. Veronica's name was given by Mrs. Date, the head of the orphanage. The name implies many things, such as optimism, versatility, expressiveness, business acumen, strong sense of responsibility, cleverness, quick thinking, and efficient work. At the same time, the name also symbolizes saints in Christianity. She deserves this name. She is really very smart, cute-looking, and a proper beauty. Stark fell in love as soon as she saw her, adopted her as an adopted daughter, and gave her Stark's surname. When Natasha Romanoff and Wanda talked about this matter, Yibai felt weird to hear that Stark has an adopted daughter. What kind of Marvel setting is this? There are 2 possibilities for this to happen. The first one is the butterfly effect that an outsider brings to the world. The second kind is that this girl is not easy. So Yibai plans to take a look. Stark's home is not the future Malibu side of Los Angeles on the West Coast. It is currently on Long Island, New York. The home of Yibai and others on Marvel happened to be in Long Island. After he came here, he used Emma's ability to easily cover the entire Long Island with the power of his mind, and easily found the location of Stark Manor. It was around 9 o'clock in the morning. Stark was not at home. Only a few nanny and young lowly Veronica Stark, adopted by Stark not long ago, were there. At the moment, lowly Veronica was sitting cross-legged alone in a princess-style bedroom full of laces, padded with her hands, as if she was doing some practice. Perceiving this scene, Yibai thought that lowly was really not easy. He invaded Veronica's mind with psychic power, ready to probe her memory. As a result, the power of the mind was blocked by the mysterious power, and it also aroused Lowly's high alertness. Lowly looked around vigilantly, trying to find the culprit. Who is it? 3.8. Little Lowly asked. Isn't this Lowly a traverser like himself? Out of curiosity in his heart, Yibai intends to test the other party. He switched to Dark Phoenix ability, ready to project a duplication over to chat with each other. Veronica was still guarding her surroundings and suddenly noticed the temperature in the room had risen. In the midair not far in front of her bed, flames blazed from the void, and the Phoenix Phantom gathered in the ascent. To be familiar with the traverser of the Marvel story, it is time to realize what is in front of you. This loli is obviously not. She stood up on guard, pinched her hands, and the huge magical power surged all over her body, and the mist formed a transparent color barrier to protect herself. Then she said, "Who are you?" "Who are you?" she asked, staring at the small hot phoenix in front of her. Yi Bai is observing that when the opponent casts the spell, he has noticed that the magic power surging around the opponent's body is not ordinary magic. The source is not a different dimension, but a small loli originally. There is no magic in the Seventh Sky universe of Marvel. It was eliminated by the universe originally or eternity among the five gods, and it is not conducive to the development of the universe. Nowadays, the power used by magicians is basically borrowed from certain existences in different dimensions, such as the power of ancient gods, hell, or heaven. I want to charge you interest. Little Loli is different. Her power comes from herself, that is, the kind of magic can be used at will. As long as there is magic power, don't play and let the magic get out of control and blow yourself up. Use magic basically if you want to use it, and there is no use cost. Statement. Me? A passerby who is interested. While Flame Phoenix spoke, the temperature gradually decreased, his body shape changed 28, and the flame gradually dimmed. When the flame completely disappeared, a woman with blonde hair and purple eyes and a purple skirt appeared on the spot. It was Yi Bai's purple doll. "You can call me Purple, little girl. You are not a native of this universe, right?" Little Loli said non-committal. Maybe it is, maybe it is not, who knows. Her posture like an adult makes Yi Bai more sure that Loli's appearance is not equal to Loli's age. This situation is very common in traversers. Yi Bai laughed blankly. "Don't be nervous, I am not malicious. I am also a magic user. I have a lot of magic knowledge here, maybe I can exchange it." Yi Bai can only use alchemy and Olympus enchantment in the occult, but it doesn't matter. Wanda in his pocket has focused his attention on Yi Bai and can take over the control of the doll Purple on his behalf at any time and come and shall Loli discusses magic. In doing so, he was curious about the strength of the other party and wanted to get over to fill up his own occult support reserve, so he took this opportunity to test this little Loli more. "Do you want my knowledge?" "It depends on the value of your knowledge." Little Loli did not refuse. She was eager for all new knowledge that she hadn't touched before. In her opinion, knowledge is invaluable. Yi Bai laughed at Mimi and took out a transcript of the magic book, which recorded the basic theory of the Camartage genre. Although it did not record a magic, it explained the system in detail. He controlled the doll Z and lifted the book to the other party out of thin air. "This is the basic common sense of my magic here, you can take a look first." Loli was very cautious. She didn't pick it up with her hands, but chanted and cast spells, and directly summoned a Trask from hell across dimensions. Trask was less than 1 meter tall and had long blue skin on her head. Once she was summoned, she was taken by Loli. In forced enslavement by her magic, she asked the demon to read the book instead of herself. The opponent's hand made Yi Bai's eyes shine brightly, and he casually summoned creatures of different dimensions without being blocked by the dimensional barriers of the 3 holy places of Holy Place, which shows the power of this magic. Trask flips through the book quickly, and Loli understands it simultaneously. She confirmed that this kind of magical knowledge was indeed a new system, and she became very interested. "Okay, we can do an equivalent exchange." Loli agreed to Yi Bai's knowledge exchange. She has never resisted new knowledge, however, I don't trust you. We need to sign a contract. She doesn't trust Yiku, and Yi Bai doesn't trust her, let alone the other party's contract. The contract really needs to be signed. I can find a guarantee. Using Dark Phoenix as a springboard, Yi Bai connected to Sister Phoenix and told her about this. Sister Phoenix was very willing to help, so a vast sea of wool landed out of thin air in the princess-style bedroom full of lace. The terrible will is like a tide like a sea, and once it descends, It freezes the time and space of the entire universe. Only the time in this room is still flowing normally. Loli was directly frightened by the will and collapsed on the bed, shuddering and sweating. On the other hand, Yi Bai's doll Z, there are many hexagonal positions around her flickering, blocking the will of the phoenix, and it doesn't feel at all. This will comes from an ancient existence. It is the embodiment of the emotions and life of the universe. It brings life to the universe. Our transactions will be guaranteed by him. Yi Bai introduced to the shivering Loli. Loli resisted the fear and sat up and looked around with fear. She didn't see the master of this will. From the feeling, the other party was more conceptually original, magnificent, and boundless. The will alone can twist and destroy the entire universe. She has never seen such a powerful force, let alone seen it. She has never heard of it. In comparison, the so-called gods in some of the worlds she has been to are probably not even ants. Under the will of Phoenix, a contract was drawn up by Phoenix and passed into Loli's body. Well, this contract is one-sided. It only restricts Loli and has no effect on Yi Bai at all. Phoenix didn't say to break this point, nor did it specify it in the contract. But Loli believes that such an existence will not deceive her. In her opinion, such Whaley doesn't have to make it difficult for her to be such a small magician. The disappearance of the Phoenix will and the deep contract with Loli's soul made Loli unable to leave anything unfavorable to Yi Bai's knowledge exchange. As long as she dared to do that, she could be burned to ashes by the Phoenix flame in an instant. Similarly, this contract 453 will also measure the value of knowledge of both parties. If Loli gets knowledge from Yi Bai, she must also produce equivalent knowledge. Otherwise, she will also be burnt to ashes. With this contract, Yi Bai generously took out a lot of copies of the magic books in his magic library and piled up half of the bedroom. Rao is so. These books are only 1% of the books in the library. Seeing him take out the magic book piled up half of the bedroom out of thin air, little Loli was dumbfounded. Seeing Loli dumbfounded, Yi Bai smiled brightly. These books are 1% of the total magic book collection in my place, and they have contract value. Now it's your turn. Dumbfounded, Loli looked tangled. She thought she might have been scammed. Not in terms of knowledge, but in terms of quantity. If the other party said that there are so many magical books, wouldn't it be that as long as he keeps going out and taking the books, when he can't change it, he will be burned? Reluctantly, she could only take the lead in taking the initiative, first receive the many collections of books that Yi Bai took out into her portable space, and then re-engraved all the magic books in her portable space into a magic book with magic. Take out. This book contains all the knowledge I have. The contract measures its value to be 50 times the value of the books you just mentioned. I hope you can exchange it at the same price, and don't take out anything that exceeds its value, otherwise I can't afford it. Moment Yi Bai could not see out. This is not the kind of well-known story of Loli through who did not make things difficult for her, and she finished the regular trading-ended contract. Soul Contract noticed the disappearance of small Loli relieved. She was really worried about her other pit. Fortunately not. Get a lot of new knowledge. Loli's small lift itself up. So much knowledge. She learned enough long time. Yi Bai manipulation purple doll and asked her, "You have not introduced ourselves, what you call, where they come from?" Small Loli said, "My full name is Veronica Lilith Guayanor." Her long name, the full read a minute to finish. "You can call me Veronica. I'm from Farron, the son of God literature Denel. Bo." He was silent for small Loli. That long name is simply too much of crimes against humanity. Then he turned his attention to focus on each other's identity. Phelan story continent, but also to the story D&D system architecture. Yi Bai crossing seen some before, just know that God literature. Living in the house-bounded domain knowledge is seen as neutral ya good gods. Clergy are sculpture, painting, literature, writer, drawing. Believers of God, some people are mostly academics, secretary, sage, and pursue knowledge. Denel and its believers all his life looking for the ultimate file. Gowns and believers are convinced that this volume contains the text of all the mysteries of multi-universe, allowing life reading this final volume of divinity. He does have a smart demigod daughter, Veronica. Different with his father, Veronica, although the volume of interest in the final, but was more interested in or knowledge of different worlds, as well as the humanities, she used to experience life in all the world, and therefore her self-proclaimed semi-divine order brigade magician. The beautiful scenery is a different world to keep heart, anytime, anywhere convenience of the show. She learned a lot of illusion magic. You can change the surroundings in a mirage of way when necessary. Illusion magic weak? In fact, not at all weak. Illusion contains shadow, which can simulate and spell shadow magic and more other systems, such as evocation, destruction, summoning, etc., can be said that in addition to predict department of conjuration. Enchantment cannot be simulated, the other magic can be simulated, but the power will be a low level. And illusion originally not weak. Look at these names spells you know. Stealth, illusion, magic sound, phantom killer, tomb, dream, preventing exploration, mirage, nightmares, resident ghost, camouflage, quiet shadow form, shadow phase, the phase of travel, eternal mirage. There are several very interesting spells, such as Eternal Mirage. The effect is to produce a semi-real phantom, enough real ones. It can be controlled to move, speak, posture, but cannot attack and cast spells. If you do not remove this magic, it will permanently exist. Illusion magic power is not reflected in destructive power, but rather on the degree of treacherous, often associated with the presence of this battle, as the enemy will fall into the horror film scene. The real master of illusion is a living person can be scared to death. Veronica is not the master of illusion, but she was stronger. She is illusion demigods, clergy originally plus different hobbies of world travel make informed her. Let her magic skills complement each other under a higher 9-ring the epic spell. Though not readily released said, but give her some time to put out the gods level spell over the 10-ring will be a few. Today, she mastered all the knowledge, all this concentrated to that there are numerous pages of magic book, traded to Yi Bai. Yi Bai own magic ability and Natasha Romanoff half a dozen to 2 qualifications that bad, learn spells will top the 6-ring days. But the difference Wanda's ability even Big Devil Shi Suan very hungry eye, by her to learn that knowledge is simply easy to do. Once there are more methods, Wanda will not often use Sithorn's power to cast spells to reduce the disadvantages and avoid losing control. Knowing that the little girl's true identity was the demigod Veronica from the mainland of Faerun, Yi Bai was completely relieved of her. Veronica, this is a mushroom with powerful magical power, but harmless to humans and animals. Although she looked only 3 years old, in fact, it was just a disguise after people came to this world. The actual age is at least Hale. Yi Bai is more curious. How did the other party come to Marvel from the D&D multi-universe worldview? But considering that I can travel through it, maybe others have any adventures. In order to have a magical super talent in her family, Dalsey did not hesitation too much and invited her. Would you like to come to my house as a guest? Where's your home? Veronica also saw that the Dalsey is not malicious, and her alertness is not as strong as it was at the beginning, and she is reoccupied with the unknown exploration. The pocket space I opened up is about the same size as the planet under our feet, and it connects different universes. Doll Purple explained. Hearing connecting different universes, Veronica only slightly hesitation. Driven by curiosity, she nodded and agreed to the invitation of Dalsey. Although she can traverse by herself, every time she traverses, she will be weak for a long time. The world is far and near, and the period of weakness varies from 1 year to 100 years. Traveling to this world undoubtedly made her very weak, otherwise he would not be so alert when facing the sudden appearance of the Fire Phoenix at first. It is conservatively estimated that she will have to be weak for 100 years before she can regain her victory. During this time, she cannot continue to cross. So she was moved when she heard that Yi Bai's family connects all universes. At the moment she agreed, she succeeded in binding Yi Bai's pocket space and became a new resident. And she didn't notice it. Previously, Bai used the ability of Emma, Dark Phoenix, and Wanda one after another. The 3 of them paid attention to Yi Bai's activities outside. Knowing that the adopted daughter of Stark is not easy, now Yibai will take to her pocket space orchard, and the three of them walked out castle. Come here. Yibai introduced them to both parties, and then handed Wanda the magic book he had previously traded with Veronica. Is Li Hao? No, I will give you a gift, Zhuang. After being given a gift, Wanda's eyes jumped with a beautiful crescent. She took the book in surprise and slapped Yibai's face to express her love for this gift. It turns out that you are the main body. The one before was a doll. Veronica suddenly realized. Yeah, Yibai nodded to her. Your wife is very good. If possible, I want to accept her as a student. Can you? Veronica pointed to Wanda and asked Yibai. Obviously, she saw Wanda's incredible magical ability. What she said made the expressions of the few people present weird. A lowly, who looked only 3 years old, said that he would accept Wanda, who was about 20 years old, as a student. This felt very unconventional. Seeing the expressions of several people, Veronica added, according to the time of the earth, I am more than 20,000 years old, don't underestimate me. Everyone. How to answer this? Nowadays, Yibai's pocket dimension space is very large, and its area is even bigger than the Earth's land plus ocean area. However, there are not even 20 residents here, and the area is large with few people. It is not appropriate to say that the land is large and sparsely populated. Dark Phoenix more than a year ago, when Yibai was still on Paradise Island, he picked an area. Alter Reality created an ocean and beach, so that everyone can experience the fun of the ocean, beach, and cruise in a pocket space. But compared to the world of Novosibirsk, it is also somewhat insignificant. This has resulted in the vast majority of the world being barren land. When Veronica was taken to visit here, she saw so many wastelands. She felt that the land resources were wasted. You guys are too wasteful of space. If I were you, I will find a doomsday world and find survivors to emigrate. Let this place prosper. Or find a god who is proficient in the way of life, and let him come here to create life. To be honest, Yibai and others really want to make this place prosper, but that is not a goal that can be achieved in a short time. Regardless of the large area here, the upper limit of spatial population is only 20 people. Although Yibai can be an alchemy doll, and Wanda Alter Reality can make an alchemy doll truly human, but compared to the whole world, you can't expect 2 people to create humans here without doing anything. How long does it take? Dark Phoenix's Phoenix Force changes the environment, and it is not difficult to create life, but Yibai 453 does not want to fill his world with too many creations under the Phoenix Force. That will allow the will of Phoenix Sister to spread in, although people may not be against it. He is interested in his world, but he is very interested in him, so Yibai will not let Dark Phoenix change this place too much. Now, Veronica says to find a survivor of the Doomsday World to come here to enrich the population. This is a very good idea. When the population limit is high in the future, you can consider doing this. Which one to choose in the Doomsday World? The zombie hero universe is not good. There is also the Marvel worldview. What if there is a similar Flashpoint paradox? So I can only look from the universe outside of Marvel's worldview and think of him like Resident Evil, 2012, Apocalypse, The Walking Dead, Prophet, and so on. In terms of popularity, the Resident Evil world is the highest. Yibai said, I know that a world where apocalypse has occurred also has a zombie crisis, but the zombie virus over there is not strong. Wanda and Emma have heard that it is another zombie virus raging universe, and they are very repulsive of similar viruses that have a psychological shadow. Dark Phoenix doesn't matter. Veronica looks very interested. In the many worlds Veronica traversed in the past, very few CD have had apocalypse, but the apocalypse originated from the plague did not. Although the plague is very harmful, its spread in ancient times with inconvenient transportation was also limited. In modern times with advanced technology, people have sufficient knowledge of the plague and have preventive measures. There may be a world truly destroyed by the plague, but Veronica has never seen it. She was so curious that she would be interested in hearing about one now. At the moment, a few people slid all the way to the seaside of the pocket space. Using the ring of the sage, Yi Bai waved his hands to create beach chairs and umbrellas, and took out youth juice and youth wine. A few people sat down, and Yi Bai said to them, "I edited the story of that world to make a movie. Do you want to see it?" What he said, Wanda, Dark Phoenix, and Emma all showed great interest and even nodded. The last time they watched Yi Bai's Man of Steel, they found it interesting. Now they can experience it again, naturally. Refuse. Veronica, although she is a demigod magician, she is also a scientific talent, and she is not unfamiliar with movies. She has been to many worlds, many of which are in power, such as the place where the story of Detective Conan took place. In that world, Veronica attached her body-soul to the great daughter Suzuki Ayako of the Suzuki Consortium and experienced her lifetime. In other words, she knew the finale of Conan's story. It's a pity that Yi Bai doesn't know that she knows, otherwise she has to ask what she knows to satisfy her curiosity, and by the way, to appease the dissatisfaction of seeing him from the age of elementary school in his previous life. Cough. The topic is too far away, and everyone is interested. Yi Ku uses the Ring of the Sage to project the first part of the Resident Evil movie forward. I won't talk about the content. After watching it, a few people were curious about the story behind, and Yi Bai simply put his mind on the next few movies. Several people watched all the biochemical series movies from 10 o'clock in the morning to 8 o'clock in the evening. Outside, at the moment, Stark Manor has become a mess. The cause is the disappearance of Veronica Stark. At first, the maid found that Veronica was not in the manor. They notified their employer Tony Stark of this matter. Stark learned that his adopted daughter had been lost, so he didn't care about the work at hand, so he hurried home. Tony likes his adopted daughter very much. The adopted daughter is missing. He used all the contacts he could use to find out, and the missing person notice was sent out. Veronica returned by herself until 9 o'clock in the evening. Tony came to her for the first time and asked her where she had been all day. Veronica is a very wise lowly. She fooled Tony in a few words, making the other person believe that she was just accidentally hitting her head in a certain inconspicuous corner of the manor, and no one found her. In order to round up the lie, she also made a small wound on her head. She was only 3 years old, and no one doubted her, so she fooled her over. Yi Bai's doomsday population migration plan was finally shelved. The main reason is that the pocket space of the magic hut has an upper limit. At present, it can accommodate up to 20 people. It is impossible to emigrate more people in. He is asked to go to the finale system, and the answer is that the pocket space needs to reach LV5 in order to lift the population restriction. A new day has begun. Today, Yi Bai came to Iowa. The reason was that he was boring to observe the timeline and found that Natasha Romanoff was here. It's not Natasha Romanoff of Yi Bai's family, but Natasha Romanoff of the movie universe. In order to distinguish between the two, Nat will be used later to describe the Natasha Romanoff of the movie universe. This kind of nickname is very popular in Europe and America. For example, the names are Natasha Romanoff and Natalie, and the default nicknames are Nat, transliteration, Night. Another example is Catherine, whose nickname is Kate by default. Use the name Kate. Nat has had a bad life recently. It has been 2 years since she betrayed the Red House and came to Country M. In the past 2 years, she changed her name to Audrey in West Hollywood in Los Angeles to live a low-key life to avoid being found by the organizers. At first, life was pretty good. Although ordinary people's life was ordinary, she liked this feeling very much, until 2 months ago, her whereabouts were exposed, the Red Room started the Ice Cone Project, and the chasers followed one after another, and she couldn't stand it alone. The entire organization can only go into exile. Until one day ago, she fled to Iowa. This morning, Iowa was covered by clouds, and it might rain at any time. In a restaurant in a certain city, Nat was absent-mindedly eating breakfast while sitting by the window of the restaurant. At the moment, she is not the classic Black Widow image. She wears a black wig and a silicone mask on her face, which makes her look like her original appearance. During the period of hiding in Tibet, her financial situation was a bit tight, and she was considering whether to go to her old business, to enter the upper-class social circle as a guest commercial spy, to get acquainted with some scientific and technical personnel, to steal technical secrets, and to sell these technologies to make money. This is a bit risky, and it is easy for Xia Lu's whereabouts to attract chase. She hasn't made up her mind yet. At this time, a man walked into the gate of the restaurant. He ordered a breakfast of hamburger plus milk plus ham, and took the cooked food and sat across from Nat. "Don't mind if I sit here?" the man asked Nat. Nat looked at each other a few times and pointed to an empty table next to him. "There is a space there. The implication is to mind the other party sit here." Yi Bai turned his hands and turned into a photo like magic and put it on the table. "Do you know the person in the photo? She thinks that you may be in trouble recently and asked me to come to you." Nat glanced at the person in the photo. She did know this person. During her time in West Hollywood, Los Angeles, she used the alias Audrey and met a red-haired woman in her 20s, a neighbor. Coincidentally, the other party's name is also Natasha Romanoff. In life, the other side has given me a lot of help. It wasn't until her whereabouts were leaked not long ago that she was surrounded during a firefight with the former organization. Fortunately, a friend showed up to help. She escaped to death. After that day, she never saw that friend again. Her friend named Natasha Romanoff is naturally the one from Yi Bai's family. Natasha Romanoff knows that Nat is her own peer. Although the two look different, they are people of the same identity and similar past. It is not an exaggeration to say that they have the same disease, so she helped Nat. Natasha Romanoff's help made Nat wonder. Even now, she hadn't figured out why the other party would help herself. Looking at the skill and marksmanship she showed that day, she was obviously not an ordinary person. Since leaving West Hollywood, Los Angeles, she has always felt that this matter is not over. Sure enough, the person from the other side found her today. This made her alert. Her right hand tightened subconsciously, and the widow under her sleeve was ready to go. "Who are you? Or who are you? What is the purpose of approaching me?" "Don't be nervous." Yi Bai pointed to the photo on the table and then said, "Natasha Romanoff didn't approach you on purpose, but just met you by coincidence. She never tried to get anything from you. What about you?" Nat asked again. "Hungry. I forgot to introduce myself. I am Yi Bai, a friend of Natasha Romanoff and a major shareholder of Marvel Technology. Have you heard of that company?" Nat nodded. She has indeed heard of it, or is there anyone in this era who hasn't heard of it? In the past 2 years, Marvel has successively produced many emerging technology products, even revolutionized computer technology, laid fiber optic networks across the United States, built mobile communication towers covering North America, and even developed smartphones. The mobile phone Nat currently uses is the third-generation fruit machine produced by Marvel Technology. Nat was surprised to hear that he was a shareholder of Marvel Technology. Is this shareholder too young? Is he over 20 years old? Here, has a job, long-term, interested? Yi Bai asked her. "I don't trust you. I need to talk to Natasha Romanoff," Nat said. Yi Bai shrugged and reported Natasha Romanoff's phone call. Nat took out his mobile phone and dialed directly. After a few seconds, the phone was connected and Natasha Romanoff's voice came from inside. "This is Natasha Romanoff. Who may I ask?" "It's me, Audrey. There is a guy named Yi Bai in front of me. He claims to be a major shareholder of Marvel Technology. Do you know him?" Nat asked. Nat still has a certain degree of trust in Natasha Romanoff, who has been his neighbor for 2 years. At least in those 2 years, the other party hadn't conspired with her, and she also hoped that the other party was still her friend instead of having any purpose. After a few seconds of silence on the other end of the phone, Natasha Romanoff's voice came from the receiver. "You said that guy. That's a dude who wanders around doing nothing. It is basically harmless. You can trust him or use him, at least he very rich." Yi Bai has very good ears. He was speechless when he heard Natasha Romanoff's voice on Nat's phone. He recognized the playboy, but what is meant by "you can use him"? Is this what he said? Nat and Natasha Romanoff briefly exchanged a few words and then hung up the phone. She stared at Yi Bai on the opposite side and said, "Tell me about work, and there is compensation." I need a personal secretary who is on the face, but actually a bodyguard in private. I think you are very suitable. As for the remuneration, you can open whatever you want and you can pay first. Yibai said that he is not bad for money. For flowers. For 1 year, $5 million will be paid in one lump sum. If my identity is discovered by the organization halfway through, I will leave. Nat Weiss will run away as soon as his identity is exposed, but the salary will not be returned to you. Yibai didn't care about it, nodded and agreed. Okay, is the transfer or cash? Or is it hard currency? I want diamonds. Nat said. Wait until New York is here for you. Yibai agreed. 5 million USD of diamonds can fit in a small pocket, which is just right for someone like Nat. If cash is inconvenient to carry, if you transfer money, it will be 5 million black money for a non-working person like Nat, and someone from the relevant department will come to check the water meter. The two had breakfast and left the fast food restaurant together. Where are we going? Nat asked. I heard that there will be a circus show in the city tonight. I'm going to see it. As for now, let's go in everywhere. They wandered like this for a day, basically shopping and watching movies. Nat kind of believes Natasha Romanoff's words. This is really a dude who wanders around all day long with nothing to do. At dusk, the two had dinner in the restaurant, and they came to the circus location somewhere in the western suburbs of the city. There are many tourists here. There was an archery in the circus, and his hit rate looked at the audience in amazement. This product is Clinton Barton, 18 or 9 years old, codename Ming-En. If Yibai hadn't intervened, Nat and Hawkeye would have met for the first time in these 2 days. In addition to being a circus archery player, Hawkeye also played a guest role as a superhero. One day when he snatched the dirt from a few jewelry thieves, the police happened to arrive and immediately treated him as a prisoner. In a panic, he got into a beautiful woman's car and escaped. On sight, that beauty is the Soviet spy Black Widow. After seeing the other party's ability, she thought that the other party was worthy of use, so she was ready to seduce and use him. Yibai knew about this and came here to find Nat. Although this Nat is not her Natasha Romanoff, he will feel that grass grows on his head when it happens. It is better to come in advance to destroy the acquaintance of the two, and then Nat stayed with her, waited for her favorability to rise, and directly registered her as a resident of Pocket Space. Then there would be no problem. Small. To be honest, this is the first time Yibai has come to a place like a circus, and it feels very fresh. Compared to him, Nat next to him seemed very boring. Obviously, all the circus performances did not attract her attention. Having been playing here for 2 hours, the two people left. In the evening, the two stayed in a suite in a nearby hotel. The suite has 2 bedrooms, a living room, and a bathroom. As soon as he walked in, Nat asked Yibai a question. Do you know the Bincone project? What is that? Yibai asked knowingly. Nat said, as you are a friend of Natasha Romanoff, I don't cheat you. I am an agent of the Red House secret organization in the former Soviet Union. Because I am tired of my life, I want to find a place for stability. The Red House has a plan for the traitor Bincone, which means to pierce the traitor's chest like a Bincone. They will kill the traitor's family, colleagues, friends, and other people related to it. When the traitor is completely desperate, he will kill it. If you hire me, you will also be on the list of ice cones associated with me. Nat's frankness is actually a routine. After a day of observation, Nat thinks that Yibai is a knight-like man who is willing to protect her. The other party recruited himself to be his secretary and bodyguard. Nat doesn't think that the other party really needs a bodyguard. Now that the other party knows Natasha Romanoff, who is better than her, he knows from the other party that he is coming to contact him, and he must know the danger. In this way, there must be some kind of ability. Oh. Yibai's reaction was mediocre. In fact, he knew the ice cone plan of the Red House, and he had been with Natasha Romanoff for several years. The other party told him about the place where he was trained and played for the Red House, and let him know how cruel it was. Not only is it cruel to outsiders, but it is also cruel to its own people. Those who can live from there are the top female agents, such as Natasha Romanoff, such as Yelena. Oh? Your reaction is too flat, aren't you afraid? Nat is puzzled. Yibai laughed and said, "Your equipment is a widow pad. I will give you a piece of the latest equipment developed by our company. It is also a widow pad. I believe that with it, you can protect me." Widow's Dream is Black Widow's exclusive combat weapon. This weapon can fire bullets, mini-bombs, tear gas balls, electric currents up to 30,000 volts, and Widow's hooks. Nat blinked, which was different from what she had imagined. How does the other party know that they have a widow pad? Sitting in the living room, Yibai took out a multi-function equipment with technology and enchantment and handed it to Nat next to him. "Take it and try it." Nat took it over and looked at it. This is a silver-white metal wristband with a pattern carved on it. The material looks like silver. What function does it have? The material is super metal, which is made using nanotechnology and certain occult methods. You will know what function you have when you wear it. Yibai smiled and said that this piece of equipment was actually made by Yibai by Natasha Romanoff, an artifact that combines science and technology with occultism. Nanotechnology can transform it into a thin silver-white metal armor covering the surface of the body, and its defense is not weaker than Black Panther's vibranium armor. At the same time, there is the Olympus enchantment on it, blessing the power of Demer plus the speed of Hermes and the super senses of Tice. Definitely, with so many things blessed by a small piece of equipment, the power will naturally decrease. For example, the speed can only be tripled and the power tripled. For Natasha Romanoff, concealed and small equipment is what she needs, not as conspicuous as Diana wears the equipment. Nat put it on her wrist with suspicion, and then was shocked to find that her physical fitness had been greatly increased. The increased power and explosiveness made her feel that she could beat an individual to death. The increased sense of hearing, smell, taste, touch, and vision made her feel that the whole world seemed to be different. Only the footsteps of people walking on the streets outside and the sound of language exchanges were clear to her ears. She also noticed that the nerve she had sensed seemed to be connected to something, and she could toggle it. Like a switch, she tried to toggle it. The silver-white widow pad on her wrist quickly liquefied and spread along her skin. In less than 3 seconds, it covered her entire body surface and solidified again, forming a thin metal armor. She tried to move her body and her joints moved freely, and the metal armor did not have the slightest effect on her movements. Yibai introduced her in a state of shock. "Don't look at the thin layer, but it is enough to withstand the frontal bombardment of the missile. Even in the face of nuclear weapons, as long as it is not a face-to-face explosion, you will not be killed in this state. Part of the helmet and the armor of the arms and legs can be lifted separately. As long as you put on a piece of clothing, you can't see it." Nat listened to the introduction and lifted the armor of her head, arms, and legs, revealing her face that had seen a ghost. She was shocked and asked Yibai, "Are you an alien?" "No." "Then how can you have such a magical thing?" "I don't believe that Earth technology can make it." "Guess." Yibai is not going to sue her in 3.8, at least not now. "Give me such a good thing, you are not afraid that I will run away?" "This thing needs energy. The only place in the world that can charge it is mine." Yibai laughed, "As if I had eaten you." Nat's mouth twitched, and she could see that the reason why the other party gave her such a magical thing was to better tie herself to the other party, unless she didn't want this piece of equipment. But how could that be possible? "I don't know if I don't know. Now that I know and get it, how could she give up this thing that is enough to protect her safety under any circumstances?" "It looks like you'll eat me." "Yes." Yibai smiled. With a newly equipped Nat, she didn't sleep all night. She was adapting to the various functions of this widow pad equipment. After all, the increased power and speed are 3 times as fast as before. If she doesn't get used to it, all kinds of misjudgments will make her hurried when she is in danger. As a Black Widow, she won't make such mistakes. Yibai didn't sleep either, just watching Nat adjust to the new weapon there. The sky gradually lit up, and Nat lifted the widow pad's armor mode. She cast a seductive wink at someone, twisted her waist, and walked to the bathroom. How could someone not see such an obvious hint? So he followed in. The bathroom time passing by is not a watch. Outside the hotel, a motorhome drove up. The driver was a stylish beauty. She was blonde and purple eyes, wearing a purple vest, black pencil pants, and a pair of high-heeled sandals. She is Yi-bai's purple doll, but Yi-bai doesn't control her. In fact, she does her own activities. After all, Purple Doll is a self-disciplined puppet no matter what. She came here because Yi-bai told her to act as a driver. Not long after, the two walked out of the hotel. Nat was attracted by the luxury car in front of him. I haven't seen this type of car. Is it a new brand of 28? I really want to buy one. Don't sigh, this car is mine. If we want to send you one, let's go up first. Yi-bai called roar. I thought it was a local tyrant. Nat complained. Entering the RV, the inside looks much more spacious than the outside because the car has been enchanted. From the outside, the internal space is about 25 square meters. But after entering, you will find that there are at least 200 square meters inside, divided into several areas: cab, kitchen, living room, bedroom, bathroom, all kinds of furniture, and electrical appliances. This car was not designed by Yi-bai, but the mobile villa car made by the girls in his family who were bored and made with their own abilities and knowledge. They were used to drive it to camp and play everywhere. It was born under hedonism. The product. In the pocket dimension space, there are 10 RVs of this model, and anyone who needs it can drive out. The exterior of the car is well camouflaged. As long as you don't invite irrelevant people into the car, you won't be able to see the extraordinary inside from the outside of the car. Not walking into it, I was shocked by this unscientific. It thought that the new version of Widow's Bite that Yi-bai gave her yesterday was incredible enough, but only now I found out that she was shocked too early. Are you really an alien? Nat was shocked for a while and asked this question again. No. Yi-bai answered the same way. Will you really give me a car like this? I never treat myself wrongly. At this time, the door leading to the cab from the front of the car was opened, and the doll Z walked out of it and saluted Yi-bai very respectfully. I have seen the master. She saluted Nat again. I have seen the mistress. Nat. Yi-bai introduced to her. She is called Z, and she is my maid. What's the matter with the mistress's name Roar? Nat asked unhappy. Aren't the master's partners all mistresses? The purple doll tilted her head and asked dumbly. Nat. Z, you can drive to New York. The IQ of the doll is really worrying. Good master. The purple doll bowed again and turned back to the cab. A few seconds later, the car started and drove away from here. They are currently in Iowa, from here to New York, separated by Illinois, Indiana, Ohio, Pennsylvania, and finally to New York. The distance spans almost half of the country M. At their current speed, it would take 2 days to drive if they drove round the clock without stopping. It's time to travel all the way. More than a year ago, in a laboratory of SHILD, a group of scientists were studying silver-white objects like obelisks. Since that incident, Nick Fury learned from Ziku that there is an alien city on the moon, and he has been concerned about this matter. He has always wanted to understand the aliens and their attitudes towards humans. It really made him investigate something. According to investigations, the obelisk was confiscated from the hands of HYDRA Daniel Whitehall by Paige Ka, and it was related to the Inhuman Awakening ceremony. Under constant research by a group of scientists, the obelisk was torn down by them, revealing several blue crystals in it. After research, it was discovered that as long as the crystal was hit, it would turn into a pure white mist. People bathe in mist and turn into stone. Nick Fury looked at the research reports of the scientists, combined with the intelligence he has investigated during this period. He asked the scientists to make a special detection device for related isotope based on the characteristics of Terrigen's fog, and then identified the potential on the Earth. Awakening Stranger wants to form a super special team under his control. It has to be said that S.H.I.E.L.D. of this period is really talented. The equipment for detecting foreign people was actually tinkered by them, and the cost is not high at all. The size is only the file size of the thumb. Nick Fury let his subordinates produce some potential abnormalities. Human detection device instructed his confidant Phil Coulson to lead people to search everywhere. I don't know if it is fate. Phil Coulson found a little girl named Sky at first sight in the vast crowd. It was an orphan, only 8 or 9 years old, and the detection device responded to her, so Phil Coulson brought the little girl back to S.H.I.E.L.D. Because of something, The girl has been under the surveillance of SHILD since her infancy. Nick Rurue learned of this information and wanted to understand many things. He used a tarragon crystal on Sky, so the Vibe Girl was born ahead of time and was adopted as an adopted girl by Nick Fury. She was nurtured secretly. He gave Phil Coulson a password for this matter, and it was not recorded in the official files of S.470 S.H.I.E.L.D. Therefore, he and Phil Coulson were the only people who knew about this matter. The others in SHILD are not clear. The Vibe Girl, who was supposed to establish a father-daughter relationship with Phil Coulson in the future, has now established such a relationship with Nick Fury. This is a comic setting, but not complete. Yibai is a big family, and the butterfly effect caused to the world is gradually showing its power. Today, the Vibe Girl has been secretly trained by Nick Fury for a year. The little girl is very smart and learns everything fast. 1 year of agent training has made her an agent with extremely rich theoretical knowledge. You know, she is only 9 years old this year. She was trained to be like this at the age of 9, and it will be fine when she grows up. In view of her cleverness, as well as the age advantage of 9 years old, Nick Fury is very optimistic about this little girl and simply cultivated her as an heir. Today, Vibe Woman received her first mission in life from Fury. This task is said to be a task, but Fury is actually investigating Vibe's task execution ability. The task was originally not difficult and not too dangerous. The content of the task is to rely on her 9-year-old age advantage to become friends with Tony Stark's 3-year-old adopted daughter, Veronica, to monitor and protect Stark, because Stark recently made a weapon called Red Storm, may be targeted by malicious people. The new Hellfire Club established by Emma and Dark Phoenix in this world is located in Manhattan. They bought a 50-story building as a club location and decorated the interior into a veritable recreational home. You know this is Manhattan, and every inch of land is very expensive. Buying such a tall building to be a club is really luxurious. Stark is now 18 or 9 years old. As the most outstanding and young talented capitalist in New York, his name as a playboy has begun to appear. After receiving the invitation letter from the Hellfire Club some time ago, he has become a frequent visitor to relax and relax. Member. Without him, there are many high-quality beauties in this place. There are college students who work part-time here, there are fashion models here to set off the atmosphere, and there are even stars in the entertainment industry. Thanks to the high salary here, the additional members are all celebrities in the political and business circles. Some girls want to work here. High salary is one aspect. On the other hand, the girls want to climb the branches and become the phoenix. Wouldn't it be possible to fight for a lifetime less? Here also, do not force these high-quality beauties who come to work to do excessive things, all you wish. Such a place is really hard to imagine in some countries on the other side of the ocean. Today, Stark brought his 3-year-old adopted daughter, Veronica, to the club to play. There are indeed many interesting places here, such as a small theater, indoor swimming pool, internet cafe, and game hall on the floor of the entertainment area. Such as the dining area on the floor provides dishes and delicacies from all over the world. There are also presidential suites on some floors. Definitely, these things cost money, and they're not cheap. Stark is a big dog and doesn't lack money. Since joining the Hellfire Club and becoming a high-level member here, he has spent tens of millions to book a presidential suite for 3 years. Although he brought his adopted daughter to play here, Stark did not hide his playboy side in the slightest. Veronica, who was 3 years old, didn't mind her father messing around here. She went to the entertainment area to play by herself. Little Loli knows that Hellfire Club is where Emma and Dark Phoenix come together and is very interested in it. She just ran to the entertainment area and was respectfully presented by the waiter here with a card of the bishop representing the status of the club's high-level staff. The waiter guessed that this little Loli might be a high-level girl in the club, otherwise how could he be given such an identity, which means that all consumption in the club is free, and he can get dividends every month. Loli Veronica took the card like a small adult and began to wander around the club entertainment area. I just don't know if Tony Stark learns that his adopted daughter has come to this club for the first time, he will become a member of the highest authority here. Outside the club, Yi Bai and Nat walked out of the touring car. The two changed their looks. Yi Bai was very handsome in a white suit, and Nat was glamorous in a black, sleeveless, low-cut evening gown. The two walked into the Hellfire Club arm in arm, while the Dalzi drove away from here, found a place where no one was there, and slowly disappeared with her in the car and returned to the pocket space. A 50-story skyscraper is all used to open a club. I think it is currently the most luxurious club in the world. Nat, who entered it, sighed. This is the first time she has come to a club of this size. Inside, when she entered the door, she also saw a lot of celebrities, such as a certain member of the society, a certain sheikh, a certain group director, and a certain company's CEO. Yi Bai noticed a 9-year-old lowly, a Chinese-American mixed race, wearing a beautiful dress and looking at her looks. If she remembers correctly, this is the vibe female Daisy John, right? Shouldn't she be an orphan in this period? Where did she get the VIP card to come to this kind of place? Nat, did you see that little girl? Give you a task to figure out her identity. Yi Bai is too lazy to look at the other person on the timeline. If you want to meet someone, go and see it again. It will be less fun. Let Nat try it out. Nat looked over and saw that it was a little lowly who was about 9 years old. She believed to herself, it's just a little girl. Let me take care of her in 1 minute. She walked to the little girl. Yi Bai smiled and followed them not far away, but after 10 minutes passed, Nat was still there with no trace of rhetoric, and nothing useful was revealed. At the moment, a few people came to the floor of the entertainment area. The Vibe girl said goodbye to Nat and went to the game hall not far away because Stark's adopted daughter was over there. That was the mission goal of her trip. Nat came back and she said to Yi Bai, "That girl is not an ordinary person. I didn't test out any intelligence. This is very abnormal. I guess she should be an agent secretly cultivated by some organization." Yi Bai nodded. "I can see it, it should be S.H.I.E.L.D. At this time, S.H.I.E.L.D. is still pursuing a low-key policy. People who know this organization will not speak out, and no one will tell them if they don't know. Therefore, it is far less famous than official departments such as the CIA and FBI. Obviously, Nat is aware of the existence of S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D. has also begun to train children's agents. Really, Nat started to feel emotion again. "You just wander around here, I saw an acquaintance. Go and have a look over there." Yi Bai separated from Nat and walked into the arcade game hall. It is 1998, and there is still some market for pickups in this era. Veronica was playing the King of Fighters 97 on a game machine. Seeing this, the Vibe girl sat next to her, put the game currency she just bought, and smiled at Veronica and said, "My kid, you are playing well." Is it BB? Veronica turned to look at the 9-year-old girl beside her and nodded. "Okay." Liang Luo, Zhao Dili started to play. Yi Bai walked behind them and looked at the arcade screen. The two began to choose roles. Veronica chose Asamiya Athena, Kagura Chizuru, Shiranui Mai. Vibe girls chose Sharma, Mary Ryan, and Liana Hardyland. The battle is on the verge. Both lowly are not ordinary lowly. 3-year-old lowly is tender, and his actual age is comparable to several rounds of Chinese civilization history. He is a very knowledgeable guy. 9-year-old lowly is a computer genius and S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. He has also played this game before. The two are really women and men. Veronica found out that she was not a Vibe female opponent who was proficient in this way. For the sake of her own face, she used magic to predict the enemy's opportunities without a trace, predicting what would happen in the next few seconds, and cheating. With her cheating, Yi Bai, who was watching the game, was speechless for a while, and she was just playing a game. Is it necessary to use magic? Veronica and Vibe's female King of Fighters 97 battled, and Veronica, who had foreseen the opportunity to watch the enemy in the future, won as the end. This makes Vibe woman start to doubt life. I myself, who has participated in the King of Fighters 97 arcade fighting contest and won the championship, how could I lose to the 3-year-old Stark's adopted daughter? Is it true that a genius is better than an ordinary person? No, I am not an ordinary person. Damn this even more to set off the opponent's power. Ameka, how can you be so good? Are you really only 3 years old? She looked at the 3-year-old Loli next to her incredulously. 3-year-old Loli said calmly, "Basic exercises. This is all basic exercises." Vibe female. Huh, Veronica. At this moment, Yibai's voice rang from behind the two girls. The two looked backwards. When Veronica saw Yi withered, Xiao Mimi stood up and threw herself into Yibai's arms. "Yi, why are you here?" "I should ask this. Stark brought me here to play." "Late. Is this your friend next to you?" Yibai looked at the vibe girl and asked Veronica. "Well, she is a friend I just met called." Veronica can't tell. The two haven't introduced each other yet. "My name is Sky," the vibe woman said. My name is Veronica." Veronica also introduced herself to her 470 and then introduced her to Yibai. "He is Yi. What's your relationship?" The vibe girl looked at the two suspiciously. If she remembers correctly, Veronica is Tony Stark's adopted daughter. Will Stark allow her 3-year-old adopted daughter to drill into someone else's arms? He is the White King and one of the owners of this club. "By the way, I am the White Bishop here." Veronica got down from Yibai's arms and took out the White Bishop card that symbolized the management of the club. The card is made of platinum, with 36 diamonds inlaid on it, shining brightly. Seeing this thing, the vibe woman with her open mouth is called a big one. It is not said in the intelligence that Veronica Stark is the top of the Hellfire Club. "Is this swollen?" Yibai smiled and touched the vibe woman's head and said something that surprised her. "I am Z's friend. Wait for me to say hello to Nick Fury." After finishing speaking, I ignored the shocked vibe girl and took Veronica to play elsewhere. The vibe woman was shocked for a while before she recovered. She felt that this matter was beyond her ability range. She hurriedly took out the satellite encrypted mobile phone, contacted Nick Fury, and told him what had just happened. "You mean Veronica Stark is the White Bishop in the Hellfire Club, and the White King is Yibai, who knows Z, and hello to me?" Nick Fury was shocked when he heard this piece of information. "Yes, Fury, can I ask who Z is?" "It sounds like an important person. You will know in the future. The White King should be harmless to you and continue your mission." "Okay." Hanging up the communication, the vibe woman chased in the direction where Yibai and Veronica had left. The two didn't go far. They just came to the indoor children's playground in the entertainment area. Just entering here, Yibai was complained by Veronica. She pointed to the children's playground and said, "I'm not really only 3 years old, you remember. What does it matter? Maintain a naive heart and live a happier life." Yibai smiled at Mimi and took her to start playing here. The vibe woman chased at this time, ran to the two of them and said to them, "Can I be with you?" "Definitely." Yibai nodded without embarrassing the girl. On the other side, Nat, who is separated from Yibai, began to wander through the floors of the Hellfire Club due to professional habits and all the way to the 48th floor. The elevator can only go to this floor, and only the dedicated elevators of the core members of the club can go to the 49th and 50th floors. Even the 48th floor, which can be reached by ordinary elevators, is not open to the public. Not surprisingly, she was stopped by 2 beautiful security guards in black suits here. "Sorry, madam, this floor is not open to the public." Nat said, "I'm from Yibai." Obviously, the beauty security guard, Sidi, told Yibai. He heard that she was Yibai's person. One of them pressed the communication headset and said a few words, and then said to Nat, "Please wait a moment." Nat shrugged and waited. Before long, the elevator for high-level personnel not far away opened, and White Queen Emma walked out of it and walked here. She saw Nat recognizing her as Natasha Romanoff's peer and nodded to the 2 security guards to let him go. Nat walked over to Emma and stretched out her hand. "Deming, Ms. Emma Frost of Marvel Technology." Emma and Nat shook hands and said, "You are not a stranger to me. Both Yi and Natasha Romanoff mentioned you to me." Nat raised her eyebrows. "What did they say about me?" "Go upstairs to talk first." The two came to the top floor. Compared with the floors below, the decoration of this place is more like an ultra-luxury residence that turns the whole floor into one suite. There are many maids in cool clothes taking care of it. These maids are actually the alchemy dolls that Yibai refined and released here. The surrounding decoration layout is low-key and luxurious with connotation. Not far away, she saw Natasha Romanoff returned. She was lying on a bed over there. Several maids were giving her a full body massage. Natasha Romanoff saw her and waved to her. Audrey, here. Emma said you talked to her and then went to the other side. Nat walked over. Seeing the other party's corrupt and enjoyable appearance, he said speechlessly, "My name is not really Osily, you know." Natasha Romanoff nodded. "I know you have the same name as me, so I am afraid of awkwardness when calling, so I just call you Audrey." "Call me Nat." "That's what ye calls roar me." "Can you explain the situation?" "I'm very confused now." Natasha Romanoff patted the bed next to him. "Don't you want to try it?" Nat nodded, lifted the things on her body, and lay on her back. Several maids walked by and began to massage her. In fact, whether it is Marvel Technology or Hellfire Club, it is our own territory. "I didn't see a man on the top 3 floors. What is Yi?" "The relationship between you and Yi is actually the same as the relationship between us and Yi." "Then what was going on in Los Angeles? Have you been eyeing me long ago?" "It has nothing to do with Yi. I am watching you." Natasha Romanoff's words startled Nat. "You? Don't get me wrong. Introduce yourself again. My full name is Natalia Romanova. Is this name familiar?" "Impossible. I am Natalia Romanova." While Natasha Romanoff was telling Nat about the causes and consequences, Yi Bai, who accompanied Veronica and Sky to play, received another mission. This mission was of a different type from previous missions. Task: Ghost people are not necessarily weak. Type: single-player mode growth task. Introduction: if there is no system, you are the fighter among the weak. Requirements: choose one of the 3 major migrant workers comic stories, Naruto, One Pirate, and Death God, and enter it. Make yourself stronger. At the moment, Yi Bai was sitting on the bench against the wall in the indoor children's playground, looking at the 2 loli who were playing not far away, and suddenly received this task, making him shocked. In the past, the tasks released by the system were directly rewarded, and it was the first time to release such a task that allowed me to study in Otherworld. He asked the system in his heart, "Only me?" "Yes, after the host leaves, no matter how long in the mission world, the return will be the next second after leaving. Go to the other side." "Is it impossible to use shared ability?" "Yes." "Well, I choose Hokage," Yi Bai said. In his opinion, the pirate's power system is too single. If you eat devil fruit for a lifetime, you will have that kind of ability. Even if you play devil fruit ability, you can't deny that it has a single ability. As for the domineering and 6 types, in fact, it's not too strong. The Death God system is nothing more than Zanpaka Dao, which binds the Dao. Although there are many tricks, the premise is to enter the state of the soul. If you have a body, you can't exert much power at all. When you find someone to fight in the future, you can't get the soul out of the body first. Well, what about the original body? So the Naruto system is the most suitable. With the existence of the Sage Stone, maybe it can be exchanged for the pseudo-infinite chakra. The system gave him a new option. Please choose the way of crossing. 1. Cross directly. You are a dark household over there, without identity. Note: this option starts from the beginning of Shifeng Chuan, and you can return after defeating Datong Mukia. 2. Choose the role of the 12 small strong group to replace. You are still you, but you are the original role in the eyes of others. All the abilities of the character can be obtained, and they can be retained after returning. Note: this option can only stay for 1 year. 3. Soul Wear. The soul state enters the village of Konoha, randomly enters the womb of a pregnant woman, and will be born on the same day as Prince Naruto. Note: you need to stay in Naruto world for 13 years. After reading it, he felt that the 3 options had their own advantages. The first option can stay for 2 to 3 years. When you see the final big boss Kagaya-ji, you can either invite her to join or kill her to pick up the corpse. The disadvantage is that there is no female ticket ability blessing, and he may not be able to beat this big boss. The second option, you can stay for the shortest time, but you can obtain ability more directly. The task is said to be a group of 12 small strong groups. Since it is a group, it is natural to lead the team to Shinobu. The third option, you can stay for the longest time. There are 13 years. So many things can be done for such a long time, whether it is cultivation, study, or other things. Yi Bai prefers the second option because the alternative role's ability are outstanding. Flagwood Kakasaban, Prince Naruto, Ertsuzi Sakura. Yuanfei Asmaban, Shikamaru Nara, Dinxi Akima, Ino Yamanaka. Yuri Red Class, Hinata, Inagaya, Yunyoshino. Mekaban, Hyuga Ningxi, Tian, Lee Rock. Among them, Water masters ninjutsu the most. It is Kakashi, and it also comes with a writing willow with soil. Writing round eyes is a burden to Kakashi, but Yi Bai believes that it will never become a burden to him, and he has the Ring of the Sage. Not to mention a mere writing wheel. Even if Yi Bai learns this technique, Yi Bai can keep on. The Ring of the Sage can continue to heal the body without much burden on the body. With the decision, he said to the system in his mind, I choose the second option, the character Kakashi, the character. The choice is over, the journey begins. P.S. Coming to Hokage is just a soy sauce, basically will not participate in the plot, nor will it appear that he did it by himself, but others think it is a poison like Kakashi, and this identity will exit in a few chapters. Yi Bai only felt a flash of light in front of him and lost consciousness. When I felt again, I found myself lying on a hospital bed with bandages on my legs and arms, obviously injured. On the index finger of his right hand, the Ring of the Sage began to heal the injury on his body, and the injury was completely healed in less than 3 seconds. At the same time, in his mind, the memories of Hagi Kakashi continued to emerge. What happened when I was young? What happened after becoming a ninja? What happened to the death of teammates and teachers? What happened to Join Anby? The wound on his body was received during the last mission. Serious injuries are not considered serious. Under normal circumstances, he can heal after half a month of training. Ask for flowers. In addition to these, he automatically mastered all the ability of Kakashi, thousands of copied ninjutsu, his own Chidori and Reichi, and the writing will eye of the left eye. Kakashi is not a member of the Uchiha clan, and the writing will eyes obtained from the soil are always open and unable to be closed. They will consume the chakras in the body all the time. However, this is not a problem for Yi Bai. Just as he thought, how much chakra is consumed in the body, the Ring of the Sage will automatically replenish how much for himself, so that his chakra is always at full value. Yi Bai is not in a hurry to get up. He still needs to try which ability he can use now. The time in the Pocket Space Castle area is still. Wanda and others are still in it, as if they are sealed. The time is still, and they cannot share ability to him, but he can take things other than people from inside. 0. Fortunately, the app position and the reading and transmission are still there, and they can still be stubborn. However, the Speed Force cannot be used. The system's explanation for this is, the Speed Force does not exist in the Naruto world. The Marvel world is not there yet. Why can I use it in Marvel? Because the universe there contains everything, Marvel's ability has no upper limit. Yi Bai, what you said is so reasonable, I can't refute it. Well, if you can't use it, you can't use it, but there is one thing he has to ask clearly. I learned the power of the Naruto system. Will it be unavailable after I go to certain worlds in the future? Chakra is a product of cell energy combined with spiritual energy, essentially derived from itself, not borrowed, belonging to universal ability, not restricted by the world. Hearing this, he was relieved. He didn't want to work hard to learn this. Once he changed his worldview, he was immediately abandoned. At the same time, he planned to give up cultivating superb power in the future. Ability that could not be used in the world, he felt unreliable. At the moment, there was no one in his ward, and there was no feeling of being watched. He used the Ring of the Sage to create a mirror in his hand and took a look at his own appearance. The reflection of him in the mirror made him feel like he has two faces. One face is what he is. It's not entirely true. The left eye is Sanguya writing round eyes. This image can only be seen by him. The other face is completely Kakashi, with a slanted forehead covering his left eye and a black mask on his mouth. Except for the face, there was basically no change on the body, and they were all wearing hospital gowns. Small. Yi Bai was discharged from the hospital. He was still on crutches in order not to be seen that his body was healed so quickly. When I returned home from memory, there were no other people in Hajiki's house except him. There were quite a few ninja dogs running around in the yard. Ninja dog Parker saw Kakashi come back and said to him, "Kakashi, you should stay in the hospital for a few more days." Talking dog, if you want to change the worldview, there will be a big roar monster. But in this world, it belongs to common sense. Is it strange that psychic beasts can speak human words? Certain ninjutsu is specially created for the cultivation of psychic beasts, such as the vagina that gives beast wisdom, changes the beast's vocal organs so that it can learn to speak young, and with wisdom beast, then practice chakra, psychic beasts was born. The Konoha Inu family has a similar secret technique, and their shinobu is bred in this way. The Kakashi family's few dogs are still bought from the Ken family. Yubai said that he must learn these for 70 secret techniques, and he also wants to cultivate pets. Imagine if you train a rabbit that has always been white, teach it to practice chakra, and let it learn to transform into a sister paper. Does it feel like a jade rabbit? I'm fine. Yubai didn't want to talk nonsense with a dog, and walked back into the house pretending to be limping. Entering the door, walking into the bedroom, there is no one else here. He is too lazy to pretend. Throwing his cane aside, sitting on the bed, can't wait to try writing round eyes. Writing round eyes is worthy of writing round eyes. The world it observes is much clearer than ordinary people's naked eyes. To use the resolution metaphor, if normal people's vision is compared to 480p definition video, then Sanguyu writes round eyes. The vision is at least 8K resolution. It can amplify neural reflexes. Dynamic vision is extremely strong, and the concentration is strong. Under this eye, the world is as delicate as slow motion. Insight really lives up to its name. He injected chakra into his left eye, and the 3 goblin jade in his eyes rotated, forming a triangular sickle shape in an instant, entering the kaleidoscope mode. The eyesight of the kaleidoscope is similar to that of the 3-go jade, but it contains the eye pupil technique, which is supernatural power. Through this divine power writing will eye, you can see a divine power space. As long as you activate the divine power pupil technique, you can open a point connecting the divine power space in front of you or in the distance. And the point can be expanded into a space-time cave. Yibai can feel that the burden of the eyes on the body after opening the kaleidoscope to write the wheel is not only the consumption of the chakra, but also the physical and mental aspects. The spirit will be exhausted and the body will be painful. Not to mention the Kakashi, who is not from the Uchiha clan. Even if it is the Uchiha clan, wouldn't it also use those eyes to recover from physical illness? As long as it is not the Eye of Eternity or the body of immortality, this drawback will always exist. The ring of the sage on Yibai's right index finger, or the sage's stone, is endlessly repairing Yibai's body. It often writes that the wheel eye burden has just appeared, and it has been repaired, which makes him not feel it. What a burden, it doesn't hurt or itchy. He stared at the open space in front of the bedroom and suddenly activated the Divine Mighty Eye technique. The space in front began to twist, and a black dot was formed in the center of the distortion. The black dot rapidly expanded between the rotations, forming a 2-meter diameter space cave in a flash. From this side, you can see the space environment on the other side of the cave. The sky is dark, and there are white square columns standing underneath. This is the time and space with soil, or the time and space in which the Divine Mighty Kaleidoscope writes round eyes. Maintaining this cave will consume a lot of chakras all the time. The further the distance is connected, the more chakras will be consumed. Even with the soil with his eyes together, he opened the divine power between the several large spaces in the Emperor of the Night Sky to connect the different spaces. Didn't he collapse a few times? You must know that there was also Sakura, who opened the Ein seal to provide him at the time. What about chakra? The upper limit of Yibai's chakra is not high, so it is the elite level, but his chakra recovery speed is almost infinite. Don't worry about such problems. As long as there is a sage stone in the ring, it will be no problem to maintain the Cave of the Gods. It's a pity that this eye is not blurred. Ability, that can only be done with the right eye. Yibai's cloning technology is a black technology brought in the Marvel zombie universe. He feels it is necessary to extract somatic cells from the left eye to clone a complete body with soil, and then obtain the right eye. Do as he thinks. He uses the ring of the sage to create, and soon a clone warehouse appears. He took a little somatic cell from his right eye and obtained complete DNA with soil, and then extracted some from his body. 2 genes were detected by the cloning warehouse, with soil genes as the main part, and Yi Bai gene as a supplement, and cloning started. It took 2 hours to complete the cloning, and an adult body with soil was cloned out. The cloning technology from Marvel is naturally a black technology. No need to open another eye. The clone is directly in a kaleidoscope state. Yi Bai dug out a pair of eyes of the clone and put it on for himself. The ring of the sage healed and changed the eyes successfully. Right round eyes, really worthy of being a benchmark in the world of plug and play. Who knows who uses it? Because the clone has his own genes, its eyes are naturally the same. It fits perfectly with Yi Bai and can be switched on and off at any time. It does not have the disadvantages of non-Uchiha bloodline using Shaolin Yen. He took a deep roar breath, chakra injected into his eyes. Both eyes entered the kaleidoscope state at the same time and began to test the right eye. Not to mention the test process, the right eye did get the blur ability with soil. With both eyes, it feels different. Next is the Eye of Eternity. The Eye of Eternity needs the eyes of brothers or sisters who also open the kaleidoscope to change the eyes, but Yi Bai doesn't have to worry about this kind of problem. He used the cloning chamber to clone a body, cut out his eyes, and sucked his pupil power into his own eyes. The eyes successfully evolved into the eternal kaleidoscope of writing round eyes. Feeling the greater pupil power than before, Yi Bai nodded in satisfaction. Sure enough, science is the primary productive force, and there is no need for something like digging out brothers' eyes. After testing the shui ability of his eyes for a while, the freshness quickly passed. He turned off the writing wheel. Yi Bai disposes of the clone warehouse in the house and the 2 clones that had been gouged out. He doesn't want to be seen by others, and he will not be regarded as the perverted experiment of Dashuin. The weather outside gradually dimmed and it started to rain. Randomly created some food for dinner. The ninja dogs who smelled the food ran into the house one after another, gathered around the dining table, and they cooked and ate themselves, and the leaves were full of black lines. During the dinner, Yi Bai asked Parker some questions and learned from it that the students of the ninja school will graduate in 1 month. He was lost in thought, and it was no accident that it was Naruto and the others who graduated this year, right? Do you want Kakashi to guide Shinobu? It feels like a waste of time. Even Konoha Ninja's task he doesn't bother to do. It's better to develop ability if he has that bird's time. Kakashi has full attribute chakra affinity. He also plans to use alchemy to analyze the changes in chakra's properties and integrate them into blood inheritance limits. This takes a lot of time. Sure enough, let's defect. In this way, he made an incredible decision. After dinner, Yi Bai left a shadow duplication pretending to be sick at home. The main body used pupil technique to leave Konoha, found a place where no one was there, and began to adapt to the various ninjutsu mastered by Kakashi's identity. He didn't go back until the sky was dark. After a night of adaptation, all of Kakashi's abilities, including combat experience, were perfectly inherited by him. Yi Bai said that he was a man who wanted to break the curse of 50 or 5. He is not in a hurry to leave Konoha. He is still wounded now, and no one will force him to do tasks when he stays in Konoha. Let's wait for the injury to heal. Go home and release shadow duplication. The memory of shadow duplication flooded into Yi Bai's mind, letting him know that Akai visited him at home last night. Other than that, there is nothing to be concerned about. He is not sleepy if he has not slept for a night. In fact, he will never sleep and feel sleepy now. The Sage's Stone plugin is so powerful. It is okay if you don't eat or starve, and it's okay if you don't sleep. It's like it is the same as the perpetual motion machine loaded on people. It is indeed the ultimate product of alchemy, worthy of the name. The sky was getting brighter, and the ninja dogs woke up early and gathered around the table for feeding. Whenever I see this group of dogs with an IQ who can speak 28 words, Yi Bai is always full of black lines. After feeding the play plus breakfast, the full-bodied dogs ran out of the house in groups and began to walk in the street. I hope they are lost and will never find their way home. In my heart, Yi Bai sat cross-legged on the sofa in the living room, using the Ring of the Sage to initiate alchemy and analyzing the chakras in his body. As we all know, chakra is only pure energy without attribute changes. After adding attribute changes, it will become the 7 attributes of fire, earth, wind, thunder, water, yin and yang. The ability inherited from Kakashi's property change allows Yibai to achieve simple property transformation of all attributes without practicing, especially the lightning property, which can carry out the ultimate property transformation. While constantly changing the attributes of chakra, Yibai used alchemy to gradually analyze the state of chakra under different attributes. After confirming this, he can transform the process of attribute transformation and completely replace it with more efficient alchemy, and then have alchemy to give form changes to form the ninjutsu he needs. This has the advantage that you can completely omit the step of Jia-in and turn the whole system of ninjutsu into an instant mode without Jia-in. He stretched out his hand, a spiral pill appeared in his hand, and then added the changes in the properties of the wind. Gradually, the wind-done spiral shuriken was easily condensed. In this process, chakra only plays the function of providing energy for ninjutsu. The real ninjutsu is alchemy. Therefore, he can easily use the spiral shuriken that he would not have, even if he does not enter the fairy mode. Alchemy under perfect control. This ninjutsu will not hurt yourself. It can be said that the ninjutsu system combined with alchemy can make the use of ninjutsu extremely simple. The high-speed rotating spiral shuriken formed a violent wind, blowing the house in a mess. Yibai dissipated this technique and began to try to change the nature of the yang attribute. It can develop its own unique yang power, and it can also evolve the eyes when it is not available. According to the worldview of Naruto, yin and yang represent mental power and physical power respectively. To put it bluntly, the vagina is to use the chakra as the energy to embody the spiritual will, such as the immortal fire of the sky, the Susua Ning who possesses the entity, and the interference of the will of others. His illusion, driving his own shadow at the limit, he can even rewrite reality with his will, such as Izanagi. And Yang Dan is the development of various potentials of one's own body, such as medical ninjutsu, fairy body, strange force fist, body doubling, shapeshifting imitation of Baijue, etc., all belong to this category. Theoretically speaking, Yin Yang Dan has developed to the extreme. Even if there is no corresponding lineage, these abilities can be produced by using it. Yibai ability inherited from Kakashi. Kakashi is not proficient in the secret technique of yin and yang attributes, but it is still barely possible to transform chakra into these two aspects. As long as chakra brings this kind of attribute, Yibai can analyze it with alchemy and strengthen it to the extreme. It took him more than an hour to finally understand the yang attribute chakra and use alchemy to convert all his own chakra into yang attributes. The yang attribute nourishes every cell in the body. The cells of the whole body are activated at this moment, and the physical fitness is temporarily enhanced several times. In this state, you can easily enter the fairy mode, and the body automatically absorbs the surrounding natural energy into the body. Deliberately controlling the natural energy, the self-chakra recovery speed is accelerated, and it is almost not exhausted. Even if the body is injured, the injury can be quickly healed, which is almost equivalent to an immortal body with unlimited battery life. It feels similar to the characteristics that the Sage's Stone bestows on itself. Yibai carefully analyzes the natural energy and wants to know whether it is the unique energy of the Naruto world, or something that exists in any world. If it is the latter, you can practice in depth, otherwise, don't bother to cultivate the fairy mode. It doesn't make sense. After analyzing for more than an hour through alchemy, Yibai breathed a sigh of relief. The natural energy required by the fairy model is similar to the cosmic energy in the Dragon Ball concept. It is people and planets originally 470 that generate such power at all times. Maybe different worldviews have different names, but this is indeed a universal force. It's a pity that the body of the immortal did not promote the evolution of the eyes, and it didn't feel at all. It seems that Uchiha's kaleidoscope is not a simple chakra that can promote evolution. It needs to complement the bloodline genes of the 6 sons of Azura. Get yang escape, and then the vagina. He had been familiar with yin and yang all day long at home and did nothing else. During dinner, Yi Bai had a whim. Instead of developing ninjutsu and integrating bloodstains here, it is better to learn from the D&D illusion magic book that Veronica traded to her. Illusory magic, almost all of its effects can be simulated with shadows, such as shadow spells, which use will to drive magic to simulate various magical special effects, which is very vaginal. This system also has a dream-building technique, which can weave dreams like entering the Pirates of Dreams. The time flow of dreams is faster than that of the material world. In dreams, you can have more time to practice. I didn't practice this before, because it was hindered by my own ability, and the learning efficiency would not be very high, but with the chakra's inescapability, I believe that it will not be difficult to practice. So after having dinner, Yi Bai took out the magic book from Wanda, whose pocket space was static, and began to learn from it. Between the time unknowingly passed 2 weeks. His dream and time spent is longer. Honestly, with a dream that more time for learning and ability to develop, really very efficient, sleeping correct practice of wood with awe. He learned a lot not only to D&D system illusionist, and even do 2 different nature chakra property integrate, produce bleeding following the delimitation, plus wind fire burning on fire plus earth through melting, boiling water plus fire escape, soil plus flux wind escape ice plus water, soil plus Mizuki escape like. Unfortunately, he is unable to do Sunju sex integrate impossible dream imagination nature, can only be carried out in reality. Blood out of the practice, the slightest mistake is also easy to blow themselves up, so it is so slow. Today, half of the time in the past, Yi Bai cannot continue to install the sick, let him go, and then loaded looked very strange. That day, 3 generations I his home to visit, almost good to see him, he said to him, Kakasia, ninja school students this term, and then have 2 weeks to graduate, no recent mission, I hope you exit dark part, to do for some time led the forbearance. The past will always come, Yi Bai promised on the surface, but in reality has been ready to leave Konoha. He promised to see, kind face shine left. Yi Bai returned to the bedroom. He uses alchemy, refining a Kakashi dolls. Yesterday removed the soil with a written round the eye to put it, then get rid of dolls, the scene disguised as suicide. And so when this body was found, the eyes of others, Kakashi is equivalent to the dead man. Yes, he was not ready to defect, is to feign death. This will eliminate a lot of trouble. Finally glanced at the house, glanced off a courtyard in the group Juan Bear dogs. Yi Bai's right eye appeared at the corrugated spiral space. His body will inhale a different space, disappear. Yi Bai pair with soil is a kaleidoscope plus gene-integrated self-made ability, although the same, but different space connection is no longer the dark sky soil plus white rectangular pillars of local bands, but his own pocket space. Pocket space, in addition to the castle there's still time, or other areas may be used. Standing pocket space, colorectal also seen him on his side the ground, a groundbreaking stakes out growth, transformation between, a formed wooden duplication. He would throw wood duplication pocket space and divinity tongshu anchor bound to the eye kaleidoscope trees duplication, so that, regardless of wood duplication gone, Yi Bai pocket space will move where. Wood duplication came out, they used the sun escape, shape-shifting technique, Kakashi look from the eyes of others, it becomes a country of ice water Minutsuki family that I was able to distinguish male and female, the pseudo-mother look like. Go to the water country. He was going to tease sister, according to the US goal offerings. I do not know these days the shadow of the water mist country hidden village is not Yagura. Taking into account according to the US offerings are in the 4 games the eve of the 5 shadow of the General Assembly was the Elder Yuan Division sent water shadow hats, becoming the 5 projects on the water, from that time there for several years now. Mostly Yondaime Yagura in power now. Definitely also possible that the Elders Yuan Division. Pocket dimensions of space away from the castle somewhere in the wasteland. Yi Bai where the release of wood lodged in the tree community drop birth. Trees grow from the ground up as a flood. Diffusion around the nearby bear covering more than 10 square kilometers of forest becomes. He quit with Sage, in the middle of the forest, to create a modern villa as their temporary foothold. Villa entered the living room and sat down in a comfortable soft sofa, trying dream surgery. Consciousness into the dream world, continued to start their own practice. Outside, set the Minutsuki skin Yi by with duplication, all the way to the water country. The image of him like water without pale blue if the water is no longer 20 years old, it almost is like this. Long, straight black hair long, down to the calf, white jade by GS skin smooth and delicate, soft and gentle facial contour lines. Who is under the coat blessing dress overall with the wind, but with the ruffles, bows, and other dress style elements. The shirt is pink with a large white bow tie tied with a ribbon on the chest, and the buttons on the clothes are a row of white small bow ties. The sleeves are long enough to cover your hands. There are orange-yellow patterns on the two sleeves. The left sleeve is a cloud covering the moon, which symbolizes hiding one's identity and living on the ground. The right sleeve is the pattern of light and moon in the flower slogan. There is also a white shirt under the pink shirt. The bottom of the costume is a dark red skirt. There are 4 golden patterns on the skirt, namely bamboo, red, and plum, representing the 4 seasons. The skirt has a white inner and a translucent inner skirt. The skirt is so long that it can even be partly stretched when dragged on the ground. That's right, he is Kaguya Hime in cosplay Take Torai, the one in Gensokyo's version. Dressed up in women's clothing, the airport is on the chest, but it is still beautiful. He also gave the new image of himself a new name, Mizuki-ai. Well, it's a very neutral name, and it's very waterless. This and Ning distinguishes me as a male and female appearance, with Bing Tongxue following the boundary. No one will doubt his identity of the Shui Wuyue clan, right? In particular, the transformation technique he used was not an ordinary transformation technique, but a shapeshifting similar to Baiju's. He named this trick shapeshifting, which was essentially developed based on the Yang Dun application. According to the rating of the Naruto worldview, this transformation technique can be classified into the category of A-level ninjutsu, which is much better than the 3 Shenzhen technique that a rookie can learn. There is a saying to say that it is called the beauty of beauty. Sometimes the beauty of beauty is not a blessing, but a cause of trouble. No, he just left more than 30 kilometers away from Konoha village, walking in the mountains and encountering bandits. There were 4 bandits. Seeing someone with a beautiful and charming appearance, they became ill-tempered, not only robbing money, but also robbing sex. I actually met a Shui Ling girl, brothers. We are blessed today. A dragon in a mountain city stopped in the road. He smirked. Around him, 3 other mountain cities followed behind, with undisguised desire in his eyes. This disgusted Yubai, and his complexion immediately turned black. In order not to continue to be sickened, his hand condensed 4 ice kunai between his fingers and attached a thin layer of wind to it. Chakra shot out without lasing in his hands. Kuwa broke through the air at a speed of 40 meters per second. Before the bandits could react, they penetrated their throats and the 4 were killed on the spot. The icy bitterness that entered through the neck was unabated and shot towards the forest, piercing through several trees one after another and losing kinetic energy. This is the sharpness and penetrability of the additional wind attribute chakra. If you just throw out the ice, let alone penetrate a few trees, it will be the limit if it is inserted into the neck of those bandits. Yibai Mu duplication gave a cold snort and continued to walk slowly, admiring the mountain scenery. His vocal cords have been changed in shapeshifting, so the cold snort is also very neutral. It is difficult to distinguish the true gender of the person without looking at the appearance. Well, if he looks like this, he is more likely to mislead others when he looks at it on the contrary. Wood duplication traveled all the way to the mountains and water, and on the 10th day, I walked to the coast. To go to the country of water, you need to go forward 70 nautical miles across the sea. I haven't supplemented the chakra from the main body for 10 days. This wooden duplication has reached the edge of dissipating. He simply took the initiative to release the wooden duplication, only to see that this duplication gradually faded from the color of human skin and gradually became a piece of wood that was as tall as a person. Within a few seconds, a spatial vortex appeared next to the wood, and another wood duplication with the image of Mizuki was thrown out. He tidied his collar, his hands were knotted, and an area of the sea in front of him was frozen quickly, and during the transformation of the ice shape, a small ice sailing boat was formed. The reason for the knot seal is that the wood duplication does not wear the ring of the sage, and it is impossible to use alchemy to simplify the steps and can only be released by the knot seal. He set sail on an ice sailing boat, aiming for the country of water. At 4 o'clock that afternoon, Yibai's wooden duplication officially entered the territory of the water country. There is a town nearby. The Daming Palace of the Water Country is in the town, and the Wuin village is not far from the town. It can be regarded as the military base of the Water Country. The capital is almost the same, and the Shadow Village is essentially a military organization that protects the country. Yibai came to the town and was going to inquire about the news first, to confirm whether the water shadow in Wuin village was the 4th generation of Yakura, and then make plans after confirming. He fooled Shui into paying taxes as a singer to enter the city. The 2 guards saw that she was a beautiful woman and let him go directly to make things difficult for him. Entering the city, Yibai found an inn and illusion controlled the innkeeper. Not only did he stay in the inn without spending a penny, but he also found out with the boss who is in charge of Wuin village. It is not the elder Yuashir acting nor Terumi Mei, but the 4th generation of Yakura. When the innkeeper mentioned Foggy Village, his tone was vague and his voice was low, fearing that he would be heard by others. In the age of blood fog, the fog is cruel. Even ordinary people have heard of it, which can be seen in general. I remember that on the day when Memoji did not kill all the students of the same class on the day of the graduation examination of the Foggy Ninja School, he also tried to assassinate the 4th generation of Water Shadow Yakura. It seems that he wants to end the era of blood fog. Yakura's opponent had no choice but to defect. After inquiring what I want to know, Yibai has not been wandering around for 470 days, staying in this hotel, having dinner in dark. Using illusion magic shape shadow, the body blends into the plane of shadow and travels at a speed of 127 meters per second toward Wuin village. The plane of shadow, this is a very conceptual place. It is the shadow world under the material world. The light here is dim, and the environment is the same as the outside world, but it is more hazy and thin, as if a gust of wind can blow everything away. The magic of shape shadow can make the caster blend into the plane of shadow, turn into black mist, and travel. With a speed of 127 meters per second, the speed can only be said to be okay. The advantage is that it consumes a small amount of energy and can travel long distances with only a small amount of magic power. The black mist of Yibai's incarnation is moving, ignoring all obstacles in the plane of shadow, and directly penetrates. It only took less than 10 minutes to successfully sneak into the misty village. He searched around in the shadow plane and found that the defense here was tight, and he didn't know whether it was on the inside or outside. Maybe there are both. On the streets of the village just before night, there are almost no people in sight, as if the whole village is under martial law. He is a lonely patrolling misty ninja. This guy knows that it is a dragon at the moment. At the moment, CD, he is peeing at the corners of the streets and alleys. In the shadow of the ground behind him, a figure slowly rose from the ground like a ghost. After the dragon ninja hushed, the first time he turned around, he met a pair of kaleidoscope-patterned eyes and was hit by illusion in time. Kaleidoscope-level illusion, even the 4th generation of Mizuki Jukura could not hold it and was controlled, not to mention this dragon ninja, which made him answer all questions. "Where is Terumi Ming's house?" Yibai asked him. "His home is." After getting the address, Yibai told him to forget the things he had seen before and disappeared into the shadows. The dragon ninja stood in a daze for a few seconds before finally returning to his senses. He didn't know what had just happened and continued to do his own patrol mission. Can illusions delete people's memories? Powerful illusions are natural. Yibai's illusions, except for those inherited from Kakashi's original skills, basically borrow from the D&D illusion system magic to endure and modify them. Legendary magic level illusions are better than kaleidoscopes. The pupil technique is great. The illusion he just used is called forgetting, which makes the target forget recent memories. The time of forgetting can be set by himself, generally not more than 1 hour. Walking through the shadows, all the way to Terumi Mei's house. Terumi Mei's house is very lively. There are many people. Several village elders, including Terumi Ming and Yuanshi, have a blue-eyed, young Shangjuro with glasses on their heads, and some miscellaneous people. Coincidentally, at the moment everyone gathered around to discuss the issue of the 4th generation of Yakura. Yakura, the water shadow, went too far in the village day by day, and the village's heritage was almost defeated by his cruel policies. I have asked Xing to use a white eye to confirm that the 4th generation of eyes is indeed controlled by illusion. If we don't want to continue this way, we must do something. Red-haired One-Isan Terumi Mei said to everyone. This One-Isan is 26 years old this year. In the animation, she was 31 when she was in the 4th Ninja War, and she was 46 when she was a blogger. With long red hair and waist, wearing a blue low-cut high-slit one-piece dress, the figure is protruding backwards. Obviously she is a great beauty. How can she be single all the time? This is the unsolved mystery of Hokage. What Yibai doesn't know is that the reason why the men in Wuin village avoid her like a snake and scorpion is because the person who is in love with Terumi Ming will suffer misfortune within 3 months. It's like the love curse rooted in Terumi Mei's head. Actually, Terumi Mei is anxious if she can't get married, but she is destined to be single under the will of the universe. Such a group of masters underground joint, secretly discussing overthrowing the 4th generation, but no one can notice Yibai hidden in the shadow of the room. Their discussions were heard word by word. Yibai felt that he could show up for a while. Everyone's discussions continued, and the temperature in the room gradually dropped. At first, everyone hadn't noticed that much, but within a few minutes, Terumi Ming interrupted everyone's discussion with an eyebrow and was alert and shouted, "Who is it?" With her drink, everyone present was on guard for 4 weeks at the same time. The things they discussed are too important to be leaked before the formal action. Otherwise, if Yakura knows it, it is almost conceivable that they will end up being hunted down, and their respective family relatives may be bloodbathed. When everyone was on guard, a neutral voice that could not distinguish between men and women seemed to sound from all directions in the room at the same time. Yakura and I have an antagonism. You have to deal with him. What about me? That's right, Yi Xiang shamelessly added someone to himself. The guy who hides his head and shows his tail. Who are you? Terumi Ming asked, touching the green next to him. Qing had opened his eyes, but he had observed everything around him, and no trace of the enemy was found. He shook his head without a trace. Miming shook his head and motioned that he did not notice when he rolled his eyes. I am Mizumi. Shui Wuyue? This surname surprised everyone present. Wasn't the Shui Wuyue clan ordered to be annihilated by the 4th generation as early as 15 years ago? Is it a survivor? If this is the case, maybe you can try to win over the other party, and after the 4th generation steps down, Muin village can continue to hold the blood of the ice escape, instead of losing it completely. Since you are a survivor of Mizusuki, please show up. We are not enemies. Terumi Ming said. The air in the house became colder and colder, and gradually the water molecules in the air formed white frozen air, which gathered into an iceman not far away. Iceman's body surface gradually gained the texture of human skin and turned into ice duplication. The black is long and straight, the top is under the skirt, and the features are beautiful, but everyone present is not sure whether this person is a man or a woman. No way, the Shui Wuyue family has this tune. Regardless of men and women, they look very bad for the country and the people. The other party can use Bing Duanxue to follow the limit. Coupled with this, and Neng distinguishes him as a male and female appearance, no one suspects the identity of Shui Wuyue. Not many people suspect that the other party is from Yakura's side. After all, from the day Yakura ordered the bloodbath of all blood-stained families, it is impossible for a blood-stained ninja to stand on the other side. Take Terumi Mei, for example. She has the 2 blood inheritance boundaries of melting and boiling, but she has not been exposed. Very few people know about it, but she is worried that she will be discovered by Yakura, and there will be no good fruit at that time. The Age of Blood and Fog in Wuin Village is simply the tomb of talents. Definitely. Although I don't suspect that the other party is from Yakura, I also lack trust in this Mizumuzuki. The elder Yuasher said, "Give us a reason to trust you." My mother's name is Shuei Wuyuzi. You should have heard her name. Before Shuei Wuyue exterminated her clan, there was indeed a girl named Z. This is what Yibai saw on the timeline. Shuei Wuyue Z is a shadow-level master of the Shuei Wuyue clan and the former high-level of Wuin Village. With one hand, he has turned the tide many times during the 3 wars. He is the hero of Wuyue Village, died in the bloodstained family massacre at the age of 26. When Shuei Wuyuzi was still alive, she did have a daughter who was a few years old, but this daughter seldom left the home. People outside the family only knew that Shuei Wuyuzi had a husband and children, but they didn't know whether her children were male or female. And what is it called? Yibai's disguise with this level of identity is simply perfect. No, everyone heard that the mother of Shuei Wuyuei was the former hero of Wuin Village, Shuei Wuyuzi, and their trust in her increased by dozens of percentage points. Yibai, as a person who can see the future from the past, he has a reason to tell a lie. Unless someone can cross time and space, don't try to expose his lies. Next, he spent 10 minutes flicking and successfully obtained the limited trust of everyone present and agreed to let her participate in the operation to overthrow the 4th generation of Yakura. The underground meeting continued, and during the discussion, the action time was quickly set. The action was 3 days later. On that day, Yakura would leave the village and go to Daimyo Prefecture. This was a good opportunity. At the end of the meeting, many family ninjas at the scene began to try to win over Yibai Mizuki. In their thoughts, this Shuei Wuyue was probably the last orphan of the Shuei Wuyue clan. A person cannot form a family of Shuei Wuyue. If he is a man, then marry him the most beautiful girl in the family. If he is a woman, let the most handsome person in the family marry her. In this way, Bing can be allowed to escape. The bloodstained blood is carried forward in my family. Based on this idea, quite a few people wooed him. Even Terumi Ming couldn't escape the vulgarity and tried to win him over. Whoops, this is really a trouble of happiness, someone thought shamelessly. In the end, he decided to stay at Terumi Mei's house for a few days, which made Terumi Mei's eyes brighten. But Terumi Ming would not let her guard down. She could see that the rest of the family didn't seem to give up. After everyone left, Terumi Ming asked Yibai, "Are you a man? Tell me honestly, did you look at your sister? If so, your sister won't object." Terumi Mei looked like a big bad wolf staring at the little sheep. Yibai was embarrassed by her speech like a pervert. That night, nothing happened naturally. No, something happened. Yibai was arranged for a room by Terumi Mei. Taking into account the mysterious lurking ability that everyone hadn't noticed before, Terumi Mei did not send someone to monitor him. She knew that even if the surveillance is useless, it is better to be generous. On the bed in the house, Yibai lifted the duplication, and the body appeared to be replaced. He is going to do something today. The night gradually darkened, and in Terumi Ming's bedroom, she gradually fell asleep on the bed and fell asleep. Without anyone knowing, Yibai dreamed of her and pulled her consciousness into the deepest dream of the soul. As mentioned above, the dreaming, entering, and building dreams of illusion magic are very similar to the settings in the movie Inception. Human dreams are divided into shallow dreams and deep dreams with 4 layers. People's thinking speed is very fast, so the time in the dream will feel much faster than the reality. The deeper the dream, the faster it feels. Such as the first floor, 1 hour outside, 10 hours in dreams. Like the second floor, 1 hour outside, 100 hours in dreams. On the third level, 1 hour outside, 1,000 hours in dreams. The 4th layer, here is the deepest subconsciousness in the human heart. Generally speaking, there is no special way for people who fall into this layer of dreams to wake up. Just like vegetative people, here is the outside world for an hour and dreams for tens of thousands of hours. 0. There are still 6 hours since dawn. If you replace the 6 hours with the 4th level dream time, it is 60,000 hours. 60,000 divided by 24 equals 2,500 days, and 2,500 divided by 365 equals approximately 7 years. Yi Bai is preparing to weave a large-scale dreamland, allowing Terumi Ming to experience a journey like A Zhuangzhou's dream butterfly. I am the dividing line that crosses in my dream. Terumi Ming wakes up from the bedroom and sees the strange ceiling. She immediately stood up and looked around vigilantly. There was a soft and comfortable bed with a wooden desk beside the bed, and she didn't quite understand what was on the desk. In other words, she can't understand many of the high-tech household appliances in this room. I got up and got out of bed and walked to her glass mirror. I was surprised to find that the reflection of myself in the mirror became younger, from the appearance of 26 to the appearance of when he was 17 years old. Where is this place? Am I dreaming? Or is it an illusion? She nodded her hands and chakras her body, trying to dispel the illusion, but dreaming is not a pure illusion. Just like this, she can't wake up. I tried all kinds of ways to break the illusion. Terumi gave up and continued trying. She now needs to gather information to confirm what happened to her. It took her 3 days to finally determine an unthinkable fact that she, maybe, probably, possibly, has passed through. Little. There is no doubt that this is a modern society, and the time is June 2020. Terumi Ming's location is our country academy city. She is a high school student in a high school in the 7th school district. She is currently in the summer vacation. At first, she thought that she had been an illusion, or she was dreaming, but as time passed, she didn't think so much anymore. Everything here is nothing like what she can imagine in her dream, and she doesn't think anyone can weave such a place with illusion. This made her worried. She obviously hadn't liberated the Wuin village, but suddenly came to another world. She couldn't worry about it. Sitting on the bench in the park downstairs of the school district dormitory, her eyes were a little lost, and her expression looked anxious and disturbed. At this time, a 17 or 18-year-old boy walked over to her body and sat down next to the 470 and said to her, "Ming, your current expression reminds me of the unmarried first pregnancy in the TV series and being dumped by a scumbag. Missed girl." Terumi Mei looked at the person next to him and saw that he was a handsome boy, but the other person's appearance was very strange. Is she someone she knows in this world? But I don't have the memory of this identity in the past in this world. In order not to be seen as a flaw, her quality as a ninja went online, pretending to be a lost expression, and said, "It's a family matter." "Need help?" Yi Bai asked her. "My parents are divorced. What do you think you can help?" Terumi Ming began to add personal settings to herself. D+16. It should be said that the other party is indeed an excellent shadow ninja. This ability to lurk into the scene in an unfamiliar environment is absolutely incredible. Well, let's not talk about this. Your clothes have not been changed for a few days. As your boyfriend, you can't see your girlfriend fall like this. Yi Bai also added personal settings for himself and said Terumi Mingqing is his girlfriend, got up and took the other's hand, and took her out of the park. Terumi Mei is very confused. Is this handsome man his boyfriend? Well, for her single Wang who has been longing for love before crossing, this feeling seems not bad. In this way, she comfortably inserted herself into the identity of Yi Bai's girlfriend, and she never tired of it. Since you can't think of a way to go back, let's enjoy the new life now. After shopping in the mall for a whole morning, Yi Bai spent money to dress Terumi Ming from head to toe. The 18-year-old red-haired Terumi Ming was stunned by Yi Bai as Lias Ji in high school, next door. Monri's look. This look, coupled with the aura of Terumi Ming's shadow-class superwoman, makes the queen full of style and very temperamental. Through the conversation with Yi Bai, Terumi Ming learned the name of Yi Bai and learned more about the city. Super Ability Development. Ability Level. 7 Level 5 Super Ability People in Academy City. Various technological creations, and even things outside of Academy City, she knows a little bit. Terumi Mei, her identity in this world is a non-ability, but her own governor, She has all the abilities of before crossing, including the chakra in the body. She is curious to use her own ability to convert it into the super ability of this world. How many levels can be ranked? Yi, has your ability improved? Terumi tentatively asked. I'm already level 5, and I'll go to heaven if I upgrade again. How easy is that? Yi-bai said modestly. Terumi Mei's eyes were bright when she heard it, and she said, Can you show it? I want to see it. Yeah. Yi-bai took her hand and activated the level 5 super ability he set for himself in this dream. The two of them disappeared in the same place and appeared in Terumi Ming's dormitory. Terumi Mei looked around and found that it was her bedroom. She knew about Yi-bai's ability. This kind of ability seemed to her to be very strong. It felt like Konoha's 4th generation of Hokage's golden glitter, and it seemed that she didn't need to fly Thor coordinates to directly send it to the destination. You are too good. The female pervert Terumi encircled Yi-bai's neck with her arm. Yi-bai never refuses to come. Omit some words here. Time flies, year after year time passes. There is no dark side in the Academy City of this dream, and there is no magic side outside the city. The two graduated from high school and university, staying in the city to work, and leaving the Academy City in their spare time to travel to other countries. Terumi Ming also taught Yi-bai the chakra practice system and all ninjutsu he had mastered. Yi-bai learned all about it, including the ninjutsu series developed by Terumi Mei. At first, Terumi Mei was curious about Yi-bai's ability to easily synthesize her bloodstains with different chakra groups, but it was relieved over time. Outside the dream, the sky gradually lights up. In the dream, Yi-bai said to Ming, Ming, there is one thing, I don't know whether I should say it or not. You said, if these 7 years are just a dream and nothing is true, will you be angry? Terumi Ming stared at Yi-bai for 7 years. This is her time in this world. The other party said this number. Obviously, these words are not metaphors. Are you serious? Yeah. Yi-bai nodded. Who are you? She asked. Shui Wu Yue. Well, this is actually not my true identity. My name is Yi-bai, and now I am who I am. Yi-bai said. 3.8 Terumi Ming opened her mouth wide, pushed Yi-bai away, and stared at him blankly. For a long time, she sighed, as if she had accepted her fate. You love me? Right. Even if you wake up from a dream? Yes. What is your true identity outside? You have lived in this dream world for 7 years. Don't you see anything? Yi-bai asked rhetorically. Terumi meditated for a while and thought of a possibility. Are you not from my world? Yes, you can think of me as an alien. You who went to school in Academy City should know this concept. Will you leave? I mean leaving the ninja world. I will take you away. I need to think about it. Terumi opened his eyes and saw the familiar ceiling, knowing that he was awake from the dream. At the moment, the sky outside is already bright. She got up to get dressed, went to the room next door, Mizuki-ai, did not knock on the door, opened the door and left. Yi-bai in the house has already woke up, but is still lying in the bed, lazily refusing to get up. She saw him and said helplessly, Since you have told me my true identity, is it necessary to maintain this appearance? Okay. Yi-bai returned to his original appearance. Terumi Ming's cheeks are blushing when she sees the other person turning back to the person in her dream. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Terumi Ming made himself a table of sumptuous food for Yi-bai. Taking into account that it is already daytime, someone may come to visit later, Yi-bai reverted to the image of Shui Wuihua Yi, and Terumi Ming felt a pain. Question. My boyfriend is more feminine and more beautiful than myself. What should I do? I'm waiting online. I'm very anxious. During the meal. I can go with you, but you have to promise me one condition. What conditions? Help me defeat the 4th generation of Miyakura and cultivate a powerful ninja to inherit the position of Tsukage. This simple. Who do you want to cultivate? Kanjuro. Chojuro, now a 12-year-old boy, has a strong personality and often lacks self-confidence. However, his ability is very high and his strength is also very strong. The normal trajectory is also inherited from Terumi Ming's mantle, becoming the 6th generation of Water Shadow. Okay, then choose him. After breakfast, Yi Bai gave Terumi Ming the identity of a resident in the magical house. Ming, I have another present for you. What gift? Terumi Ming shook the red hair in front of her forehead, looking forward to it. I haven't prepared yet, but within today. Yi Bai thought that the ghost and Peach Land would not be cut again, and Shui Wei Bai. He planned to go out and look for it later, and abduct these two people back to join Terumi Ming's reaction. For generations of Water Shadow Alliance, Terumi Ming's wish is to liberate Wuyin Village, end the Bloody Fog era, and make the village stronger. I believe that finding her two talents will make her very happy. Gurren doesn't cut it anymore. He is a powerful ninja, with a strength that is 5 or 5 times as powerful as Kakashi, and has the strength of an elite ninja. His attendant Mizuki Shiro also possesses the power of a ninja class, and he is also a ninja with the limit of blood inheritance. Yuan Shirkong, if it wasn't for Shui Wei Bai's gentleness and kindness that made her unable to kill the enemy, plus the protagonist of the world she encountered, it would be impossible for her to be defeated by Liang Xiaoran. For Wuyin Village, where talents are scarce, it is definitely a great surprise to join an elite on Shinobu without cutting the Peach Land, and to join an ordinary Shinobu with blood, and water, or return. During the day, Tera Miyuki still had the task of being a ninja and left after having breakfast. Yi Bai uses reading article ability to search from the high-latitude perspective of the whole water country without cutting and white. The search process is not difficult. You can lock the opponent directly from the past when you are still in the Hidden Fog Village, speed up the time to track its trajectory, and always see the present. You can get the opponent's current location. Soon they found two people, without cutting Habai, and recently accepted the employment of Cardo, the president of Poland Shipping Company. Cardo, apparently the president of the shipping company, actually used the mafia and ninjas to smuggle drugs and contraband in private, and he also wanted to invade other companies and countries. He was a wicked villain. If you don't cut anymore, you're the strongest ninja he has hired. Recently, the residents of Poland, living in dire straits, gritted their teeth to raise money and spent a lot of money. They spent a large sum of money on the black market to offer a reward for the Kato head to kill the guy who was riding on the head of the people and sucking blood. Kato Ming has been assassinated many times in secret, and he has been guarding near Kato without beheading. The enemies who will commit in the future will be beheaded to frighten all the small enemies. Until now, not many people dared to take on the task of assassinating Cardo. Today, Cardo will go to his private port from the town to patrol, and the two of them will follow in secret. When passing an inaccessible area, a heavy snow fell gradually. It was summer, and the snow was obviously abnormal. No longer and Bai appeared on both sides of the Kadwa team, reminding the owner of the car, Kadwa, and Kadwa signaled the team to stop. If you don't cut it again, he is tied up with a white bandage, just like a mummy, with a beheading knife on his back, and his eyes are as vicious as a ghost. It is the kind of look that can scare children to cry at a glance. Shui Wei Bai wears a white mask, her black hair is tied up, and she wears a green short-sleeved kimono. Everything is neutral, and it is difficult to distinguish between men and women. Who is it? No longer shouted loudly. But the person hiding in the dark did not answer. Instead, dense hidden weapons were shot from all directions. There were ice thousand books, ice shurikens, and ice kunai, and the attack covered all directions. Seeing this, Shui Wuyue directly released the ice escape secret technique magic mirror ice crystals. Pieces of mirror-like ice cubes condensed out of thin air, enveloping the convoy and blocking hidden weapons shot from all directions. Can also form protection. Although he guarded against this wave of attacks, Bai was not at peace in his heart. The hidden weapon made of ice reminded him of the same ice escape as himself. Is the opponent a member of his own clan? I thought of this without cutting it. A wave of hidden weapon attacks ended. From the surrounding mountains, forests, and grasses, one by one glamorous women with pale skin and frost and cold came out, wearing a pink top and a red skirt, like the legendary Snow Girl. Obviously, these are ice duplications. One of the ice duplications spoke softly with a neutral voice. Shui Wuyue Bai, I know your mother is called Shui Wuyue Nuan, right? You are not the only Shui Wuyue Huegu 483, the same as those in our bodies. Bloodline. Just listen to her continuing to say, no more peach fields are cut. Many family elites in Wuin village have secretly united and are preparing to overthrow the fourth generation of Yukura. If you are still a member of Wuin village and hope to liberate the village, then join us. Wuin village is still your home. His words are ethereal and faint, like a light breeze and drizzle falling to the heart, unconsciously letting people relax. Is there a day when that gang of trash dared to resist? The ridiculous voice of the ghost no longer cuts from the magic mirror ice crystal by Kill Cardo and others. No matter how cruel it is, he will be cruel to the enemy, but he always loves his village. The quack of hidden weapons and the screams of Cardo and others kept coming. It was quiet again in less than 10 seconds. Apparently, Cardo and his party were dead. The demon-forbidden ice crystal was lifted and no longer cut, and Bai walked out of it. Behind them, the ground was full of corpses. Yi Bai smiled slightly, and the surrounding ice duplications were lifted one by one, turning into icicles and falling to the ground, breaking into ice slag, leaving only Yi Bai's body. Let's go. The operation for the fourth generation will begin in 2 days. Yi Bai turned and walked towards the Wuin village. Don't cut the beheaded sword back to the back, and follow the footsteps of the opponent together with BAI.AT noon that day, Terumi Ming's house. Yi Bai, no more kill, and Bai came here through the former's time and space ninjutsu. Not long after, Terumi Mei went home. When she saw the two people at home except Yi Bai, she was shocked and surprised, and said with caution, do not cut Taudi again. Why are you? Still not saying anything, Yi Bai laughed at Mimi and explained, if you don't cut Yumiyuki, they will join the action against Yukura in 2 days. Knowing that no longer is coming back as a betrayer, but as a helper, Terumi Ming breathed a sigh of relief and nodded to the two of them. Welcome back. Wuin village will always be your home. He didn't snort it again and didn't answer. But his ferocious eyes slowed slightly, and the words of welcome back touched the softness in his heart. Shui Weiwei Bai wears a mask and can't see her expression. In fact, she doesn't have much affection for Wuin village. When her mother escaped from the chase and escaped from Wuin village, she hadn't been born yet. Wait a minute, I'll go to the elder Yuancher. Terumi Ming finished speaking and ran out of the house. Not long after, he came back with a gray-haired old man. The old man saw that the ghost would not be cut again, and Mizuki Shiro laughed loudly. Just come back, Yukura will soon be ousted. Now it is the time for the village to employ people. Hibalabala talked a lot, and he didn't mind not betraying Ninja's identity again, because Master Yuan knew that he would not be killed again. When the opponent was still in ninja school, Master Yuan had been paying attention to the other party and chatted with him. Knowing his ideals, he can later guess his motivation to kill all the students in the same class on the day of the graduation examination, but it is a pity that he was too young at the time, and his behavior was a bit naive. His behavior did not alert the 4 generations of Yukura. On the contrary, it made him worse. Child, come with me, let's have a good chat. Yuan Shi left Terumi Ming's home with no longer cutting down the dark road. Shui Weiwei Bai was stayed at Terumi Ming's house by Yuan Shi. He thought that Bai and I, the two Shui Wuyue, might have something to say. Bai sat there like an ice sculpture, neither moving nor talking. Yi Bai stepped forward and took off her mask. Behind the mask, there was a pure face with no expression. Terumi Mei stands beside Yi Bai and fights with Yi. Although Shui Wuyue has an ice-skilled blood successor, don't put on an ice cube face, come and laugh at a girl. Yi Bai showed a big smile and showed her. The obedient person also smiled. This smile is very warm and also very sunny and kind. On the other side, Konoha village. The incident of Kakashi's self-killing at home caused an uproar throughout the village of Konoha. Is this a joke? The death and suicide of Konoha Whitetooth Hagaki Tsukumo is easy to understand, but it is easy to understand why Kakashi committed suicide. It's totally unreasonable, and there is no motive at all. An angry Yuan Fury found Danzo. He thought it was Danzo's pot. Danzong denied it as always, but Yuan Farazan seemed to believe that Danzong did it. Danzo, who was back on his back, rarely showed innocent little eyes. I really didn't do it. If it were me, would I not take away Kakashi's riding wheel eyes? Yuan Fury thinks about it, too. With the greedy temperament of the old man Tuanzang, how could it be possible to leave the riding wheel on Kakashi's corpse? And this is not Tuanzang. Danzo is also very concerned about this matter. On the one hand, he stared at Kakashi's corpse. On the other hand, he did not think that Kakashi would commit suicide for no reason. Kakashi is one of Konoha. The high-end combat power of Kakashi was so unclearly dead, and he also believed that Kakashi was suicide rather than suicide. From Konoha to potential safety hazards, even Danzo ordered the roots under his hands to thoroughly investigate this matter. If Kakashi can be suicided, more people may be suicided. This matter must not be forgotten, and the murderer must be found. 2 days later, the village of Water Country was hidden in mist. The fourth generation of Miyakura led a group of his men to the town where the daimyo prefecture of the Water Country is located. Among the people he led were undercover agents from the Anti-4 Generations Alliance, and on their only way, Terumi Ming and others had already ambushed them, just waiting for them to pass by. Today, the sky is gloomy, it may rain at any time, and the humid air makes the temperature very muggy. The dozens of people in ambush here are very nervous. Yibai and Terumi Mei were buried in the grass on the side of the road. The former was nervous, and the latter comforted. "Don't worry, there is me." Terumi Ming squinted at him and vomited. "I don't know how your true strength is yet." Yibai said triumphantly, "I know how to do your ninjutsu, and most of you don't know how to do it." It was very uncomfortable to mention this to Terumi Mei. At that time, in the dream world, she thought it was real, and thought she couldn't go back, so she taught Yi all her ability, but everything was fake. It means that the other party didn't give up on her, otherwise he would have to be a hatchet. As time passed, the sky began to rain heavily, and Yukura's convoy gradually approached. At a certain moment, the sky exploded with thunder, and the thunder light illuminates all directions. When the light dimmed, a voice rang out of thin air. "Ice done. Mirror ice crystal." Pieces of ice crystal surrounded the convoy. The Anti-4th Generation League undercover in the convoy immediately attacked Yukura's subordinates. Many of Yukura's subordinates were killed by the sudden attackers around them before they could react. The undercover gang did not dare to stay where they were and got out of the gap between the magic mirror and ice crystals. The ice crystals began to close, sealing off the internal space. Seeing this in the carriage, Yukura shouted angrily, "You dare to wait." Suddenly, the flood rushed out from the carriage, and the huge water pressure shattered the magic mirror ice crystals. "This is the technique of water escape, big waterfall." Yibai sneered. He pinched his hands and shouted loudly, "Ice done, Ice Age." The rushing flood froze in an instant, freezing the fourth generation of Yukura in it. People who were hiding in the dark jumped out and gathered around. No longer cut, white, blue, Terumi Ming and a group of dragons will be surrounded by the ice-covered Yukura. Terumi Ming reminded, "Be careful, this kind of ice can't kill him." As she said, the ice gradually cracked, and the green-haired, green-clothed baby-faced Yukura was trapped in it, and the chakra spread around the tail beast. In less than 10 seconds, the ice was shattered, and the figure was a giant tortoise in the form of Mayoi Isosuk, which looks like a very large tortoise with a stone shell all the time. Everyone jumped away for the first time to avoid being affected by the bursting ice. If you don't cut it in the air, it will start to seal, and the moment it hits the ground, he shouts, "Shui dun, water dragon bullet shushing." The surrounding rainwater was gathered, forming 2 water dragons 2 meters wide and 20 meters long, blasting towards the beast-shaped Yukura. The others were not idle either, and they used their own ninjutsu skills. Shui dun, water mackerel bomb. Water escape, water rushing wave. Water escape, water bombs. Dissolve the monsters. This is Terumi Mei. Shadow's spell is steel restraint. This is Yibai. Yibai's magic affects the shadow matter, and the shadow matter condenses a thick steel chain, blasting forward, binding the body and legs of the tail beast Yukura. The chain is rooted in all directions, and the enemy is set in place. The beastly-tailed Yukura has lost his mind. He struggled frantically, and the iron chain broke. Everyone's attacks fell on Yukura, causing a wave of concentrated fire damage, especially Terumi Ming's magic dissolving technique. Even part of the opponent's tortoise shell was melted. Seeing that Yukura was about to break free, Yi Bai cast another spell, Shadow Spell, Ice Burst. Around his body, shadow ice balls with a diameter of 1 meter condensed and shot forward, hitting the enemy and exploding, forming a sky full of ice, causing secondary damage to the ice cone. The tail beast turned Yukura howled in pain, and the struggle weakened. Yi Bai once again made up a round of steel restraints and held it firmly in place. Once the tail beast moves, it is definitely a VIP-level master of the demolition office. Everyone's attacks continued. Yi Bai followed with 2 attacks at first, but seeing that Yukura was so watery, he simply played the role of controlling the field, using steel restraints, cold rays, rainbow runes, and other skills to restrain Yaga's actions, so that everyone can be better. The output of the station stake. Actually, if Yi Bai is willing, he can sing in the same place for half a minute, the whole legendary illusion system shadow spell, then let alone Yukura. Even if the 10 tails eat a legendary magic trick, you will get it. Suffer a lot of harm. In fact, what Yi Bai didn't know was that Yukura was not so watery. The reason for this is that he has initially got rid of the control of the soil-carrying kaleidoscope illusion in the attack of everyone, and recalls what he has done in these years. For 183 amount, let everyone attack with all their strength. He just wanted to atone for his sins with death. Now it is no longer Yukura who is rebelling against everyone, but Miso Iso. It is a pity that Mitsuo, who is getting weaker and weaker in constant injuries, has been unable to recover from Yi Bai's restraint on him, and has been charged until death without making effective resistance. Yukura is dead and Miso is also dead. The latter, as a tail beast, will rebirth in a nearby place after death for a period of time. In Yukura, he told everyone before he died that he was indeed controlled. The person who controlled him was a spiral mask with a kaleidoscope riding wheel. A man who claims to be Uchiha Madara. Upon hearing this news, everyone except Yi Bai looked at each other. Anyway, after Yukura's death, the era of blood mist in Wuin Village is finally over. The elder Yuanshi temporarily managed the internal affairs of Wuin Village. Taodi Nozhan and Shui Weiwei Bai were reincorporated into the Wuin family and registered as elite Shangren and Shangren respectively. Yi Bai, or Mizuno Munai, was also given a registered permanent residence in Wuin Village. In view of his relationship with Terumi Ming, he was registered as a shadow ninja and became the main force in the village of Wuin Village. Yuanshi's most optimistic is Terumi Ming, who deliberately cultivated her as a 5-generation water shadow, but Terumi Ming refused. She said that she would work with Mizuki Ai to cultivate a qualified and powerful shadow in the village. 2 weeks later, the rectification in Wuin Village was over, the closed-door policy was abolished, and the village was open to the outside world again, accepting various tasks and employment. Yi Bai and Terumi Mei took the task with their 12-year-old brother Chojuro. Task content: tell the names of the small countries near the water country. Wuin Village will reopen and begin accepting tasks from all parties. Okay, this is a travel mission. The mission was originally not difficult. Generally speaking, such a mission can be completed with just a few ninjas. Terumi Ming wanted to go on vacation, so he went through the back door to take the mission from the elder Yuanshi. The first stop for the 3 is the country of Poland. Coming to the beach, Yi Bai used Ice Escape to build a super-luxury large ice cruise ship. Although it was cold on it, the low temperature was not an obstacle for the ninja. Looking at this ultra-modern shipbuilding ice boat, Shangjuro was stunned. Terumi is no stranger to it. He has lived in the modern world for 7 years in his dream. It is not unheard of that it is more luxurious than this cruise ship. The specifications of the Titanic are not weaker than it. After getting on the boat, Yi Bai divided an ice duplication and asked it to train Chief Juru, while he himself walked into the boat with Terumi Mei, not knowing what to do. A month has passed unconsciously, and even if a few people linger, the task is finished. After 1 month of training, Shangjuro learned a lot from Yi Bai. Although he is only 12 years old, he has what Yi Bai taught. As long as he can fully understand it, CD will have no problem entering the movie level. Now, it's time to return. In the middle of the night that day, in the ice boat, Chojuro was sleeping soundly in a cabin bedroom. Yi Bai and Terumi Mei are standing on the deck. Ming, take you to a place. In front of Yi Bai, the space began to twist, gradually forming a space-time cave connecting the pocket space. Here is the night, and the cave is indeed the sunny day. Terumi Ming felt novel and followed Yi Bai into it. When I came here and looked around, I found a forest. Not far away, there was a modern villa. Here, she asked. This is my pocket space. The area is much larger than Ninja World. Go to the villa, I will refine a stand-in for you. Entering the villa, Yi Bai made an alchemy doll out of thin air under the curious gaze of Terumi Mei. The puppet looks exactly the same as Terumi Mei, and Terumi Mei comes forward and touches it in a strange way. From the appearance alone, this puppet substitute is not the slightest difference from her. Yi Bai took a shared chair from the castle in the static area of time and placed it in the living room of the villa. He said to Mei Ming, "Come on, lie down on this chair and connect to your stand-in." According to Terumi Ming, the chair is amazing. As soon as he lay down, he knew the function and usage of the chair and quickly adapted to control the doll. The doll stood up, felt herself, and said, "It feels like her own body, except that she doesn't have a chakra and needs the body of the chair to provide it. You can control it to practice chakras. If you count your original, you will have 2 chakra sources." Yi Bai said, "As you control her for a longer time, the puppet will gradually learn your behavior and habits. In the end, even if you do not control it, she will imitate your behavior relatively perfectly, and it will not be easy to see the flaws." What is this? S-Class Super Duplication Technique. Terumi Ming thought it was incredible. Much better than that. Yi Bai shrugged. "Even if you follow me out of the ninja world, you can control it in another world." When she heard it, she became happy. She was still worried about what to do if she left the world and missed home, but now it seems that this is not a problem at all. Terumi Mei's stand-in followed Chojuro back, and Mizuzuki, I disappeared from the world completely from that day on. In order to have more time to play, Terumi Ming usually sets up a water duplication to lie on a shared chair and manipulate the doll. And her body was changed into a new image by Yi by using shape-shifting technique. The image refers to the female Emperor Hancock in CX King, and the dressing is similar. She changed the shape-shifting and traveled around with Yi Bai. Within the territory of the Kingdom of Wind, the remains of Lulan. Yi Bai and Terumi Mei landed from the sky. At Dissipated, Terumi Ming observed this place and said, "This place looks deserted for a long time. Shall we come here to dig for treasures?" Yi Bai took her hand and walked towards the ruins of Lulan City Castle. As he walked, he said, "This place is called Lulan. It was originally a prosperous desert city. It is said to have been destroyed at the end of the Third Ninja World War. The palace is in the middle of the city. Below, there is a place where dragon veins converge. To put it bluntly, it is a massive source of chakra. I heard that the witches of the Kingdom of Ghosts have sealed Siachong sprites with dragon veins. Such a huge foreign chakra source is not easy to use, right? What do you plan to use it for?" Terumi asked him. Who said it's not easy to be used, you will know it later. They walked into the palace and found a passage leading to the underground. The passage was sealed, but it could not be difficult for the two of them. A single ninjutsu could force a thick stone wall to open an entrance that was large enough for 2 people to pass through. The light inside was dim. Yi Bai waved his hand to cast a spell, and balls of light emerged out of nowhere, following the speed of the two of them floating around. The light dissipated the darkness of the channel and made the surrounding area bright as day. The stone path hovering downwards seems to have no end, and walking on it will make people unconsciously wonder if they will go to the abyss of hell. Ming, do you want to go back and take a look? In the past? You mean time travel? Do you have a time machine? Just say if you want to. Thinking, if possible, I hope to change the past, completely kill the Blood Mist era, and arrest the real murderer Uchiha Madara, behind the scenes. So ambitious. Let's not say whether the spiral mask man mentioned before the death of the fourth generation of eyes is really Uchiha Madara. Even if it is, can you catch him? Aren't you still there? It's best not to change the past. It doesn't matter if I am an outsider, but you're a person in this world. Changing the butterfly effect formed by the past may lead to even worse results. For example, if the black hand behind the scenes doesn't want to play anymore, you have to overturn the chessboard and open a big village directly in your village. At that time, the village is gone. You don't have to worry about the problems of the Blood Fog era. If the person behind the scenes is really Uchiha Madara, believe me, he has this ability. Yibai said nonsense. Terumi May trimmed her eyebrows for a long time and sighed. Which era do you want to go to? Yibai did not directly answer her question, but instead asked, have you heard of the legend of the goddess? Terumi Ming nodded. The princess of a certain country stole the fruits of the sacred tree to quell the war. In the end, because of her strength, she became ambitious and turned into a brutal evil spirit which caused the people to lose their lives. What she said is indeed one of the versions of the legend of the goddess Uzbekistan circulating in the world. The legend passed from time to time. As time passed, the building became more and more crooked, and in the end there was no similarity to the correct history. Word. Let's go to that legendary era. Yibai said. Terumi May looked at him with a weird expression. Aren't you going to grab the princess's fruit? Yibai rolled his eyes. Do you see me like a person who needs that kind of thing? During the chat, the two finally finished walking down the spiraling stone staircase. As you can see, it is a very spacious place. There is an abyss on the left and right sides. There is a stone bridge leading to the central altar. On the altar, there is a handful of kunai inserted there by Fae Thor combined with the sealing technique, sealing the riots below the abyss. Dragon Vein Energy. Yibai jumped to the wall hanging next to him and stepped on it firmly. Terumi Ming did the same, stepping on the wall as well. The two climbed the wall with their feet and walked towards the bottom of the abyss step by step. You said what happens when people fall into the dragon vein? Terumi May is more curious about this. She can already feel the terrifying chakra volume below the abyss. Chakras of this level are even-tail beasts. It's not comparable. Yibai was also very curious about this question. After thinking about it for a while, he was uncertain and said, it may be assimilated by that violent chakra, or it may be blown up by the chakra in the body, or it may be in the chakra ocean. All of these are possible in one swim. The two walked down for half an hour before finally seeing the lake below that had liquefied from the chakra energy state into a calm lake. Although the lake is calm, anyone with a little eye can feel how violent the thing is. Such power is really not easy to use without any technology. For flowers, the two jumped to a raised reef on the lake below. Here, you can see that the lake is connected to the underground water channel, or that this is originally hell. If the ninja planet is compared to a living body, the ground vein is his meridian. When he came here, the ring of the sage on Yibai's right index finger faced the dragon veins, shooting a diffuse red light, and the red light formed a not very complicated alchemy array pattern on the surface of the dragon vein lake. At the same time, alchemy was launched. The calm lake water began to mist and float towards the sky above the magic circle. A transparent crystal was gathered out. At first it was smaller than a grain of rice, but as the dragon vein energy was continuously extracted and refined, this transparent crystal became larger at a speed visible to the naked eye. Right. The shore of Longmai Lake began to slowly descend. Terumi May looked at the spray and was surprised. The energy crystal formed in the solid state of the huge chakra is a perfect material if it is used to arrange the enchantment. Yibai complained, that's too wasteful. Then what's your opinion? The chakra crystal made from dragon veins has no dragon veins at all. It was originally violent, but very stable. Any ninja can absorb and use it. A chakra crystal of file size with fingernail, its chakra volume is no less than a tail beast. Just wear it a little bit on the body, it is a one-time tail beast level chakra source. Yibai's method of refining chakra crystal is very similar to refining the sage's stone. Although the two are not the same thing, they can both replenish energy for the holder. Terumi Ming listened and looked at the chakra crystal that already had a file-size fist above the circle, and his eyes began to shine. If one can have a tail beast-level chakra, all kinds of large-scale ninjutsu can be ignored. And its own consumption, when the regular skills are released. If the water escape ninjutsu that can create the ocean bursts into waves, this level of ninjutsu is supplemented by massive chakras, and one move can submerge a large city. Terumi Ming originally used this A-level water escape ninjutsu, but due to his own chakra problem, the amount of water produced is not very exaggerated. So, don't think that the original target move done is awesome, but any shadow ninja, as long as there is the almost infinite chakra of the original target, can use exaggerated ninjutsu. Small. The big tube would Huey who just arrived on the earth. After 5 hours, the dragon veins under the Lulan ruins were completely drained. And he harvested 10 colorless chakra crystals of file-size wash basins. Yibai estimated that the amount of chakra contained in these 10 chakra crystals is enough to be worth 110 pieces. 10 crystals were moved by the two to the pocket space villa. Standing by the villa, Terumi Ming put her hand on a chakra crystal, feeling the crystal's supplement to her chakra. It is indeed not violent, and it will not be filled with chakras when touched. Only when the chakra is consumed by itself, it will replenish itself instead of exceeding the limit of its own body's perfusion. Terumi could clearly feel the exaggerated and massive chakras of the crystal she touched. If it were converted into electricity, it would be enough to power a 547 city for 20 years. Ming, we should set off. La. She reluctantly let go of her hand, and once again came out of time and space with Yibai. Seeing her like this, Yibai said amusedly, "These chakra crystals are here. You can use them anytime you want, don't look at them. I just want to use it to make some accessories, and use it for my stand-in and the water duplication on the shared chair, so that they won't lack chakras." Terumi Mei grinned, and then the conversation changed. "What are we going to do?" "Set off." Yibai closed the space cave and took Terumi Ming's hand and said, "Give me 10 seconds to activate ability." He closed his eyes and started to read the message and send it. I haven't introduced the word reading article much before, so let's briefly introduce it here. When we play the game, whether we are entering the game or loading the map, we will read the data in the hard disk and display a progress bar. This is the reading bar. There are also some online games, such as World of Warcraft. When the skill is released, a progress bar of the singing time will be displayed at the bottom, commonly known as the reading bar. Cough. At the moment Yibai's consciousness is placed in the 6-dimensional space, observing the past, the 3 world wars, the Second World War, the First World War, the Warring States period, the Ninjong period, the God Tree period, and the primitive period without the God Tree. At this point, Yibai launched a teleportation. He and Terumi Mei gradually became thinner and eventually disappeared. Terumi Mei only felt that there was a flower in front of him, and when he could see things again, the surrounding environment had become a wilderness. "It's the station." Yibai let go of her hand and smiled. Terumi looked around. How many years ago was this? Probably more than 1,000 years ago. Yibai hadn't finished speaking, and suddenly there was a shadow over the two of them. They looked up and saw a meteor with a long tail of fire cut through the sky, falling towards the two of them not far away. Meteorite. Terumi Ming's eyes widened. That's not a meteorite, but the tree planter is here. The meteorite hit the ground, and the roar was deafening. Shockwave approached him. Yibai opened his up position and held himself and Terumi Ming in it. Shockwave lasted for a few seconds, setting off dust in the sky, and the visibility was less than 10 meters. The waiting dust dissipated, and a crater appeared in front of him. The two walked forward and saw a sapling appeared in the pit. The sapling absorbed the nutrients of the earth and grew rapidly. It took less than 5 minutes to grow into a towering tree with a height of 100 meters, lush, and the shadow of the canopy even enveloped a large area. I believe people who are thousands of kilometers away can also notice the movement here. It is estimated that someone will come here to investigate it soon. Suddenly, the ground shook where the two of them were standing. The two noticed the danger, and at the same time they jumped away. Several magical rhizomes broke through the soil and attacked them. Terumi gave a cold snort, pinched his hands, and spit out high-temperature lava from his mouth, burning the branches of the vine. Yibai looked in the direction of the sacred tree and said loudly, "The people in the tree, can you show up?" Yibai knows that before Daetongmu Hui did not realize the results of the chakra of the sacred tree. Although he had a pair of white eyes, he could also release the white eyes version to attack, but he was actually very weak. This is true whether it is the TV version setting or the comic version setting. For example, in the TV version, the pregnant woman was chased by a group of ordinary people. In the future, any ninja who is more than ninja, it is impossible to be chased by a group of people who don't have chakra and can't know how to ninjutsu. Hold. Therefore, Yibai speculated that at the moment Daetongmu Teruya did not have much combat effectiveness. The magical technique spreads out a branch, and the branch shape transforms into a wooden duplication. She has long white hair comparable to her height, and she is wearing a white robe. Her skin is as white as paper, and there are 2 red dots between her eyebrows. She looks very beautiful. That's it, roll your eyes. Terumi Ming looked at the woman from a distance and said very differently. She just thought, who is this woman? Is the Asgardian of the sacred tree? There is no such person in the legend. Yibai reminded in a low voice, she should be the one in the legend, and can be regarded as the ancestor of chakra, the source of all ninja bloodlines. Terumi suddenly realized that Yibai and Terumi jumped off the crater with the sacred tree and walked towards the woman. Before getting close, Yibai introduced himself. "My name is Yibai, and she is my wife Terumi Ming. Who are you?" Although you know the identity of the other person, it is still necessary to ask, otherwise you will be called a bad name. I am afraid that it is not to startle people. Daetongmu Hui has no expression on his face, faintly opened his mouth, and his voice is empty. Concubine body Daetongmu Hui, come here for 3.8 to plant trees. I see you too. There is the power of my clan, especially you. Your eyes let me think of my people. I want to know where your power comes from. She looked into Yibai's eyes. Since he was called ability, Yibai didn't hide it. His eyes and black eyes turned into 3 Go Jade revolving writing wheels. When the Go Jade revolved, they formed an eternal kaleidoscope writing wheel in the shape of a pennant knife. Terumi Ming knew Yibai had these eyes for a long time and didn't make a fuss, but Daetongmu Hui raised her eyebrows. Daetongmu, I've heard of this surname. Yibai began to flicker. This planet belongs to the poor and remote areas on your side. You come here to plant a sacred tree. I think it's not a good time to live there, I think. I'll talk to you about a condition.